All right. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for joining us here. We are streaming live on all of our social media platforms here tonight. I'm WCIA3 Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy in the studio here with you. We have meteorologist Seth Bonehoff in here with us as well, and meteorologist Jacob Dicky, who is out in the field in the storm tracker, who will be checking in with here in just a little bit. We've got a lot of people that are just kind of popping on our live stream here, so we're going to give it just a second or two for everybody to kind of get in here, and we will start assessing kind of the situation, what is going on right now, who is under warnings, where we have tornado warnings, where we have severe thunderstorm warnings, what we can expect here over the next 3 hours or so, 3 to 4 hours as this line moves across parts of western Illinois through central Illinois and eventually into eastern Illinois. Thanks to everybody again joining us here this evening, as we are going to be probably sticking with this live probably for the next several hours. So sit back, relax, and we will try to get you through the storm system the best that we can. Right now, it is our far western counties that are dealing with the most severe weather at this point. So let's kind of take a look at things on the Storm Tracker Doppler, and we'll zoom in a little bit closer. We just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that does include far western portions of Sangamon County. And so you can see out here towards Morgan County as well. You're talking about the Jacksonville area. All of those locations there basically west of I-55 under the gun for the potential of severe thunderstorm wind gusts at least 60 miles an hour. It could be higher, okay? We could have gusts at some point get up to 70 miles an hour. Again, let us know where you guys are watching here from tonight, and we will answer some questions if we can. We will let you guys kind of chat amongst yourselves with everybody else in the chat there, and we will try to answer things when we can. We've got a lot of people joining us here tonight, and this is just the beginning. So let's kind of look at things. We actually had a tornado warning up here into Cass County, and a storm that is continuing to lift to the north and east. And so east of Beardstown, and that's actually technically going to be kind of moving out of our viewing area here, but the tornado warning there continues. Right now, we've got a huge area where a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. And so it covers a large chunk of our western counties here tonight. And so what we'll do, just so you can kind of get an idea of which areas are under the warnings right now, we're just going to go ahead and switch on the map that shows the warnings. And so you can see all of Morgan County there. This does just kind of barely clip portions of western Sangamon County, and going to be coming into the Springfield area here before too long. And the thing is, we got a nice camera view that we're going to be looking at from Springfield to see that. The wide view, I just want to show you this wide view of the storms. Look at the warnings that go all the way up from Davenport, clear down through St. Louis. The orange color, severe thunderstorm warnings. The red color, tornado warnings tonight. And so this whole line is going to march across I-72 all the way to the east, crossing I-55 to I-57 eventually, and potentially producing severe thunderstorm winds gust in excess of 60 miles an hour, maybe even in excess of 70 miles an hour. There is the tornadic threat that we have here tonight as well that we're watching. So it is something we're keeping an eye on here. And I tell you what, we will be checking in here with Jacob here in just a second. But what we're going to do is kind of talk about how things are probably going to play out. So over the next few hours, this whole line will continue to move off to the east. So what I'll do is put a little bit of a loop on this line so you can see the general progression. What we're looking for, number one, we've got the strong storms, squall line trying to develop. But if we get these little individual bowing segments, or maybe even a little discrete little area where things kind of stand alone by themselves and they can kind of tap into the atmosphere, the moisture there, that's the concern for potentially a tornado. Notice how there is there is an east movement to this, but there is also more kind of a northeasterly movement to the individual kind of cells within there. The whole line is kind of moving off to the east, but northeasterly movement, and that's, you kind of see that with the direction that these polygons are getting issued, and then kind of the pattern that they are issuing these in. So they're kind of getting more of a northeasterly movement, even though the whole line itself will continue to push off to the east. There's been an increase in what is known as wind shear tonight. And so at the low levels, when you get this increase in wind shear, that can help the tornadic potential. The problem is the amount of moisture, and we're looking at that with dew points here. And so dew points are creeping up into the 50s. And so you really want kind of mid and upper 50s and even close to 60, to get severe storms and potentially tornadoes. And so it's kind of this race. It's this race of moisture arriving, as the wind shears here and that line of storms is coming through. So we're kind of doing a little bit of kind of tracking both of those at the same time. So here's what we've got right now. Severe thunderstorm warning do include western Sangamon County. And let's see if I can pull up one of our cameras here and see what we're looking at. I'm not sure if I have the Springfield camera pulled up or not, but I'm going to, so that's Champaign. So we're going to be watching Champaign here. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to bring in Seth here with us here tonight. And Seth, so we're watching areas here out to the west. Look at our Springfield camera. They're bouncing around pretty good. What's kind of your biggest concern here over the next few hours?
Yeah, I think the biggest concern is obviously going to continue to be the damaging wind threat, just because it's one of those things that, yes, tornadoes kind of get everyone's attention, but I think we've kind of been delivering that message where you have a much lower chance of getting a tornado in any specific location, but chances of avoiding the winds with this one are very slim. Like you said earlier, the entire line of storms has warnings up and down it. That suggests that obviously there's some strength pretty much everywhere within those storms. And a lot of these are warned not just for the standard 60 miles an hour. It's that considerable tag, that 70 plus miles an hour. So I think that's the thing to keep in mind through the night tonight is even if you don't get those tornadic storms, those ones that are a little more cellular in nature, any bit up and down this line is probably going to pack a punch of sorts. And we've even mentioned you don't even have to have a storm on a night like tonight. Those regular standard non-storm gusts can still go over 50 miles an hour. So there's going to be some wind damage. I'd say that's the most concerning thing is that there's not going to be a lot of places that kind of split the gap as far as that goes, Kevin.
The St. Louis area under a confirmed tornado tag out there. And now, if you know anybody in St. Louis right now, friends and family, definitely, I'm sure, hopefully they know that the situation there, but kind of a big deal down there as they've got tornado warnings impacting the entire St. Louis metro. Very dangerous night down that way. And those storms are going to continue to lift off to the north and east. So for our viewing area, for the purposes of kind of what we cover here, our concern starts to become as these storms move off to the north and east. And then you're talking about Montgomery and Macoupin counties. Here's Christian County right here, Sangamon County. So what these storms do right here, coming out of the St. Louis area, that's concern, I think, generally in this area here that I'm kind of pointing at, okay? So we're going to be watching these carefully because those are confirmed. We've had confirmed tornadoes with this and just some nasty looking radar signatures on some of this activity. That's while we're here and kind of showing off some of the different storms. I'll go ahead and try to pull up some of this radar data coming into us down towards St. Louis, and let's see what we can get here. And I will pull up the velocity in St. Louis, and we'll zoom in a little bit closer. And oh goodness, look at that!
Wow,
whoa. Look at that. That's going to be up by the airport, too, near St. Louis. I wonder if we can pull up the St. Louis camera that we have here, because there is a tornado that is bearing down close to that area. Let me see if I can pull that up here just briefly. There's our camera in Springfield. Look at that thing just bouncing around in the wind. So right now, there's the airport, Lambert there in St. Louis. You can see just all kinds of wind and rain and lightning there that are showing up, but there is a tornado that is close up there. So the St. Louis area definitely in a bad situation right now with this line of storms coming through, and we've already had reports of some damage up there. So we'll continue to monitor that. So again, we're watching those storms, and that's why we kind of point those out, because the storms that are down there could eventually come into our far southwestern counties. So right now we're watching a couple different areas here. We've got this little cell here, this may eventually, that could kind of track up towards the Mason City area. That one probably is a little bit more of out of our region, but we're going to watch this cell here that is basically going to be heading into parts of Macoupin County there, and maybe Montgomery, maybe southern Sangamon County. And then again, of course, these confirmed tornadoes that are coming out of St. Louis, those are definitely the ones that look the most ominous out there tonight. Let's see. I know Jacob is out there with us here, and we're going to try to pull up his camera and audio and kind of talk to him, as he is going to be doing his best attempt to keep up with these storms. The problem is we're definitely thinking that there's going to be really fast movement with this entire line as they move through. And let's see here. We got Jacob there. Looks like we got Jacob. Hey, Jacob, there he is, standing out there live for us. Where are you at right now? What's it feel like, the atmosphere? You know, the winds are cranking pretty good. Talk to us about what you've got going on.
Yeah, hey, Kevin. Right now we're in Macon, and that is south of Decatur on US 51, and that is in Macon County, in fact, here. And we've kind of set base here. What we're thinking is here at this point is we're watching the storms come in this general direction. And part of the thought process from us picking Macon here, Kevin, is really the road network gives us some options here. When these storms move on in, they're going to move very quickly. And that means that we have to make quick decisions as well. And we want to give as much lead time as possible to folks that are in the area there. And so that is something that we're watching here. It looks like maybe my camera is flashing a little bit, Kevin. You might see that on your end. I'll try and fix that a little bit. The wind here is just really whipping around. I think that's messing with some things for us. So we'll work on it and try and get that fixed. But in the meantime, while we're here, some things we're kind of noticing is, again, you were talking about that corridor of storms coming out of the St. Louis area. I think that is going to be a rough night for moving into the Illinois side of things, both on the north and the south side there. And what I'm perhaps most concerned about, Kevin, is these storms coming in the evening and overnight hours for us. It may be past midnight before some of us in the I-57 corridor get these storms in our neck of the woods. A time when many folks are sleeping here. This is a night where we are doing what we can to get the word out, but we also need folks at home's help here to text their friends, text their neighbors, reach out to loved ones who maybe are in the danger zone when severe weather is threatening. You may be following the coverage like you are now on our digital platforms. Perhaps your cousin, your uncle, your brother, whoever may not be. And so you can help text them and keep them informed, just as we are here, where it's all part of the warning process, is everyone working together. And that's something that's important. The other thing I'll mention is that because this is nighttime, Kevin, we've been promoting it a lot. I think this is a great resource to have. Weather call, pennies a day. I think it's $15 a year, an annual fee, a small fee to get a phone call, Kevin. And that's something that our viewers can use. Perhaps that's not for you. You may have the WCIA3 mobile app, the weather app, to follow along with you. Weather call is designed for folks who are in the is for folks who are in the a fixed location. And so that fixed location means you're at home, you're sleeping, you put in your home address. When a warning is issued for your location, severe thunderstorm, tornado warning, we call you right away. I think it's a great service to have here. For some folks, it may not be the right answer. For folks, though, who maybe have some parents who are a little older and don't rely on internet or cell phones as much, they have the good old-fashioned landline. This is great for them. You've got kids at college. You can put the campus on there. It's great for them. You've got relatives in Colorado, New York, wherever. You can even buy an account for them, and we will call them wherever they may be, Kevin. So the weather call is the thing. If you want to get information on that, Kevin, I know in the digital stream, you could probably pop that up at some point for people to click a link on, or visit our website and open the WCIA3 News app. I know it is also up there, something you could sign up for tonight and then get those warnings, and just gives you some peace of mind. So we're going to watch all of these things closely here, Kevin. I've been kind of keeping an eye on some of those storms that are moving out of Cass County here. Looks like to me, maybe the worst of it now is off into Mason County, but those storms still are going to have some wind with it, Kevin. And the last thing I'm going to say before I send it back here is I know in the Oakford area in northwestern Menard County, right where that storm is heading, that rain probably going to be helpful. There was a large grass fire that was burning on the Menard County side of the line, and that actually jumped the river and went into Mason County. We've been dealing with that as well with these strong winds. We've had a number of them even in Champaign and Vermilion County, and we know there's been other reports of that. So this rain, good news. We hope that we get enough rain to keep things from being too significant tomorrow with that fire danger. A lot of things that we're going to be watching here in the field through the night tonight and into the day on Saturday. Kevin will be in Macon. We'll kind of sit tight for a little bit and be watching those storms come out of St. Louis. In the storm tracker, outside of it, I guess you could say, here in the Macon area, I'm Jacob Dicky. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thanks a lot, Jacob. Appreciate the update out there. Again, we do have that QR code there if you want to sign up for weather call, where literally you'll get a phone call from me when severe weather kind of rolls in, if you get a warning in your area. So feel free to check that out. Again, it's not for everybody. We get that. We want you to have as many ways to get warnings as possible. Okay. So as many ways, because sometimes the weather radio, maybe the battery isn't good. Okay. Sometimes your weather app, it's not going to wake you up. Sometimes, you fall asleep. But now with a phone call, if you have your phone on silent, then you're going to be able to get an update from us. So again, you can scan the QR code there to sign up here today, and you can get it for a year. It lasts for a whole year there. So check it out. Okay. We are continuing to monitor this line of storms. Boy, the St. Louis, are we hearing anything out of the St. Louis area? Because man, that just seems like a bad situation going on down there with confirmed tornadoes coming through. Tornado on the ground. They've had that just within the past few minutes. Continued to have the tornado that is on the ground down there. I'm going to zoom back in because this is wow. The whole St. Louis area just getting hit really hard, and confirmed tornadoes there. This does not look like a good situation at all. Let me pull up the velocity on this as well. Just really strong rotation on this storm. See if we can find a little bit of what we call our debris signatures that are in there. Just a really very strong rotation that continues to show up. This thing coming through St. Louis, I mean, it is just all over the place too. I mean, it's covering like the entire St. Louis metro area with that storm. And just look at that thing. Hail in there as well. So if we hear anything about anything going on over there, let us feel free to pass that along, guys, because that's a dangerous situation in St. Louis. And again, that's obviously just out of our viewing area, but we kind of pick things up there in Macoupin and Montgomery counties, obviously coming into Christian, Sangamon counties there as well. So that's what we've got as of right now. I'll go ahead and pop up our camera that is in Springfield. We're looking kind of off to the west. Oh, I'm sorry, that's still St. Louis there. We'll switch back over to my camera in Springfield because we're looking there off to the west. We're occasionally seeing some flashes of lightning as that line kind of comes in to western portions of Sangamon County that currently has the severe thunderstorm warning that is still in effect. And this whole line, as it moves off to the east, will have the potential to produce severe weather, strong, damaging winds, 70, 75 miles an hour, not out of the question here tonight, okay? And then the hail potential, and obviously cannot rule out the tornadic potential, but big time question mark into what happens down south. What happens with the storms coming out of the St. Louis area here tonight? Seth?
Yeah, I just was kind of drawn around with one of our tools earlier, and I'll bring it up here real fast, and it shows just kind of the track of those St. Louis storms. I believe it said it was going about 55 miles an hour to the north and east, so these are not slow-moving storms, and usually when stuff's in St. Louis, it takes a good hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to kind of get to some of our southern counties, but with the speed of these tonight, not quite the same story. Kind of drew out the path there, and you can finally start to recognize a few local towns there towards the bottom of the list, places like Mulberry Grove, closer to 1030, which is only about 40 minutes away. Vandalia getting in around 1045, and parts of Shelby County there towards the end of the 10 o'clock hour. So again, these storms may look different an hour from now, but that is definitely the most concerning set of storms out there for sure at the moment. So just kind of tracking that, seeing where it goes, and that might end up being our problem just in a different form as we get later on into the night, Kevin.
Okay, so what I'm going to be looking at first off is our storm here that is it is basically north of Greenfield. So this guy here may start to come into basically southern portions of Morgan County and eventually Sangamon County as well. And that's kind of what I'm going to be watching over the next few minutes here, because that has the potential to, kind of bring the next wave of severe weather, because that cell's kind of starting to be on its own a little bit. So we'll watch that as it goes to the north and east and potentially heading. Let me go ahead and just kind of show it to you right here. So this guy right here, we'll just kind of watch that. So southern portions of Sangamon County, and then coming into southern portions of Morgan County there. And again, maybe eventually towards Springfield. So we're going to watch that little guy right there. Keep a close eye on it for the time being. And then again, obviously the cells that are a little bit more to the south and west and rolling through the St. Louis area right now. Oh man, that storm is just got to be. I mean, there's probably some hail in there. There's probably all kinds of stuff going on with that confirmed tornado that continues to show up in the St. Louis area here tonight. So will these be too south of us? That's the question is, with that line Seth was kind of showing you. Here's the thing. Do these eventually come into Shelby County here? You got Fayette County right here, Effingham County over here. So that's kind of the $1 million question. What does this area here do? It's probably going to ride there along and maybe just north of I-70. So we're going to be watching southern portions of Christian and southern portions of Shelby County there as well. What I can do is I can pull up the most recognizable thing in St. Louis, and there's the arch cam. And you can see there's the arch, and you can see the lightning and the heavy rainfall that continues to move through. Frequent lightning, obviously, there in the St. Louis region right now with a tornadic storm that is coming through. Boy, pretty easy for the arch to get hit by lightning, a tall object out there like that. And we're going to continue to see how things play out in St. Louis here tonight. Wow, a lot of lightning. Okay, back here in our neck of the woods as we track these thunderstorms. Again, thanks for joining us here on the live stream. So I know, we're a little early on here for some. The thing is, we've got these storms. We want to kind of give you that heads up here. We also are going to be kind of kicking off our 10 o'clock newscast here before too long. As long as we kind of keep things on the severe thunderstorm side in our viewing area, we'll basically kind of just continue with the newscast. If there's a tornado warning that gets issued in our area, then we'll kind of cut in and kind of take things over. It just kind of depends on kind of how things play out as we cover a certain area here. You can see where Champaign is. You can see, you got Danville over here. There's Effingham. It's still going to be a little bit for you guys. So there's a lot of you that are watching out here. It's still going to be a little bit the next few hours before these storms kind of start making their way in. But the highest concern definitely has been with our storms out of St. Louis that have been consistently producing tornadoes. So will these come across Montgomery and Macoupin counties, Christian, Shelby counties, Effingham counties here tonight? We've got tornado watches that are in effect that go all the way until 3 a.m. And so that's the time. That's how much time we've still got to deal with this as it makes its way across. So you've got this tornado watch here for all of our central Illinois counties, and that's kind of what we're watching over the next 2 to 3 hours is that potential for these. Now, is everybody going to get a tornado? No. Okay. Is everybody going to get 60-mile-an-hour winds? I mean, there's a decent chance of that. Could we get some 70 and 80-mile-per-hour winds? Also, a possibility here that we cannot rule out. Let's see here. New tornado warning for southeastern Mason County. So that is just, again, out of our viewing area for right now. So we're just kind of on the edge. So we're about 6 minutes away from the start of our 10 o'clock newscast that, as of right now, will just kind of be rolling with the newscast. So what may happen is we'll have to stop as in terms of kind of bringing the continuous live coverage, but we're not going to shut off the stream. We're going to actually kind of keep it going. And so what may happen is we'll have part of the newscast on here where we're kind of doing the weather, and then we may just kind of put up the radar. There may be streaming for a little bit there, or potentially what we could actually do here is maybe even have Jacob kind of talk a little bit during the newscast as well. while we're kind of doing that, because again, we're just kind of waiting. It's kind of a waiting game to see how these storms evolve, if they turn tornadic, and just kind of follow along here with the entire line that is going to be moving across the area. Thanks to everybody joining us here. I'm just going to kind of quickly glance over at our chat that's on here. A lot of people out there right now that are tuned in. Loud thunder in Springfield. Candy is watching. Really windy in Charleston, says Candace. Again, thanks to everybody coming in here with us tonight. Thanks, guys. Yeah, listen, we're going to try to kind of get you through this, and I'm going to load up some of my weather graphics here, and we'll do just kind of a quick, just kind of bear with me here. We'll do kind of a quick little synopsis of what to expect as we go throughout the course of tonight. Again, we're about 4 minutes out from our newscast from beginning. Thanks to everybody on the live stream, whether you're watching us, wherever you are. I know there's a lot of people in Central Illinois, but maybe some other locations as well. Thanks to you guys for coming in here. I don't know what everybody wants to know is what's it going to do in my backyard, right? What's it going to do on my street, in my town? It's a super difficult question to answer, obviously, at this very moment. Because take a look at this. You've got a whole line here, but there's a little area out there that's got a tornado warning. There's one down there. It's hard to say if that storm or that storm or that storm is going to produce a tornado, or it's going to produce 70-mile-an-hour winds. So it's kind of a waiting game to see. The whole area is under a risk. I mean, everybody has a risk tonight for winds of, 75, 80 miles per hour. We've kind of talked about this all week. It's a moderate risk. It doesn't mean that everybody in this red color here is going to see severe weather. It means that the potential exists for everyone. The potential exists for everyone for that. We think that the tornadic risk is best down here towards St. Louis, and that's occurred. That forecast has actually come true. We've had tornadoes down there. The thinking is as you work your way a little bit more to the north and east, you get out of some of the better moisture, and maybe you lose some of those parameters and dynamics that you need to produce tornadoes. So that's kind of the general thinking. Down there, the worst. Still potential Christian, Shelby, Sangamon County there, okay? But maybe getting towards Champaign, maybe getting towards Vermilion County, you lessen the tornadic risk. But I don't think that the wind risk really goes away a whole lot. I think that kind of stays with us. With strong winds of 70 miles an hour potentially. Could there be some higher gusts? I haven't seen too many reports here lately, but you can see that we're going to watch that, and any of these storms may have that. We're going to have something enhancing over the next hour or so. It's called the low-level jet that really kind of kicks in. Sometimes that can enhance some of those storms, so that could be something to watch here between 10 o'clock and 1 a.m. or so, that low-level jet. So keep that in mind as well. Okay, we're about 2 minutes out from the start of our newscast here, guys. So hang with us, and we're going to continue to kind of bring all this to you. If any tornado warnings kind of go off, what's going to happen is we'll kind of blow out the programming. They just issued a really large, severe thunderstorm warning that includes Montgomery, Macoupin County, and just kind of butts right up to Christian County. And so it's embedded. Basically, you've got this huge severe thunderstorm warning, okay, that encompasses pretty much the whole line. And then within that, there is a tornado warning still with that storm kind of coming out of St. Louis. So this is the area to watch over the next hour or so, okay? All right, so about a minute out. So what we're going to be doing is getting ready to go on to our newscast here at 10 o'clock. I encourage you to flip on the TV there if you want. If not, stay here with us on the live stream. Don't go anywhere. We're not going to abandon you. We're just going to possibly put up the newscast feed for a little bit, and then we may just kind of go to a radar and have it kind of streaming there for a while, then kind of jump in when we can, kind of go back and forth during our weather hits to bring that to you. So don't go anywhere on the live stream. Still hang out here with us so we can continue to deliver all the information to you. For now, I'll tell you what, you may see things go to black for a second, but you're going to eventually see the newscast pop up here. So hang with us, and we'll be back. Our newscast is about to begin here in just a few seconds. All right, guys.
WCIA 3 forecast first, sponsored by Route 66 Solar.
All right, good evening to you, and thanks for joining us here tonight as we are tracking that line of severe thunderstorms that we have been talking about for the past week, and it is currently rolling into our western counties here as we speak, from Jacksonville up towards Mason City, and then back towards the St. Louis area where we've had confirmed tornadoes that have occurred here tonight, okay? And this is kind of the prime time. Between now and about 2 a.m., we're carefully monitoring this line that is coming out of the St. Louis area, pushing into western Illinois, and will be making its way across the central part of the state and eventually the eastern part of the state through tonight. Who's under warnings? Where's the next area we're really kind of keying in on for that severe potential? Break that down for you. I have much more coming up as WCIA3 News starts right now.
You're watching your local news leader. This is WCIA 3 News at 10.
We begin with a live look outside as storms roll through our viewing area. Good evening. I'm Brandon Morano.
And I'm Karina Rubio. Heavy wind, possible hail, and even the potential for tornadoes are rolling through our viewing area. With that, we turn back to Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy. Kevin, what can we expect to see from here on out, especially in this next hour?
Okay, so we've got this line coming across, and we're going to kind of track that here for you. This is the tornado watch that is in effect. This goes until 3 a.m., okay? Now, it's more for our western counties over the next 2 to 3 hours, and it's more for our eastern counties here kind of a little bit later into tonight because this whole line is moving off here to the east. And we've kind of been right on the money with some of the timing of these storms as they move through. And we're thinking the same thing. The potential is there. We've had confirmed tornadoes down in the St. Louis area. So now the storms that are down here are lifting to the north and to the east. And so now we're talking about parts of, eventually Christian County, maybe Shelby County. We're watching them because they've had those confirmed tornadoes just within the past, half hour to 45 minutes or so. And then we've got Springfield. Okay, we've got Springfield up here, Sangamon County. The storm just came through Jacksonville. All of this, and just watch here. What I'm going to do, I'll put a little bit of a loop on it so you get the general idea. It's kind of a northeasterly movement. So that one's going to kind of come into the west side of Sangamon County. But then the storms that are down here out of St. Louis that have had confirmed tornadoes with them are coming into Montgomery and Macoupin counties, and eventually will start to come into southwestern Christian County as well. So we're going to be watching that area. Moisture streaming in, a little bit of an increase in that happening here as well tonight. I don't know if we've got Jacob there for us here, but I want to bring him in here right now and talk about what he is seeing. He's out in the storm tracker, and probably within the next, hour or so, you're going to start to be impacted by some of those storms, at least the lightning. I'm seeing some lightning behind you there, Jacob. What do you got?
Yeah, that's right, Kevin. We are in Macon, just south of Decatur here on US 51, and that's in Macon County here, kind of on the south side. We picked here to start the night because we've got great road access to get to the east, to the south, even back up to the north and west if needed to get where these storms are expected to be most severe. I have a feeling I'm going to probably start sneaking south here in a little bit, kind of watching that moisture as you were talking about move on in. The wind is really helping that. It has been blustery out here and moving very fast, and we've seen some of those wind gusts even here in Macon County be over 50 mile an hour here in the last couple of hours, and that probably going to continue to increase. Behind me is to the west. We've seen some lightning in the distance there. Eventually, we expect those storms to reach Macon County, Shelby County, places like that. And while we're watching that tornado threat for a lot of folks, Kevin, it is going to be the wind threat that I think wins the day or wins the night, perhaps, with what's coming their way. A couple of quick things, Kevin. Weather call, if you're interested in that, we call you when a warning is issued. Head on over to our WCIA website or the news app. There's a link right there we've stuck to make it the easiest possible to sign up. A small fee, short annual fee, but pennies a day for that safety blanket, that security blanket to stay safe when severe weather threatens. Kevin, we're going to send it back to you in the meantime, live here in Macon, and we'll be moving here shortly, I think, to the south. I'm Jacob Dicky, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it. We'll be checking in with him. I want to show you this real quick because this is what we're talking about with moisture. So the dew point's low 50s here. You see this little green area near St. Louis? That's moisture. Moisture is a key component to get severe weather. This little plume of moisture is lifting to the north and east. So we're thinking that kind of catches up here into our southwestern counties. And if these numbers start increasing, the severe weather threat continues to increase as well. A lot of you have had some really strong winds tonight as well, even without thunderstorms, right? Take a look at the numbers. This is without any rain or any thunderstorms at all yet. You've got 47 in Springfield, 45 in Decatur, 43 in Danville. We've had gusts tonight that have been upwards of, close to 60 miles per hour. And boy, we've had some power outages out there tonight as well. Take a look at our graphic that shows some of the power outages that we've experienced. Vermilion County actually has some. They're not even close to where the storms are. Cass County there, Sangamon County almost had 1,000 earlier. They're doing a little bit better. Christian County now. So you can see those red dots, orange, Morgan County there as well, continuing to see the power situation. And that will continue to be an issue as we go throughout the course of tonight. Again, right now, concern back towards the Springfield area as storms approach over there. We're seeing a lot of flashes of lightning there as well. Boy, it has been a windy day. There's that lightning right on cue. Some fires out there have been an issue as well. Those winds are going to continue. We're going to kind of regroup here, take a look at the radar, see how the storms are evolving, update you here throughout the newscast. And we'll have more coming up here in just a little bit. Karina, I will send it back over to you, and we'll let you know if we need to cut in. If a tornado warning gets issued, we're going to jump right back in here with you and give you the latest.
Just kind of minute to minute here, seeing what needs to be communicated there. Thank you, Kevin.
The Village of St. Joseph is renaming a street to honor the life of Trooper Corey Thompson. We told you in October he died on duty after a car hit his motorcycle. Now a portion of Peters Drive will have a special designation in Thompson's name. The board approved it earlier this week. The street is right by his former middle school. We talked to one teacher there who says this means a lot to Thompson's family and the Village of St. Joseph.
And I also live on Peters Drive right down here, and it was really nice to see how the whole community got behind just a fallen officer, and we really support our police in St. Joe. And I mean, I feel like it really showed when we got to honor him with this street, and then also the volleyball game, the fundraiser and whatnot. It was really cool.
Village board says at their next meeting they'll decide where to place the sign and talk about a potential ceremony.
A new Senate bill in Illinois is being proposed to reduce restrictions for child sex offenders. It's called Senate Bill 2254, and it would lessen the distance registered sex offenders have to be away or live away from certain places. Right now, they have to be 500 feet away from schools, playgrounds, and more. But Democrat Kimberly Lightford wants that number to go down to 250 feet, and some organizations aren't too thrilled about that.
It challenges me. It does. I am a mother, and also the executive director at Children's Advocacy Center. Our entire team is concerned about this happening in Illinois, since we fight every day to make sure these children and families are protected.
We did reach out to Senator Lightford's office to get more details as the reasoning behind the bill, but have not heard back yet. People in Champaign gathered today for the Healing Solutions Community Summit to try and make the county as a whole more healthy. The event was held at the I Hotel and featured presentations on healing in nature, aging, and anxiety. The goal was to help people learn about ways to manage both their physical and mental health so they could share with others in the area.
It's been fun to think about how creative and brilliant everybody is, and how people really love each other and want to make Champaign the best community it can be. We have Colleen Cassetti, who is with Healing Centered Illinois. She's with Lurie Children's Hospital. She's coordinating a lot of the work around trauma and trauma healing in the state.
She says they had around 120 people for their first ever event.
Millions across the country dealt with powerful storms today. How one business right here in Central Illinois made the most of it.
Plus, there's lots of ways to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, but are any more meaningful than this? How shaving your head could help save a life.
All right, Kevin, we're watching those storms move on in.
Yeah, they are. And here's the thing. This is kind of the key time over the next 2 to 3 hours where all the ingredients are starting to come together. We're watching our Springfield camera. It's lighting up out there to our west. There it is. Rain moving in there. You can see the Capitol off in the distance, getting a little murky there. We're going to track the very latest with these storms, have everything you need to know to get you through the rest of the night when we come back.
Forecast with meteorologist Kevin Lighty.
Okay, guys, so let's break down what we've got going on right now. We're going to get back to the moisture here in just a second, but I want to kind of show you this line of storms that is moving through. And again, in our area, pretty good little cell here that is basically coming through western portions of Sangamon County right now. Going to be heading towards Chatham and Auburn and right into Springfield here as it rolls off here to the east. And I'll put just a little bit of a loop on this here for you to kind of get an idea of the movement of this as it goes straight east right now and going to be coming right along I-72. Right now, this does not have any rotational characteristics with it, but boy, it's got a lot of potential wind, maybe some hail, and we've been watching our camera here in Springfield, which again has been putting on quite the light show for us out there tonight. We've seen a few cloud to ground lightning strikes there, and that is going to continue to be the case here as well. But as I mentioned, the winds, even where it's not storming yet, the winds have continued to be an issue here this evening. Take a look at our current wind gust that we've got out there right now, and it's 47 in Springfield. As that line starts to come in, 45 in Decatur, 41 in Champaign, and 43 there in Danville. Obviously, it is still very warm, very mild out there tonight with the temperatures. We've got readings that are still into the 70s. It's 74 in Decatur and 72 in Taylorville. At this time, though, when I mentioned this off of the top, the key component that we're looking at now for additional severe weather to get going is this. And I'm just going to put the dew point colors on here now. You see how this blue color here? Okay, that's okay, but the better moisture is this green color here. And it's even a little bit of yellow showing up over there towards the St. Louis area. That's because those dew points there are into the mid 50s. And I know it doesn't seem like it's a huge difference, but it actually is thermodynamically and kind of getting all those ingredients together. Just a little bit more moisture is what helps to enhance sometimes kind of the low level shear. One of the components as well that leads to severe weather. So we're watching that. Looks like we just got a new tornado warning that is going to be in effect for, let's see here. Does that come into Montgomery? No, that just kind of barely clips it, but it's going to be coming into Fayette County before too long. So Vandalia there along I-70. So basically the same set of storms that we've been watching coming out of St. Louis now heading into Fayette County before too long. You've got Ramsey to Vandalia there and along 51. And so Jacob is actually here on 51 here coming out of Macon County and going to be pushing southward there. And so he's probably going to be setting up there somewhere along 51. Let's just go ahead and talk to Jacob there as he's kind of going south on 51 before we may potentially lose your signal. But you're going to race down 51 there and see what you can get with that storm, right, Jacob?
Yeah, Kevin, that's the plan for me here is I'm going to continue to the south where I think the greatest tornado activity will be. However, there is a new tornado warning west of Bloomington Normal in Tazewell County. Just because the greatest potential may be south here doesn't mean the northern parts of our area can't see that. So we'll have to watch and see how things are going throughout the night here. The wind, we're driving south. The wind is blowing us around the road here. We're also seeing some lightning off to our west, but we haven't gotten really any rain yet, but I expect that to change. We'll get down to Pana and then figure out whether we head towards Shelbyville or race down to Vandalia to follow things on I-70. But we're out here in the field and we've got other friends of us here, weather watchers. They're keeping an eye around the area. We'll bring you full team coverage throughout the rest of the night. Live in the Assumption Moweaqua area, I'm Jacob Dicky. Back to you.
Okay, thanks a lot. That new tornado warning that you mentioned there, that is west of the Bloomington. So there's Bloomington, okay? So this is going to be west of Bloomington where there is a tornado warning that is in effect. That is going to be, again, just south and east of Peoria and eventually coming, it does not include McLean County yet, but kind of butts up right next to the western portions of McLean County, so Danvers, McLean. So we'll be watching that area there with that entire line. So this whole line that stretches from up here, it looks a little bit more broken here into, west of Lincoln, west, there into Logan County, not seeing a whole lot there. And then things pick up just a little bit in the Springfield area. I'm going to watch this little area carefully. Chatham, your winds are probably going to be cranking up pretty good. A lot of lightning starting to show up. Auburn as well. This will cross I-55 in the next half an hour or so. And then again, the additional storms that obviously look a little bit stronger on radar down here towards the St. Louis area, something that we're watching here as well. So again, guys, that's kind of the status of things right now. We'll give you one last look here at our camera in Springfield. And just for those of you that are watching, kind of curious about what to expect here through the rest of tonight. Again, the threat isn't going to be over until maybe close to 2 a.m. for some of our eastern counties. And then tomorrow, we may actually still have additional wind that we're dealing with. We may still have, even a few showers out there. And look at the temperatures, still 70 degrees. It's going to be a lot cooler as we head into the day on Sunday at 46. And then again into next week, we're going to be watching out for maybe some more showers and maybe some thunderstorms and things get pretty windy there as well. So here's what I need you guys to do. If you're going to go to bed tonight, have a way to get a warning, have a way to basically get awoken by a potential warning, whether it's an app notification. That doesn't always work. It's not too loud. You can send it for our weather call that we've been talking about a lot. Whatever it is, because we're not out of the woods. Storms haven't even approached Decatur or Champaign or Effingham or Coles County, Mattoon and Charleston, all of you guys. We still got several more hours of this line to move through. So we've got severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down here. Looks like that warning now, including Logan County and now into Christian County there. So literally, and what I want to do is here, just I want to take the radar off for a second so you can kind of get a glimpse of all of the warnings that we have now. It looks kind of cluttered with all the radar data, but now you're looking at all of the areas either in orange or red that are under warnings. And for our neck of the woods, you got Montgomery and Macoupin, you've got Christian, Sangamon, Eastern Cass, Morgan, Logan County there. And again, just far western portions of McLean County that are all under warning. So all of this is moving east. So then Decatur, Taylorville, Shelbyville, Sullivan, Monticello, eventually down the line, you're going to get some of these warnings as well. So we'll keep checking back in with you guys and let you know what to expect here through the rest of tonight. But we've got you covered with this line of storms and severe weather that is moving through. So I'll toss it back over to Brandon and Karina for right now. Still an evolving situation. Cross your fingers that we can get through this, with limited damage, but cannot promise that, obviously, given the current dynamics and what's going on and kind of the previous storms that have already done some damage down towards the St. Louis area. I'd really be concerned about our southwestern counties here right now, as they're kind of still in that prime area for that severe weather. But we'll send it back over to you guys for right now.
All right, Kevin, thank you. And as Kevin said, just stick with us, and our team will have you covered for the next couple hours. The Illini lost a tough one against Maryland today.
We got the highlights, plus how the team is feeling before what could be their final game of the season.
Morning.
Yeah, we do. We've got a new tornado warning we want to talk about. And just for reference for everybody here, we're going to be sticking with severe weather coverage now. So we won't be doing the regular wrap of the newscast and going to regular programming. We're going to stick with this as we've got new tornado warnings that have been issued. Let's talk about what's happening right now. Springfield area, you guys are getting hit. You've just gotten hit pretty hard with a very strong thunderstorm there. That is our view of our camera. You can see the Capitol there, just the tip of it that is over there coming in. That area just kind of moved through Riverton. You're going to get hit pretty hard, and then down the line, Mechanicsburg as well. So a lot of lightning. Getting reports of just frequent lightning there, a lot of cloud to ground lightning that's showing up with this, and you can see it there on our camera in Springfield. So our folks are in Sangamon County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and right now nothing tornadic there. But let's get to the area. This is going to be down into Montgomery, Macoupin County, butting right up next to Christian County as well. So let's kind of zoom in. So again, here's the radar view there in Springfield. Okay, and that's something we're going to be watching too. Okay, is down here as this races off to the east. So there's that cell. But just to the south of that is another one. And this is now right there on I-55. It's going to be kind of northeast of Raymond. This may eventually kind of come into the southwestern portions of Christian County, and you're talking about Morrisonville. You're talking about places like Palmer, eventually, maybe even southeastern portions of Sangamon County, Pawnee area. So there's a little bit of rotation that's in there. It is, a little tough to see. It's getting a little murky in there. But what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try to go ahead and pull up some of the velocity, because it sometimes can give us a little bit of a better view of kind of what's going on in there. And so again, what we've got here is a little bit of rotation. Maybe I'm going to use the St. Louis radar to try to see some of that activity there a little bit better. But this tornado warning, again, kind of comes right there. So you've got Sangamon County line right here, Christian County line right here, Morrisonville, that's right there in the southwestern corner of Christian County. But right now, there's tornado warning, so there's a little bit of rotation in there. It's a little tough to see here right now, but it's going to be kind of, generally speaking, right there in that area, just west of I-55 and west of kind of the Raymond area, southwest of Farmersville. That's where we're looking at some of that rotation, kind of lifting off to the north and east. And then there's even another little area there down into portions of Montgomery County, Hillsborough, Litchfield area. They have got some really strong winds coming in there. Hillsborough, you see that kind of bluish color there, indicating some damaging winds that could be coming in. So kind of keep that in mind as well as that moves off there to the north and east. So we'll switch you back over to the reflectivity. Look at all the tornado warnings here. Again, this is south of our area, south of I-70 for the most part. I think these are going to just miss us here. So what we're watching are the storms just to the north of that. And as I mentioned, our storm that's coming here into Montgomery County and southwestern Christian County have the best potential here possibly to produce severe thunderstorm wind gusts and even having that tornadic threat. And I just want to go back up here to the north, because this one's still looking pretty healthy here, coming on the east side of Springfield now. Pretty healthy storm. That's probably going to have some wind in it as well. And we're going to just watch the structure here and kind of how this kind of plays out. Because if this thing starts to get a little bit of a kink in the line, you start to get a little bit of inflow in there. You start to get a little bit of a hook that tries to develop. That's just something that kind of sticks out to me, is that area here. So we'll be watching out for that. The general movement of these storms continues to race off. What was the latest movement on some of these the forward progress of these?
I believe anywhere between about 50 and 55.
50 and 55 miles. So again, these things are moving pretty good. So that storm there is actually going to be kind of heading into southern portions of Logan County, the Lake Fork area there, just north of Buffalo. That kind of looks like where that little guy is. And then again, we're watching this cell that is coming into Christian County. And again, now we're getting to some of the parameters that are getting a little bit better for potentially storm development, a severe storm development, when you've got the dew points, the moisture starting to increase a little bit. Just a quick glance, Springfield's now up to 54. It's 53 in Taylorville. Remember, I mentioned kind of 55 being kind of a benchmark there that you want to kind of get to. So we're creeping up close to that. So if you can get the moisture starting to stream in a little bit more. We're getting the wind shear that's happening in the atmosphere. And so this is an area that we're watching for increased development. The Weather Service has been talking all night how the wind shear is really strong at the lowest levels. And when you can get that, that's when the tornadic threat starts to go up just a little bit. And that's what we're kind of dealing with here right now. Let's take a quick glance at some of those wind gusts that we're getting here right now. And we've got some 45, actually Springfield looks like 56. I don't know if that was the highest one that they got there, but currently 56 as that line of storms kind of came through. And that can do some damage. We'll continue to kind of look at some of the gusts. Seth, do you see anything?
56 looks like the highest.
Okay, so 56 when that kind of line just kind of came through, and now that line is pushing eastward into southern portions of Logan County and kind of eastern portions of Christian County there, Sangamon County, I should say, as well. So we're going to be watching that line moving through. We've got tornado watches that are in effect all the way until 3 a.m. I will say this. I believe we just jumped on. We're now on WCIX as well. I think you guys have been watching a lot of the high school games here tonight. So thanks for sticking with us here. Maybe curious about, what's going to be happening here tonight. Notice Cass and Morgan County have been trimmed back off of the tornado watch. Okay, so those areas no longer, you're good to go. If you are in Jacksonville, there is no longer a threat for you over into Virginia, Cass County, and Beardstown. No longer a threat for you guys as well. So that's some good news there. But the rest of us still dealing with at least the potential for really strong winds. We're seeing winds kind of come into Christian County right now, even before, you're getting those thunderstorms in there. And then we're getting, possibly some rotation on some of these little Boeing segments. This what makes this kind of difficult is to try to pinpoint where some of that activity could be here tonight. I'd say what we're going to do here in a little bit is kind of toss it over to a couple other of our folks that are here with us here tonight. Meteorologist Adam Sherwinski is out here. He just kind of popped in. And meteorologist Seth Bonoff is here with us as well. I tell you what, Adam, if you're ready over there, can you talk a little bit about maybe some of the power outages that we are getting out there tonight? Those are just starting to kind of come in.
Yeah, we're getting more of those right now there, Kevin. We'll see that we have more. A lot of them popping up right now. I know Seth's kind of working on the graphic in the background here, but Cass and Morgan have been hit, and those are spots that I've already seen those thunderstorms roll on through here, Kevin. But also, we've got a lot of spots that were hit earlier today because of the strong wind gusts, too. Not just outside of these thunderstorms. Outside of these thunderstorms, we have seen a bit more of those strong wind gusts throughout the day. You've heard those winds howling. That was a concern, too, as well. So, again, we already have that in play. That's dragging up that moisture, and that's what's causing a lot more of the concern for the tornadic weather, too, that we're kind of keeping an eye out for as well. What's back on radar? Again, down towards St. Louis, they've seen a lot of activity right now earlier this evening as well. A lot of hail, a lot of heavy lightning, and some of those really impressive thunderstorms have been down there. Even more south of St. Louis, too. Here at home, we're still watching those 2 tornado warnings within close to our viewing area. There's one there for parts of Macoupin County into parts of Christian County too as well. And then there's one just north of our viewing area, north of Logan County too as well. I know Kevin's been kind of over this a little bit, but look at that, a wide swath of just kind of a linear storm system. But notice once you get out to the western corners of our viewing area, we're done for the night here. Again, I said it was one big punch earlier this morning. And we're kind of seeing that one punch already start to really move through the region right now into the interior of our viewing area. We've got kind of more of an extension there. It looks like another new severe thunderstorm warning that does involve parts of Macon County, McLean County, Piatt, and DeWitt County too as well. Kevin, if you want to talk more about that, I'll toss it right back over to you.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Yeah, Adam in here a little earlier than he usually would be. Of course, it is also Friday night. Usually he'd be off here heading into his weekend. But instead, the entire weather team is here, all 4 of us. Jacob out in the storm tracker here tonight. Adam is over there. Seth just off screen. I promise he's another hand widths away. He's right over there. And so there's Jacob in the storm tracker as well. So the whole team here with you tonight. We have you covered. We got you here. I know a lot of people have storm anxiety. A lot of people, have fear of storms and whatnot. So we're going to get you through it here as we go throughout the course of this evening. I will say this, a brand new gigantic severe thunderstorm warning. What I mean by gigantic is large in its size, just issued for all of McLean, all of well, let's see here, northern portions of Piatt County over here, DeWitt, northern portions of Macon County there. And then you can see just all the severe thunderstorm warnings. Then there's that little sliver where we had that earlier tornado warning that was in effect. I'm just checking my phone here as some of these warnings are starting to kind of come out pretty quick. Looks like one now in effect down into Montgomery County as well. All right, so let's go ahead and throw back on the radar here with us here tonight and show you what we've got. Boy, they noticed that the storms and some of the, the brighter reflectivities are, kind of out here to the west, but they've gone ahead and issued all the way out here, touching western portions of Champaign County, basically because we've got some strong winds in here, and you can even get some of those non-thunderstorm winds going pretty good, but these storms are starting to move pretty quick. And this is kind of a little area here we're watching. Boy, they just popped another one here that includes the rest of Macon County. So I just want to go back to this again just to show you all of the warnings that are in effect now. So now we've got, let's count them up here. 1, 2, 3, you got 4, trying to look through all the polygons here, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 10 counties here that have warnings through our area. All of the orange is severe thunderstorm, a couple of reds in there. Those are your tornado warnings. I'm not seeing anything immediately here right now that has given me cause for too much concern. I would say this, the Morrisonville area down in Christian County, you're starting to get a pretty good little storm right there. And I'll bring back on the radar and we'll zoom in. Probably a little bit of hail in there. You see that little purple color? That's going to be right along 48. That is south and west of Taylorville. So that's kind of the strongest part of that storm. That thing's probably going to be coming into Taylorville. A lot of people, of course, will be on edge anytime a storm comes into Taylorville in this kind of environment, in this situation from, of course, several years ago with the EF3 that came through. Not to say that's about to happen again, but I know a lot of people on edge anytime those severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings get issued. So we'll talk you through it. I'm watching it. We're dissecting it. We're looking at things really close. I'm just going to turn on our velocity here, and what this kind of shows me are some of the winds that we might have. And so you see those pixels there of some blue. There's some strong winds, probably 60 miles an hour at the least, and are kind of coming into Morrisonville, and then that's going to ride right up there along 48 and eventually come into the Taylorville area. So something to keep an eye on over the next little bit. I know Jacob is out there. I'm going to let him kind of get in position here in a little bit, and he can talk to me in my ear and kind of tell me where he's at. Adam is over there. You've got some of the storm reports out there here tonight, Adam. Talk about those storm reports here this evening.
Basically Seth manning the other kind of weather computer here. So he's the one in control right now. I don't really have the clicker in control right now, but wherever he points, we'll kind of talk more about those spots. But what I've noticed as Seth's been kind of looking through there, has been a lot of spots there that have had non-severe thunderstorm wind gusts already ahead of these storms before they even moved in, have caused some issues. You probably heard the wind howling. There's one spot right there, thunderstorm wind gust there. That's out by New Berlin, 60 to 7 mile winds estimated there from Berlin to Lomé. So again, we have seen those strong wind gusts even with those thunderstorms and outside of those thunderstorms too. Looks like there's a hail report just north of the Springfield area. Non-thunderstorm wind gust right there towards the Decatur Airport. That's it from the ASAW station there. Pretty strong wind gusts, and that's outside again of thunderstorms. And we're looking at another spot there. Now look out towards just to the west of Bloomington Normal. Again, Logan County Airport too. ASAW station. Wow, they've got a lot of spots here. We got Seth clicking on all of these, so he's the one that's kind of in control right now. Again, starting to see more of those wind gusts just outside of those thunderstorms, which was a concern too. Yes, we're talking about the strong winds, but also out ahead of it, that has been an issue for the entire day. Both earlier today, we had the wind gusts that were just out ahead of this line that were a problem for both fire weather concerns and dust concerns here. Now look at that wide area of just strong wind gusts. Here in Champaign, the storms aren't here just yet, but wind gusts already up to 41 miles per hour, 51 in Decatur, 38 there, Mattoon, 38 there, miles per hour there in Paris. So it is a very windy night ahead of these thunderstorms, and that's just going to make things worse with how gusty those storms are going to be here. So keep that in mind. Again, here's kind of the wide swath of thunderstorm activity. A lot of the worst of it's just to the south of our viewing area, coming out of the St. Louis metro area. They had a lot of issues earlier this evening, and even south of that, more tornado warnings down there. Here, we've got one spot that we were watching just a little bit ago there that is out towards Macoupin County, out in Montgomery County too as well. I might be in the wrong spot right there on the edges of our viewing area, not too far from Carlinville, just to the north and east of town here. I know Kevin's been talking more about that. Looks like that warning, the storm itself is already moving out of the warning box area, and now we've got more being issued out ahead of this line. Again, a lot of it tells me with how big these boxes are that it's a lot for how strong the wind gusts are out of this storm just moving through, and they're moving pretty quickly. This line has been very, very quick to move through our viewing area. Kevin, back over to you.
All right, thanks a lot. What we're going to do is actually bring in Jacob now, because Jacob is out in the storm tracker. He's over in Taylorville, and he's got to make a decision here real quick where he's going. Jacob, what do you got?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, first off, we're sitting down by the Correctional Center in the southeast side of town. That gives me a good access to get north to the Assumption Blacktop, so I can blast east. That road goes all the way to Mattoon, Charleston, so that's a great route for me. I can go back down to Payne if I need to, or if I need to stay around here, I will. Kind of looking at the storm here, there's quite a bit of lightning ahead of me with the view that I have here, and this is looking to that area of intense storms down to the south and west in the Morrisonville area, places like that. And so we're going to watch it and see what happens. I think there's going to be for sure some wind coming with that. Rotation-wise, tornado potential, I mean, it's there, but nothing's sticking out to me. And I even think further up the line north from here, there's some marginal spots there. We're just kind of on the edge. And if we get that moisture in place, it's a bit of a different story for us. Really, from what I'm seeing now, I-70 and south, southern Illinois, really going to have some problems with the tornado potential, but we still are going to have that wind continue to be a problem here. And so that's something that we'll be watching pretty closely. So, Kevin, at this point, I will say as well, when I was in Payne, those storms were still 20, 30 miles to my west. We were having cloud-to-ground lightning well ahead of the storm in the Payne area 15, 20 minutes ago. And so this is an electric complex of storms as well moving on through. In some ways, that's good. We can sometimes make out some features in that. But the other thing is that perhaps these features may end up being rain wrapped and tucked in there, which makes it hard as well. And so you may not have a lot of visibility yourself at home. It's dark, wrapped up in rain, and that is something we'll have to watch. Maybe some good news, Kevin. Can I say this? I think that, to me, I think we're going to get more rain out of this than I had initially thought. I don't know if you think the same. You know, there's some light to moderate rain ahead of this. You know, we're getting sprinkles and showers all the way to Monticello and Sullivan now ahead of it. That to me is good. I'd like to get some rain on the farm fields to keep the dust potential, the fire potential down tomorrow. So how about a little bit of good news here to wrap up my report in Taylorville? We'll keep you updated with our decisions. Probably have a hunch I'm going to move straight east, but we'll keep you updated, Kevin. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I will say this, just kind of looking at some things here, and I know you're in Taylorville. Whoa, I just saw that was a cloud to ground line. Oh, we didn't have his, I don't know if we had his shot up or not. That was where that, Jacob, do you see that bolt there? That was a pretty good one.
Kevin, I sure did. It was right in front of me. It may have hit. There's actually you kind of see the blinking light. It may have hit that tower there. I mean, there's plenty of it to go around. We've seen a lot of that there. So maybe as we move on through the rest of the night here, we can double box and triple box, keep those cameras going. That way we've got views in the sky, pretty consistent and constant with things. But it's electric out here. The paparazzi, the weather paparazzi's in town with all these flashing thunderbolts and lightning out there. Kevin, back to you.
All right, there we go. I wanted to just kind of throw this out there because moisture is starting to increase, and we've been talking about this all night. As we get this increase in moisture down here, Montgomery, Macoupin counties, Fayette County, Effingham. I'm starting to maybe get a little bit concerned about the Effingham area here if that continues to be the case now, because those cells that are down there. And I'm gonna kick up the radar and try to do a little bit of analysis on this. Just bear with me here for a second as I pull things up, because there's an area down there where the atmosphere, is just starting to get primed a little bit. Some of the ingredients are coming together. See how this kind of looks a little messy. We'll use the word messy. While there's still a lot of lightning, and there's still a lot of heavy rainfall, and maybe some gusty winds in there, looks a little messy. Let's keep going south though. Okay. We start to see these storms down here that have had tornadic confirmations with them all night. These are going to run there along I-70. And now moisture is starting to pull up a little bit. Dew points are getting a little bit higher. That is also one of the ingredients you need, the winds that are what we call backing. What I mean is, so basically you've got winds here that are usually would be coming out of the south, but they're backing a little bit more to the south and east. And we say, oh, why does that matter? Well, think about it. So now you got winds at the surface doing this. You got winds just a little bit up off the ground out of the south now, okay? And then you go higher up and they're turning. So what do we do? We're kind of twisting, right? We're doing that twisting motion. As winds change direction with height, as you go higher up in the atmosphere, that's a concern. You get low-level moisture. As dew points increase, that's a concern. We're getting obviously some lift out there, and there's still a little bit of instability left. So there is that concern for these storms here that are eventually going to come into Effingham County. You got Fayette County right here as well. These storms will continue to move to the north and east. So that's kind of my highest concern that I've got right now. Yes, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings now coming into Shelbyville and Cowden, but I'm not seeing some of the same dynamics that I'm potentially seeing there down to the south. It's not to say that something can't ramp up a little bit, because all this is a very fluid situation. That little cell there, that is south of Taylorville now, and going to be coming to Taylorville. That thing's gonna rock and roll pretty good, as Jacob was showing the lightning on that, and that's something I've not shown a whole lot. And when I do this, we're going to see these lightning strikes pop up here. I'm going to kind of wait for it, but you can see all of it. So there's some of the lightning. I'm going to take off the warnings that we have on here to get a little bit of a better view of everything so we can kind of see things. But so you've got all those lightning strikes there, just kind of popping up. And Jacob was mentioning this. And I tell you, if we can take that full, we can see this a little bit better. If we can take max 2 full here. Look at these lightning strikes way out here. It is not even storming, even close to storming over there into far eastern portions of Christian County. But we're getting these lightning strikes well out ahead. So a lot of activity, a lot of electricity going on. And the more lightning strikes you have, usually the stronger the storm could be tonight. And there we go, as we kind of take that forward. So you can kind of see some of those lightning strikes way out there. Look how far out from kind of that leading edge there that some of those are developing. So we've got that. But again, as I mentioned, just a little concerned with this activity here. If we put a loop on this over the last hour, and we can see all the lightning strikes that are there, you can see how that is all kind of lifting to the north and east. And those storms coming along to I-70, and I believe the Weather Service is also kind of saying the same thing, that they're seeing some of those backed winds, the dew points that are increasing just a few degrees, that helped support the storms that are approaching Shelby and Effingham counties here tonight. So that would be my highest level of concern at this moment. If you're kind of going, okay, who should be worried right now or concerned? And that's going to be maybe some of our southern counties there, Shelby, Effingham, Fayette County is there. Won't rule out down the line, Cumberland County. But we're watching this kind of area to the south. We're watching the storms right through here, as they'll be tracking right along to the east along I-70 here tonight. Now, I know you're getting still some pretty good storms to the north and Decatur there as well. Matter of fact, here's what we'll do. We're going to take our camera that is in Springfield, and then we're going to see, well, first we'll take a little glimpse at it, see what's going on. Things looking a little bit calmer there right now. What I want to do is take the camera view in Decatur, which is probably kind of pointed towards the downtown area right now. We'll have to shift that around a little bit more to the west. But the lightning is probably going to start to kick up a little bit there tonight, and the storms are going to be coming in. We'll say this, boy, it's just kind of a fluid situation with this. We're going to keep an eye on that storm that is south of Taylorville there. Just kind of watching a couple of things on that. I'm going to pull that back up on the radar here and kind of show you what I'm talking about. And again, this is kind of a subtle thing, but something that is kind of catching my eye a little bit. Tell you what, I'm actually going to pull this up on a different radar source here. Just bear with me for a second as we pull that up. All right, so here's what I'm looking at. And see this little guy here. Oh, sorry about that. Zoomed in a little too much. So there's Taylorville right there. So I'm going to be watching this area down here. See if this starts to kind of do anything. We've got, a little bit of, some rotation that is going on right there. Well south of Taylorville. So you're going to be talking about east of Morrisonville and Palmer. But that area there just kind of catches my eye just a little bit. It's not much. Go ahead, Seth.
New tornado warning looks like has expanded into Fayette County now. That does include Vandalia, so that's just within the last couple seconds.
Okay, so this just kind of coming. So that's going to be with our storms here to the south, and so so here it is in Bond County. So you got Vandalia here, And then here comes Effingham over here, right? So it looks like a new tornado warning is going to be coming out, extending that. So that's what I mean. They're probably going to pop it for Fayette. And this thing has been tornado warned all the way back through Missouri. I mean, the whole time. Okay. So Effingham County, you're probably going to, the way things are going, see, there it is. There's the new one just kind of popped in there. The red outline, the polygon there. So that butts up to Effingham County there. If this storm were to continue, that could be coming into southwestern portions of Effingham County here within the next 45 minutes or so. So keep an eye there. So these have the highest potential. The ones that are down here have the highest potential. I'm just going to switch over to velocity. We're kind of getting on the edge of it, but you can see right here is where some of that rotation is located. Okay. And that will continue to lift off there to the north and east. So we're watching that. Again, I mentioned this earlier, the cell here just south of Taylorville. Nothing too significant just yet, but I want to be watching that area that's right there. So this kind of looks at potentially some of the rotation, what we're looking at. So right there is where I've got my eyes kind of centered on there. So that's going to be, that will eventually pass between Taylorville and Pana, it looks like along 29. Okay. So right now, just severe thunderstorm warning, but yeah, we'll just kind of watch that as some of the moisture increases and some of that wind shear is out there. Just one thing to keep an eye on. Jacob just said in my ear that did you say 59 degrees where you're located?
Yes, and raining.
Okay, and raining. So 59 and raining down there in his location. And what's your exact spot there right now?
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me on air or not. We are just passing southeast of 29. We're going to get back to Pana and kind of play that southern thing. It's 59 here right now, and to me, the wind looks like it's blowing from west to east, maybe kind of driving through here. It's hard to tell. The trees don't give us much visibility. I kind of feel like there's maybe rain-cooled air here trying to push around, but we'll see. These storm systems are weird sometimes, what they do. But I think you're right about that tornado potential a little further south, so that's why we're making the decision to get down to Pana and cut our way towards Effingham. That's probably what we're going to be doing here in the next 30 to 45 minutes, Kevin. Back to you.
Okay, there we go. So Jacob is actually, and I can, I've got his little icon here. He's right about through here. Oh. Okay. Did we take a little power hit there? Or we good? Okay, gotcha. Maybe we took a little power hit there. I think you might have you got some winds coming in, maybe here into Champaign. I think things just kind of glitched there real quick, but I think we're back. I think we're on with everybody, right? Okay, there we go. Never left. Okay. Well, I could have sworn I saw a little flash of light there for a second. Okay, well, let's go back to our storm that's down here. Again, south of Taylorville, that we're keeping a close eye on. Some strong winds. Right now, the biggest concern is with our tornadic storm coming into Fayette County, the Vandalia area. You should be taking shelter right now as that storm begins to move in. Okay, here is a look back with our camera located in Decatur as we're watching some storms approach your area. Again, things look really kind of messy on radar there in Decatur. You're seeing some of those lightning strikes that are showing up here. Let's just talk to some of our people that are out there tonight in Danville. You may be going, okay, what's going on? Well, there's not much going on in your area here yet. And it's going to be a little bit of time before you kind of get something in there. Same thing in Charleston. Listen, down there in Coles County, eventually we may start to see something come your way, but you got a little bit of time here. Mattoon, kind of the same thing there into Coles County. Hang in there. We'll kind of let you know what's going on throughout the rest of tonight. Springfield, you're getting close to being in the clear. You're not quite there yet as the storms continue to kind of move through, but you're going to be getting close to being in the clear before too long as well. And again, here in Champaign, we're watching as the storms will be slowly starting to move into the area as well over the next few hours or so. Largely, we're getting, some reports of some wind gusts here with this. The storm's looking way more messier, or maybe by messy, not as strong as what we had a little bit earlier. The exception is going to be for our far southern counties, and those are coming into Fayette County here now, and potentially pushing eventually into the Effingham County area tonight as well. Seth, you set up over there, ready to rock?
Yeah.
All right. Well, something's send things over to Seth over there now and talk us through what you're seeing over there on radar as that storm kind of comes down into your area. That's kind of Seth Bonehoff territory down there. Talk to us a little bit.
That's kind of the area we've been most concerned about here for the last hour or so, just kind of watching those St. Louis storms move on through. And we can see that's exactly what's happening right now as the tornado warning storm goes through Fayette County. And a big thing with this, I believe that storm's moving either 50 or 55 miles an hour. So that basically translates to the fact that you maybe have about 45 minutes or so if you're in the Effingham County area as well. I will note that with a lot of these storms too, any of these storms that you kind of see with that kind of black-like outline with it, a lot of these have the considerable tag on them on the severe thunderstorm warning. And what that means essentially is 70+ mile-an-hour gusts. So a lot of these are not just your ordinary severe thunderstorm warnings. So that is something that we are also tracking here with a lot of these storms, kind of all up and down the line. But yeah, there's kind of two different modes that we're watching. It's mainly linear up here to the north, but down here around the I-70 area, that's where things just have been overall a little more messy, maybe a little harder to kind of tell what's going on. Some of these storms kind of want to detach, or maybe at the very southern end of that line, they have nothing underneath them to kind of interrupt their environment. So you can kind of see the two different modes. We've got a lot of linear stuff up here with mainly a strong wind threat, and then some of this other stuff, again, that has nothing to do with south, nothing to really impact kind of the fuel going into that storm. So that's why you're seeing this kind of situation here down closer to I-70. We'll kind of see how this goes with time. A lot of these moving to the north and east, so mainly watching the I-70 area. But all things considered here at the moment, if we can kind of just keep that threat localized just down there to the south around the I-70 area and just keep things windy, I think you would agree, Kevin, that's probably the best case scenario if we can kind of just keep this a wind event and not see any more of those tornado warnings.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that that's not going to happen. I also want to talk about an area that I'm actually looking at, and it's down near Ramsey. That is in northern portions of Fayette County, but also right up next to Herrick. There's a little rotation there near Ramsey that I am kind of monitoring here. Kind of keep an eye on that little spot right now. I just kind of want to throw that one out there because I just kind of noticed that kick up here in the last couple of scans. There might be something in there. So something to keep an eye on in that area, because that is going to be lifting into southern portions of Shelby County here before too long. So Herrick, just kind of, be paying attention there. Cowden as well. The tornado warnings just to the south of that because of this guy. See, a little concern. See that right there? Right about there. So you're getting this little bit of a hook there. Okay, a little bit of a notch that we call it. And so there's tornadic circulation here, and this is going to continue to lift to the north and east. So you got Vandalia that is up here, and just off the screen is going to be Effingham. And so this is an area of greatest concern, as Seth was just kind of mentioning. But again, I'm just kind of watching things, just kind of keep an eye on some of these southern storms here as well. From the Weather Service, as they're kind of talking about things, the lead tornado warned storm moving towards Effingham still looks pretty strong. Dew points remain high from Florida to Lawrenceville, developing weak storms to the southeast of that lead supercell. Okay, so we're going to be watching that area carefully here as we go throughout tonight. So again, several areas that we're watching carefully. Severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings in effect here. To the south, if you're watching us up in Champaign, you may actually start to be getting a little bit of rain. You're definitely seeing some lightning there. Same there in Monticello and Farmer City. Nothing major yet. Again, this looks a lot messier, but there are still some really strong winds that we've got in place there. Even despite maybe not having some of the tornadic circulations and whatnot, you're still going to have some strong winds there through Monticello and possibly coming into Champaign and say Moultrie County here before too long. But our attention definitely is kind of, say, south of Pana, between Pana, Vandalia there, and then eventually coming into the Effingham area as this storm tracks right along I-70. These storms will have a history of kind of, pulsing up and down a little bit here. And, you get these embedded tornadoes that can be within the actual line themselves. Kind of a broken line there. And if these individual areas kind of stay a little broken up, they have a little bit better of an opportunity to maintain their strength. And that's kind of what's happening here. Again, right there along I-70 with our storm there coming into Fayette County right now. So there's Effingham and all of our friends that tune in here from the Effingham County area. I just want you guys, you've got some time Okay, you got some time before this gets to you, but just in the next hour, you definitely want to be kind of paying attention to us here, keeping an eye on how this storm evolves, the direction it takes. Can't say exactly for sure where that it's going to go, but the biggest tornadic potential right now with this storm is just south of I-70 here, between Kaskaskia, Vandalia. This is going to be riding right along here. So if we just kind of took a line right through here, again, it's going to come close. Okay. Near Altamont, south of Effingham there, that's an area there that we're going to be watching carefully as that line comes in, as it comes into an area of better moisture and wind shear happening here at this time. So let's just kind of go back here. We'll take a look at some of our wind gust, and I'm going to get an update on some of the tornado watch counties, because some of you may be watching going, okay, am I in the clear yet? It looks like we may have lost the sensor out at Springfield now. I'm not getting a wind gust out at Springfield now. It's 39 in Mattoon, Decatur, 41 in Champaign. Again, all non-thunderstorm wind gusts that are showing up with that. The tornado watch that is in effect. Let's talk about some of our counties that are in the clear. And you can see that I think before too long, they're probably going to shave off Menard, Sangamon County here as well. You guys, the back edge is just starting to move through. So still technically until 3 a.m. But I got to tell you, Springfield, you're okay. Chatham, Auburn, you guys can probably head to bed here and not have to worry about too much more through tonight. But we're still watching DeWitt and Macon, McLean and Shelby. Definitely Christian, still a little bit in there. And eventually into Moultrie and Piatt counties here, and everybody there east of I-55. It's still kind of under the gun. So keep an eye there. Let's see here. Jacob is making his way out there. We've got him out there now. I'm seeing some rain. If we can, I'll just pop over there to Jacob here real quick and get just a quick little report from him. He is making his way south and east there. What are you experiencing as you're heading south, Jacob?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we just passed through Tower Hill. Typically, I lose cell service up here in a minute, so if I drop out, just be ready. I've been on this road here a few times between Tower Hill and Shelbyville, and just kind of familiar with that. But anyways, we're getting rain, and the wind has actually now changed. It's more of a south and southeast wind, that backing wind that I'm noticing here, kind of in this area. The aggressive, and so that's something that we're going to watch. And then we're going to watch that Ramsey storm really closely here as well. So we'll keep you updated. I feel like I'm cutting in and out in my cell service at this point, but we're going to get to Cowden by about 11:20, and I think we're going to move towards Effingham from there and see what happens with this storm coming on through. If you think something different, Kevin, I'll be listening. I got time to move maybe east through Shelbyville and get over towards the Mattoon-Charleston area as well and drop south, but feel like we're going to be able to cut in front of things here and get there just in the nick of time. Right now, rolling into the Shelbyville area, we'll turn south in 128 here in a few minutes. I'll send it back to you in the studio, Kevin.
Okay, sounds good. Appreciate the update out there for us, Jacob, in the storm tracker, and kind of just giving us that firsthand view of what those storms are doing. Just to give you an idea, so he's out here just passed through Tower Hill. So he's right here between Tower Hill and Shelbyville, just trying to stay right ahead of that rain. He's kind of cutting over there and maybe trying to make his way down towards Effingham as this line of storms is set to kind of come in. So that's the area of highest concern right now from Vandalia. Rames, you were kind of talking about it, but that is a pretty strong storm there, still between Pana and Tower Hill and down towards the Herrick area, all of that moving off there to the east. So that's kind of the wide view of things here tonight. Notice a lot messier. See how messier some of the stuff is. And what I mean by that is weaker, not as organized. But this brighter red stuff coming to Shelby County and Fayette County and eventually Effingham County could be our biggest issues. We've had a ton of power outages out there tonight, and Seth has a breakdown of some of the counties hit the hardest here. What do you got, Seth?
Yeah, just kind of taking a look at things, Kevin. It looks like for the most part, obviously, you would expect those western counties, the ones that have already had that line to go through, to have the most outages right now. We've got, it looks like, 3 different places that are in that 500 to 1,000 range. Obviously, that Vermilion County one kind of sticks out a little bit with how far east it is. That was probably from some of that non-thunderstorm wind earlier in the day. But you're watching places like Macoupin County, Cass County, even though Morgan is one tier under, you can still see several hundred power outages. One thing I want to note, though, you kind of add up all these different colored dots all together, just a couple of reds, a couple of oranges, a couple of yellows. That only adds up to about maybe 3,000-4,000 here outages locally. That just goes to show you how strong this line was earlier, because we've got about 52,000 without power in the entire state. And as we kind of noted up there with some of those northern storms, maybe not looking quite as good, or at least the winds have come down here just a little bit. And we'll say one thing that's nice with these storms, if there's anything nice with them at all, is the fact that, yes, even though they're bringing strong winds, we've had severe events before where you kind of have to sit through it like it's a boxing match. You can have multiple rounds go through, and maybe once that first round goes through, knocks out your power, you have another thing coming behind it. Kind of not the case with these ones. Once that initial gust kind of hits through, yeah, you have some lightning, you have some thunder behind that, but it's kind of just absorbing that one big punch. And then after that, we're kind of in the clear, as we've seen with that tornado watch kind of trimming as that line moves through. So it's not like there's going to be these places that have these prolonged events into the night. It's just kind of that initial burst there. And you will see, of course, some of those outages, but after that, looks like things finally start to calm down. So not a big-time prolonged event for any one particular place, Kevin, even if this event does kind of linger around to maybe 1 or 2 a.m. for some of our eastern counties who haven't seen anything in the area yet.
All right. Yeah, thanks a lot. A lot of those outages here, just even before the storms actually arrived. We're back here looking at our camera shot here in Champaign. Even getting already some lightning strikes here, I'm told, here just outside the studio here in the last few minutes or so. We're going to watch the cameras here. We're going to watch the radar. We're going to watch these storms kind of coming through here with us tonight as we continue to track this severe potential that does exist across the area, with the highest threat across our far southern counties here tonight. Adam, go ahead.
New tornado warning for Shelby County.
Okay, new tornado warning for Shelby County. This is in that same area I was highlighting just a little bit earlier, near Ramsey. Okay, and so this now, boy, that's going to put Jacob pretty close to that here. So we'll continue to monitor him, but that's going to put him pretty closer. He is going to be coming in to the Shelbyville area here. I know he's in a tough area with cell phone signal for now, guys. So we're not going to be going to him here for a little bit. But now we have a tornado warning there in Shelby County. This includes Shelbyville, Strasburg, Windsor, the Clarksburg area there. Okay. Cowden, Tower Hill. Rotation picking up there on that cell. We noted it about 7 minutes ago, saying, yeah, you know what? We're just going to watch that little area. And that's precisely kind of what we've got going on there, probably over the Herrick area right now. I would be concerned about Herrick right now. Definitely getting some rotation there right over Herrick. If you're at Herrick right now, you need to be taking shelter right now. Take shelter right now if you are down in Herrick. We're seeing strong indications of rotation right over Herrick. Cowden next, okay? Between Herrick and Cowden, there is potential for a tornado right now, okay? This is looking really, really intense here on radar. Just an uptick, some really strong winds with this. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. Absolutely lowest level of your home. You want to be down there into the center part of your house. Here we go, guys. This storm here is right over Herrick, is where some of that rotation is, and is going to be lifting to the north and east. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of back this off just a little bit and get just a little bit. I want to see just kind of the movement of this over there, because it gives me a little bit better an idea. So that's moving to the north and east. So between Cowden and up to Shelbyville, that's where this is. And so you've got rotation right here. This is it. This is where that tornadic potential could be. This lifts to the north and east and is going to be crossing over 128 over the next 10 minutes or so. Take shelter right now here into southwestern portions of Shelby County. That is your rotation that's happening here. So the potential for a tornado right there, that's where we've got rotation, lifting to the north and to the east. If you're in Shelbyville, right now is the time to get into shelter. Herrick, it's on top of you. It is on top of you right now. Cowden, if you live between Herrick and Cowden, if you live anywhere along 128 that comes kind of just south and west of Shelbyville. That kind of comes off 16 and 128 there. That comes out on the west side of town that goes down to Cowden, 128, anywhere along there, Lakewood. We'll just say Tower Hill because you're in the warning here right now. Definitely take shelter there in Tower Hill as this storm is producing some intense rotation on it, lifting to the north and east. Definite concern for a tornado there into portions of Shelby County. So guys, we're keeping a very close eye on this. We're seeing that rotation show up. I'm going to switch things back over to our reflectivity on this. And so within that, possibly the tornado is embedded, okay, within the rain there. So it could be difficult to see. So kind of a difficult situation down there tonight. Jacob is about 5 miles north of Cowden, I'm being told. And Jacob, you can just yell at me whenever you want to talk or do anything and just let me know. I just want you to be able to position where you need to be. Okay, so we'll go to Jacob there now. He's out there. You are just north of Cowden, so you're going to be somewhere probably right about in here and potentially in the position where that storm could be kind of coming through. Talk to us about your spot.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, I just passed Lakewood Road. Lakewood is 2 miles west of me. We're about 5 miles north of Cowden here. I kind of been looking at this. I'm really thinking this may just be barely north of Cowden. It kind of seems like it's wobbling around a little bit here. So I want to get to Cowden here. That rotation is about 4 miles to my southwest. I've got the camera pointed in that direction. A lot of intense lightning, and I'm really seeing it focused on a specific area, which tells me the updraft is kind of over there where we're seeing that rotation. But you're right, it is wrapped in rain. There would be very little chance that this could be seen. Concern for me, Kevin, I think Tower Hill, you're in the polygon. I think it's south of you. This is a Cowden, Lakewood, Clarksburg, perhaps over towards places like Mode, Fancher, even up towards Windsor and Shelbyville, where this is heading here. Maybe we saw that with that Montgomery County storm. It may try and lift more to the north, take a little bit more of a jog towards Shelbyville and Findlay as well here. But really, we're real close, Kevin. So if something happens, we're going to keep you updated on that. A lot of lightning. Not much visibility, but we'll keep you updated. Probably one thing we'll look for is if there's any power flashes. That may be a sign that something is brewing within that circulation. Live just north of Cowden, I'm Jacob Dicky. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay. Yeah, that circulation now is north of Herrick. It is going to be between Lakewood and Cowden there, as you kind of mentioned. The rotation there, it's going to be along 128. So definitely be in your tornado safe space, lowest level of your homes. Jacob, I got your shot there. What you're going to have to look for, obviously, is going to be power flashes, potentially to kind of indicate where potentially a tornado would be. Have you seen any flashes that obviously that's going to be a little bit more of a bluish color or a greenish color there? Have you seen any of that yet?
No, I have not, Kevin, and I still see lights on to my west as well. That's another thing. If the lights disappear, then I'll be concerned as well. I will say this, though. Right now, where I'm at, there is a strong southeast wind pulling into this thing here. So that's inflow, I think, is really picking up. So that also kind of has to be concerned. And right when I finished talking, it started kind of tugging my car off to the west side of the road there. So we are now sitting, and you can see my location as well here, I think about 2-3 miles north of Cowden. And I think I'm going to stop in Cowden and turn around and let this pass in front of me, kind of scooch off to the north end, Kevin. I think that's probably a safe thing to do, but the backing of the winds really stands out to me as a concern here. And again, you talked about that earlier, that wind being more out of the south and east, that can enhance the rotation. And I think that may be what we're seeing with this parent thunderstorm. Will we see a tornado? We may not. We may not know until after it happens. Could there not be one? That sure is on the table, but with the strong rotation and the intense winds with the storm, I think we just got to take our tornado safety precautions here. Lowest level of your home, most interior room. Perhaps if you're in a mobile home or manufactured home, you've got to find a sturdier shelter here. Time to take action now here in Shelby County. And then, of course, we're still watching that storm to the south in the Vandalia area. We may continue to peel that way as well, but things are really ramping up over here, Kevin. I can see the lights of Cowden in front of me now. I'll turn the camera back. gotten into town here. So, Kevin, maybe walk me through as I get to Cowden. I think there's maybe a Casey's up there, a gas station. I see. I might stop there and kind of turn back to the north if you think that's something I've been positioned to do here. In the Cowden area, I'm Jacob Dicky. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, between Lakewood and Cowden, that's kind of where this storm is here right now. We'll go ahead and come back to the radar here, and we're going to zoom down into the location that I have kind of the highest concern. So here we go. We come in here. There's Shelbyville right now. There's Cowden. Okay, we take this in here, and this is kind of where we're talking about. Okay, there is Herrick and in the Cowden area, some rotation right here. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and come over to the radar and ask it to look at the velocities down here. And so this is what we're talking about. Northeast of Herrick, rotation here. Here's 128. Again, Shelbyville up there at the top of your screen behind the banner. Stretching down to 128, clear rotation here on radar and where you need to be taking shelter as this is going to be crossing there. So there's Clarksburg. Okay, this is an area of concern into Shelby County here right now. That's what we're looking at. The radar view from here again showing some, it looks messy. It looks like there's, could be embedded with rain there. You're not gonna be able to clearly see this, but boy, there's a ton of lightning associated with this here as well.
We've got a new tornado warning now down in Effingham County as well.
Okay, so Effingham County. So what we'll do here is kind of zoom back out to the wide view of things. And I just want to kind of talk about some of the areas up here. Yeah, you may have some strong winds up here into Fort and Iroquois County, but new tornado warning now is in Effingham County. So we'll zoom back in down here and we'll bring it to the Effingham County area. Concern is here as that storm also coming out of Fayette County, right along I-70. We've been talking about this. You now need to be in your tornado safe spot in the Effingham County area. And this, again, butting right up to Cumberland County there, just kind of be on the lookout. But all along this entire path here, along I-70, that is our tornadic potential. What I'm going to do here is because we've got Jacob on our storm that is just to the north of that, the one that's actually up here into Shelby County right now. I just want to stick on that because I want to make sure that we're getting Jacob in the position that he needs to be in. I'm seeing that rotation come between Lakewood and Cowden now, between Lakewood and Cowden. What I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to just plop up another one of our radar products that I can kind of assess and kind of talk about things here. Just bear with me here for a second as I pull up some of that data here, and it's going to allow me to show you some of that rotation a little bit better. Getting a little bit messy out there with this here. Oh man, I tell you, that is, I'm going to wait for this next kind of scan to come through, but what we've got here is, yeah, I really think there between Lakewood and Cowden is where we have some of that activity, where we have that severe potential here. I'm going to bring this back over to my other radar here real quick. Let's talk about this real quick because we've not thrown this on here very much here yet. So I'm going to talk about the tornado safety, where you should take shelter. Worst place to be is in cars and mobile homes, obviously under a highway overpass. Bad places like large open rooms near an outside wall, manufactured housing, you don't want to be there. Great place to be interior room, center part of your house, bathroom with no windows, tornado shelter or safe room in a basement. That is going to be your best bet. So that's what you're kind of looking for here, guys. So we've got tornado warnings here in Effingham County. We've got this tornado warning here into Shelby County right now. The biggest concern with all of this is for, again, tornadoes are possible. And we're seeing some strong indications of some rotation right along kind of the leading edge of this activity here. And so Shelbyville, you need to be in your shelter. Effingham now as well. And coming into St. Elmo. Jacob, do you have a report for us here? What are you seeing there as you're kind of coming into town?
Yeah, Kevin, I'm actually starting to move back north a little bit. I kind of feel like maybe we've wobbled this rotation a little bit more north, and that to me is not good for Shelbyville now. And where I'm looking, there's some structure you can kind of make out here, but it's going to be back in that rain there. I stopped about a half mile north of town with a field and a view here, and I tell you what, that inflow was rocking the storm tracker. And what I mean by that is the wind blowing into this circulation from the south and east. That to me is a red flag where this storm is strong. It is trying to produce, and it's very concerning at this stage for me. Right near Lakewood, where that at, so it'll probably cross 128. About 4 miles in front of me, and we're going to kind of stay in the southeast side of it here as it lifts to the north and east. A lot of lightning, but visibility is really horrible here when you look at it because it's back in the rain there. And so we're probably not going to get a clear view like sometimes you see in the Great Plains. And this is a rain-wrapped circulation. And if there's a tornado, we are going to have a hard time seeing it, but we'll do our best here as we continue to move north on 128 now, north of Cowden. Kevin, we're also watching that storm to the south of me too in Effingham County. We're thinking about you at this point. So we'll keep everyone out in the area here. We're keeping everyone aware of what's going on. North of Cowden, Kevin, back to you.
Okay, yeah. So I think that rotation is over Lakewood and moving to the northeast. And like you said, Shelbyville, I'm worried about there. As this is it right here. Okay, and Jacob is in that general area, so we're going to have eyes on this. But if you're in Shelbyville, you have to take shelter. Okay, you have to get to where you need to go here. And Adam, you've got some other tips and things, and we'll let you talk about some of that. But if you are in Shelbyville, you've only got a few minutes here. So you need to go now to your tornado safe spot. And Adam, talk to the people, tell them out there possibly where they need to go.
Yeah, whenever we have a tornado warning, especially with these situations where we can't see too much because A, it's dark, and B, also we've got that rain wrap potential there too as well. Just keep in mind whenever you have that tornado warning, especially at the nighttime hours, proceed to your safe place. So again, the basement there, a storm shelter, good spots, interior room, leave your mobile home and get out of that car. Don't be in the car while driving in or out of it, in, up, and down. Remember that, and stay until there's all clear, and then we'll be with you this entire time. So keep that in mind. Tornado warnings, again, this time of year, or I should say this time at night here, really hard to see what's going on structure-wise. Jacob's having an issue with that. Even the rain a concern too, so you're not going to see that storm coming and say, oh, there's that tornado. We're just seeing right now hard to see anything because of how dark it is and just how much it could be rain wrapped too as well. That's kind of a messy situation too. So better to be cautious in these situations. You're in that tornado warning, and again, we've been talking about the kind of specific locations within those polygons. Remember, go to your safe space. Better to be safe than sorry. But here's some of the things to keep in mind. Again, safe space, and then leave your mobile home. Mobile homes are not a good spot to be in when you're in a tornado warning. And remember, do not go under the underpasses, overpasses. Those are really bad spots to be in as well. Again, keep that in mind. So again, this is one of those things where all those tools that we've talked about a lot of times, the severe weather kind of safe space, know where to go, have your toolkit ready. That's all kind of coming into play right now if you're in those tornado warnings. Back to you, Kevin.
Thanks a lot, Adam. Let's bring in Jacob here. He's in the thick of the storm over there here right now. Jacob, let's go to you and tell us what you're seeing. You're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, Kevin, again, it's rain wrapped, but it may be crossing 128 right in front of me. We're looking north. It's probably about 11 o'clock here. I've got some rain that's kind of blowing in, a little darker area. We're going to watch for power flashes. So far, I still see lights to my west and north. You know, some of the farm lights, the light poles that kind of indicate somebody's got a light in their lane and whatnot. The wind is from my back and even from my south and east into where the circulation is here. Shelbyville, it's a close call. I think also the intersection of 128 and 16 is another area of concern here. And even if it's not a tornado, I think there's some strong wind in there too. So we are right on this thing here, just at Lakewood Road now, moving to the north. Lakewood Road about a half mile in front of me, so it gives you a view of where we're at. And we're going to continue to move north here. Just for planning, Kevin, I think once we get to Shelbyville, Finley, we got to think about you. We got to think about Lake Shelbyville as well. And we'll kind of make a decision. I'll probably go east towards Shelbyville once I get up to the Highway 16 intersection up here in the Lakewood Road area in 128. Moving to the north here in Shelby County, right in front of me would be where this possible tornado is, Kevin. I'll send it back to you.
That's exactly right. You're in the spot there, prime position if we do get anything. Here's what we're talking about. See some of these colors here that we're seeing. There's a lot of wind. There's a lot of strong wind. No matter whether it's a tornado or not, like we said, there's some strong winds. So this is the west side of Shelbyville here. Okay, we can zoom in a little bit closer. You got 128 there, okay, and 16. So right there, that's your strong winds. And so the west side of Shelbyville, you're probably experiencing between Tower Hill and Shelbyville, you're experiencing those winds right now. I mean, some of the radar indications there, some really strong wind gusts. This may be some of your 70, 75 mile an hour winds. I wouldn't be surprised that we would see some of that, at least in this area tonight, with the winds that are really strong. But we're also seeing at least some rotation, the wind shear. The wind shear is strong here tonight. And essentially what we've got is some of the moisture increasing with the wind shear. That is, it's something called a low level jet that's kicking in. It's basically an added feature that helps to keep these storms going and maybe even increase some of the rotation. So this is an area. See this right here? This is where I think some of the rotation is. So here's Shelbyville. Okay. They're on the west side of town. So basically right here is some of that rotation. East of Tower Hill, north and east of Lakewood, we've been watching, and coming into Shelbyville. So that is the general area. It's also where we have the strong winds and where the rain is just going to start to pick up. Okay. I'm not seeing, a typical kind of hook or anything in there, but we are seeing the strong winds on velocity. I think more than anything, some damaging straight line winds could kind of be coming in there to Shelbyville. And as Jacob was kind of saying there, Findlay, if this kind of continues to go to the north and east, you're talking about between Findlay and Windsor in this area of Shelby County. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue to the north and east of that as well. And then again, we haven't touched a ton there on Effingham now. Let's talk a little bit about Effingham County with those warnings that are coming in there now. Definitely some strong winds there on the west side there between St. Elmo, Altamont. Adam, you've got that pulled up there on the radar there. Talk a little bit about, you can see that really strong storm now coming into the west side of Effingham.
Yeah, west side of Effingham, Altamont area. Those are the spots we're kind of watching right now. That's where that tornado warning is right there. Again, the bulk of that storm right there along I-70 right there, that's what we're kind of watching out for. Just kind of how strong these winds are going to be, even outside of the chances of seeing a tornado too. Again, that was a concern, but we're also more concerned with potential seeing just strong straight line winds. Here's some of the towns that are going to be impacted by this area of storms moving in: Funkhauser, and then Lone Grove, Watson, Percival Springs, Bishop Creek, Elliottstown, Dietrich, Lucas, and Grove Elementary School there by 11:56. So as we're continuing through the night, we're going to see more of those kind of march eastward here. But again, we're watching this spot right here, St. James, just outside of the edge of that spot there, and Altamont and Effingham, kind of that whole little county, that box right there. We're going to keep an eye. Mason, a part of that as well. So again, the storm just outside of where that tornado warning is. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, brand new tornado warning now. Decatur, Macon County, Decatur, Mount Zion, Long Creek. New tornado warning for you guys with this cell coming into Decatur as we speak. We've got a new tornado warning, so you can kind of see it right there. A little bit of a hook to see this thing's kind of starting to wrap up just a little bit there. We've got a lot of things that are happening right now. We've got Jacob on the storm that's down there into Shelby County, where there's a tornado warning. We're watching rotation. New tornado warning here that is in effect for Macon County. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. I guarantee you, if we switch over to our camera that is going to be there in Decatur, it is probably going to be quite stormy. That's Champaign. We don't have anything here. I'm going to switch to Decatur now, and you can see the rain really coming down. As a matter of fact, you can kind of see some of the sheets of rain that are coming down there on the roads. I'm just going to, there you go. You read my mind there, Seth. Look at the sheets of rain there. I'm going to just kind of take that down even a little bit more, and you can see them blowing across the road. Bear with me for a second as the camera will start to move there, and you can kind of see what we're talking about. It just looks like, it almost looks like smoke there, but that's the strong winds pushing the rain there through Decatur. Tornado warning includes Decatur and includes Long Creek and Mount Zion. If you are down there, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. That is a live view indicator. The storms are coming through as we speak. Our newest warning, we're starting to see several concerns here in a lot of areas. We're trying to track all of them for you. We have the one that is coming in there to Effingham County between Beecher City and Altamont. We've got the one coming into Shelbyville. I guarantee you Shelbyville may look something similar to this with the strong winds, lots of heavy rainfall and the lightning there. And so we're seeing a couple different spots that we're having to keep an eye on. Where I'm seeing some of the rotation is just southwest of the Mount Zion area and lifting to the north and east. So this may kind of come on the southeast side of Decatur, between Decatur and Long Creek. That's what we're looking at, but we have strong winds that are coming across into Macon County here right now. I'm going to switch things back over here to my radar view that actually kind of shows where some of that rotation is. And so right there, so there's Mount Zion, and this is where we may see some of the rotation within the storm. So right there, you see that? See how these reds and greens are kind of coming right next to one another? That's your rotation. So if you're in Mount Zion, you need to be taking shelter. If you're in Long Creek, shelter right now. Tornadic circulation there, south and east of Decatur, between Long Creek and Mount Zion. I know we've also got Jacob that's there. He is in the thick of it. We just kind of, I'm watching his signal. It's kind of going in and out a little bit. So I know he is in it right now. I'm going to every time I try to maybe go to him, his shot kind of cuts in and out. So I do want to talk to him there. Okay, Jacob, I'm going to try to talk to you there. We'll go to you right now. You're in it. Talk to us.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we're moving north now, and I'm just coming out of 128 interchange here west of Shelbyville. We're going to head east from here, try and move through Shelbyville, get out of here. Seems like the rotation's to my north and east, so we're in an okay location. Continue to watch that, but boy, the wind and the rain, torrential and heavy with that. There was a period of time when I was crossing on the Robinson Creek area here, it was hard to see the road, just really heavy rain and torrential rainfall with that. A lot of ponding and water in the roads is happening in the area here. I have not had any hail. And that wind, though, we could see it turning right now. It's a wind out of the south moving to the north. So we're going to roll into Shelbyville, see what things are doing there, and we'll check back in with you soon. But a lot of action, things really ramping up, Kevin, with all these storms. So reporting in Shelby County, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, you got that right. So we've got the strong winds there in Shelby County. That's the blues and the purples we're seeing here. Finley, you're next. This thing's coming right towards you. Really strong winds probably rolling through. So we'll be watching out for that. So let's come back up here to our Macon County storm, and we'll talk about the Effingham County storm here. And boy, Seth, I know you're kind of moving around the camera. Are you seeing something on the Effingham camera a bit? Or
kind of making traces out? It just looks like maybe just some lowering, a little bit of scud. Nothing in particular, but I was just kind of zooming in to see if there's any detail, but nothing too interesting just yet.
Okay, I'll let you continue to kind of dissect that Effingham storm. Keep me apprised if you're seeing anything over there, and what we can hop over to you or Adam to talk about that. Right now, between Decatur and Long Creek, you've got the rotation there on our storm. Now, probably just north of Mount Zion is where some of that rotation is. Okay, so if you're up here towards, Oakley, Cerro Gordo, okay, this does include parts of Piatt County here as well. So you're on the corner of this. So, tornado sirens might be going off in Monticello. It's still, a good distance. It's a really good distance from me, even in Cerro Gordo there as well, because the rotation is down here. This is where the rotation is located as you come along 36 there. And again, that's where you have to be of concern. But they're into Piatt County, into eastern portions of Macon County. We're even seeing some strong winds up here in Maroa, even where there's not circulation. I mean, that's a strong storm between Maroa and Forsyth. A lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning in there, and you may have some strong winds. And see this little pocket, right? See this little pink color? That's some strong winds potentially over there near Maroa.
Kevin, you've got a new tornado warning back in Fayette County behind the Effingham one. So there's a little more action even going on behind that Effingham storm now.
So this one right here is back here towards Vandalia?
Believe so, yes.
Okay, so new warnings back behind that. So kind of probably on this kind of southern little point right there. But right now, Effingham, we're keeping a close eye on you as that storm starts to move off there to the east. We've got several counties now under warnings: Macon County, Piatt County, Shelby County, Effingham County, Fayette County, all of you under tornado warnings at this time. A little bit of, kind of a loop of this shows these storms continue to move off here to the east. And notice we're starting to see things ramp up a little bit here. So Moultrie County, Douglas, Coles County here, Cumberland County, just be on the lookout. Be kind of paying attention to things here, because these storms lift to the north and east. They're eventually going to come into your area. So while it's been quiet in Mattoon and Charleston here so far, you guys might be starting to get a little action. Neoga there, Sullivan as well. Just kind of keep watching things, and we'll continue to update you on this. But right now, concern coming in here Looks like over there towards Beecher. I mean, there's rotation all along here. I mean, it's tough to kind of pick something out, but there's definitely some rotation there. Beecher City kind of showing up. It would be absolutely embedded. A tornado would be embedded there with the rain. So tough to see anything. You're not going to be able to, pop outside and see this. I know, people have interest to go do that. Please don't. You're not going to see anything tonight anyways. It'll look like a wall of rain. You're not going to get any good pictures of it. So please take shelter if you're down there in Effingham County tonight. Take shelter if you're up here in Macon County tonight with our storm. It's kind of coming through. I'm just kind of looking at it. It seems like maybe losing a little bit of the characteristics of the rotation up on the Macon County storm, but something we'll continue to monitor. I'm going to kick things here back to our Decatur cameras real quick, see if we're seeing those sheets of rain as much. It's like things calming down just a little bit there, but I'm going to bring up the Effingham camera there, and I'm going to let Seth talk a little bit about kind of what he's been looking at there. And Seth, in Effingham, that storm just to the west now, what have you been monitoring there with that view?
Yeah, just kind of keep an eye on it. Obviously, it's hard to see exact details or structure when it's in the nighttime like this. That's why we need a little help with the lightning. Nothing too defined just yet. Looks kind of ragged in nature. Haven't been able to really see too much action, but you can kind of just see there in the distance, even if we zoom in a little bit, there's just a little bit going on to where you kind of notice a little bit of the lowering or the leading edge of the storm as it rolls on in. So that could be just the gusts out ahead of it. Kind of keep an eye on it. If something gets a little lower than the deck that you're seeing illuminated by the lightning right now, that's when you really need to pay attention to stuff, because that's when we kind of have a visual on it. But again, kind of at the mercy.
Let's stay on it. Let's stay on it, and because you were kind of you can see a little bit of structure on there. So I'll let you just we'll stay on that camera just for a little bit and keep talking about that there.
Yeah, we're just gonna kind of pay attention. Obviously, the lightning needs to help us out a little bit to see what's going on, but you can kind of see the leading edge of that storm, watching to see if there's anything that we can kind of make out there, if there's any kind of lowering developing, or if there's any lowering that we can't see yet because the storm's too far away. As it gets closer, just kind of keeping an eye on that. Obviously, as the storm approaches, probably going to get a little more electric here in the sky, but this is right from atop the St. Anthony Hospital in Effingham, so we're kind of right there in the middle of town, closer to the interstates, looking directly west, maybe just a little southwest right now. So that's the viewpoint, just kind of watching, and that was a really good lightning bolt that kind of illuminated a little bit of a kind of raggedy look.
Yeah. I wish we could like freeze frame that just to kind of get a little bit of a view of that there. But yeah, can you maybe pan that over? So you're looking straight. Is that straight west?
I believe we might be looking just a tad southwest. I don't think it's
just southwest.
True west yet.
Gotcha.
Because there's the on the south end of town. Looks like on the far left side of the screen, that's where some of the gas stations are. That's where some of those extra lights are.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so this is what I mean by you're not going to be able to see much out there tonight. So be in your tornado safe spot. I know we've been talking about Effingham for a while. We had a lot of lead time for you guys, but now this thing's minutes away from kind of coming in down that way. So it's going to get really windy, and we're even starting to get some rain and thunderstorms here outside the station here in Champaign now, kind of for the first time. Again, things have been a little bit more ragged up this way in Champaign. We've got some thunder, we've got some lightning up here, but we've not had anything major. Again, we're kind of focused down in on two areas. Effingham, as Seth will continue to kind of pan around. We're getting, every once in a while, you get a nice little flash of lightning. You start to see a little bit of that structure to the sky. We've got kind of a solid deck there. What we look for is obviously a little lowering or a little funnel or something there. We're not seeing anything dropping further below the deck than what we've already seen, which is some good news. But Seth has his eyes on the storm in Effingham. Mr. Effingham County down there will keep us updated on that. And while we've got Adam over there, you're looking at some of the velocity on radar. Are you seeing much over there, Adam, with that storm?
The only thing that really picks up my eye is the one from Cowden that we've been kind of talking about there close to Shelbyville. I'm kind of getting that out of the frame. If we could move that a little bit more northward so I can keep an eye on it. It's starting to lose some of its kind of viciousness, I should say. It's still something to look at there as it gets closer towards Sullivan, but haven't seen a new warning pop up just yet here. And I was looking looking kind of off on my phone here, oddly enough, at radar and velocity too. Looking at that Macon County storm that we've been kind of talking about there, that included Monticello and Decatur, that storm was looking a little bit more impressive. In fact, before they even put the tornado warning out, I was like, I think that one that might get warned here pretty soon. That one not looking quite as impressive as before here, but again, still strong wind gusts. You can see that just to the north and even out towards Maroa, as Kevin mentioned, we were talking about those strong wind gusts. We can still see that here on velocity too. Velocity is a really cool tool, not just for identifying tornadoes, but also identifying where some really strong wind gusts could be too. So I would say that we got some pretty interesting features there, but not as impressive as it was before here. If we can zoom out a little bit more there, Seth, so I can see he's the one kind of in control here. I just want to see a little bit more of the viewing area, just a little bit here. And again, Strasburg, these areas of circulation are still worth watching, but they're not as intense as before. That one by Shelbyville earlier on that we were kind of really focusing on, that kind of Jacob was in. It's not as impressive here.
Hey, I tell you what, speaking of Jacob, can you pull his shot up here? He looks like he's in a hurricane.
Yeah.
Jacob, where are you at? That rain's coming down, man.
Yeah, nice little sprinkle here in Shelby County. We're dealing with, I will say this, some good news. Driving through Shelbyville, the lights were still on. It was windy there. Probably the biggest thing that I've been most impressed with, and I kind of want to bring some good news here, is this is a rain producer here. We're getting that heavy rain. You're seeing that now. There is ponding of water on the roads. We're now about halfway between Shelbyville and the Windsor area now. And I'm thinking I'm going to drop south and kind of make my way towards Strasburg, Stewardson, down towards Shumway and towards Effingham. Just going to be watching things here, but a lot of rain, which is good news because tomorrow when that wind picks back on up, you get some rain down there to keep that soil wet and on the ground versus in the air with some wind gusts. So that's the good thing to me is, yes, it's raining a lot, but I see some good in that. I think most folks at home would agree here. However, we still are dealing with those areas of circulations. I'm not near anything now. I'm working my way to the east. Getting a lot of rain, plenty of lightning, but we're trying to cut our way back in front, and we'll keep you updated with this torrential rain now here to the east of Shelbyville. I did see some small branches down in town, but we've not noticed anything in the quick drive through, whatnot. But of course, I'm sure there will be some areas that do pick up with some damage before all is said and done here, Kevin. I'm in the storm tracker east of Shelbyville, moving towards the Windsor area. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Yeah, man. I tell you, we appreciate your efforts out there and in the middle of the storms. And listen, a lot of people go, they worry about, Jacob or any of us anytime we go out there, and they're like, oh, why do you send him out there? I can tell you right now, Jacob wants to be out in this. Okay. And he's doing everything he can. He's been chasing for many years. And he does it in the safest way possible there to get the coverage for us. And so he's really experienced with it and does a great job. So I know we all have concern for him and whatnot, but he's doing everything he can to, obviously stay safe, but also bring us information that we need that helps you guys. So you don't have to get out and we don't want you guys to go out and do this. We will leave it up to the professionals, as they say. All right. We're still tracking the storm here. I'll be curious to see what they do with this tornado warning cell, because I know some of you are up there now in Monticello and going, okay, what's going on? Or Cisco, sirens going off, probably saying, what's going on here? As I just look at things, I see more strong winds more than anything. I'm seeing more stronger winds than anything there into even DeWitt County there in southeast of Clinton. I think this is winds that we're dealing with. I'm not seeing rotation there. So if you're sitting there and you're kind of concerned what's going on, these are winds. Okay. So east of Clinton, right there along 10 Lane, between Lane there, south and west of Weldon, then back towards Cisco. That looks way more like strong winds and maybe even kind of a Boeing segment there of some winds and whatnot. So I just want to, for right now, again, you're still technically under the tornado warning, but I want you to, just hang out here with us for a little bit. If you're between Argenta and Cisco and Monticello, and stick with us here, and we'll continue to keep you guys up to date there. Okay, I heard Jacob say something about Dalton City, south of Dalton City. Looks like I'm going to bring the radar just a little bit down there to the south. Now let's come back here. Okay, so yeah, I got a little something kind of brewing down there towards the Dalton City area that we're watching. We'll keep a close eye on that again, but there's just kind of some rotation that continues to show up in a lot of areas here, and it's kind of tough. Before we kind of we're coming up here. It's about 11:49 p.m. they have updated some of the tornado watch stuff. So I just want to talk to some people out there about who is starting to kind of be in the clear with this, because they're continuing to trim back some of the counties. And so, yeah, all of Springfield, all of Logan County there. So you're talking Lincoln and whatnot. You're looking good. I mean, Christian County, Montgomery County, I'm not seeing much for you guys. I think you're probably good as well, even though they haven't dropped off there yet. So Taylorville, you're looking okay. But we still have concerns here for many locations ahead in Effingham County, still into, maybe Shelby and in Coles County here. We're going to be watching Cumberland County. But the strong line of storm stretches from Sullivan all the way back down into the Effingham area here tonight. We still have the tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. We'll continue to kind of pull back some of the counties. But Effingham is an area of concern that we've got right now. Let's see, Seth, you're over there. You've been watching anything coming up, because now it's getting real close to the camera.
Yeah, now you might be able to make out here with some of the lightning. It's just some of that occasional stuff, but it almost looks like there's just a little, very slight bend, a little, very flat U shape, just in the exact direction we're looking. We've now turned this to be a little bit more north and west, so this is probably looking in the direction of Shumway, but just looks like there in the clouds, there's just a little bit of that flat U shape. Nothing overly concerning, but definitely seeing a little bit of a structure there. And that's kind of where the most interesting part of the storm is right now, is it looks like at least that one that is currently warned for Effingham County, it looks like that one's kind of moving more into the southeastern Shelby County area. So that's kind of the feature I've got my eye on. Still not making out anything concrete for sure, but you can kind of see just a little bit of a dip there, not a complete horizontal line in the cloud deck anymore.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate it. I want to come back over to this Dalton City, between Dalton City and Bethany. I'm seeing some really strong winds here as well. So the brighter the colors, these greens, blues, and reds, anytime it's a brighter color, that means some strong winds. And so over Bethany right now, those are some really strong winds coming towards Lovington. You're going to have that, maybe even back down towards Sullivan. But some of these blues that are in there, those are going to be some 60+ mile-an-hour winds. So things are probably getting pretty stormy there right now. And even the leading edge there into Sullivan, you're getting maybe even a little bit of hail in there. So strong winds there into Moultrie County. And again, this is going to be coming into Douglas County here before too long as well. So we're watching out for that. But again, that's a strong line. Stretches from Lovington down through Sullivan to Windsor, Strasburg, Sigel next, Effingham County there, all of that whole area. And then soon, here's Douglas, here's Coles, Cumberland County. This whole line is heading in that direction. We'll see what we get here in kind of the last, we're kind of at the halftime show here of this, moving through our counties, and we'll see how this plays out. But it looks like this severe thunderstorm warning all the way into Coles County, into Cumberland County now. It's a very large one, real large area where the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. We're still watching Effingham as the storm comes in, and I got Jacob shot again. Whoa, we got Jacob. We take Jacob. Let's take Jacob. He's in the middle of it right now. Jacob, what do you got, man? I can't. Boy, what do you got? Can you talk?
Yeah, I got some hail in here. Can you hear that hail function?
Yeah.
I'm following the white line on the side of the road to kind of keep moving south here, moving 10 mile an hour because visibility is really down.
What's your location? What's your location?
Winds in this area here. Just north of Strasburg right now, kind of moving our way on through and trying to snake around things. Had a real big blitz of hail and strong winds as we're trying to core punch back to the south and get closer to the Effingham area. I think it's going to clear through pretty quickly, but there's likely been some hail with this. Windsor's getting it now. Strasburg, eventually up towards Gaze and Mattoon, Charleston. You probably have some hail and some strong wind coming your way with this. Don't think we have any circulations close to where we are. We are in that tornado warning, but circulation or not, the wind really moving with the storm. North of Strasburg. In fact, I'll be in Strasburg maybe in a mile from you now. I'm Jacob. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jacob. I saw your shot. It looks like you're out there in the midst of it, doing a great job navigating those storms. So here's where Jacob is, and I'll bring it up on radar. So there's Strasburg. You can see the red color, the purple color. That's heavy rainfall. That's the radar saying the beam's going out, going, whoa, I'm getting a lot of stuff, a lot of energy being reflected back, and that's what the red colors are on radar, indicating the heavy rain there between Windsor, Strasburg area, and that's what they're getting right now. I'm not seeing I'm not seeing any rotation there. I'm seeing strong winds. And those strong winds now are going to be heading towards Neoga and Sigel. Okay. The strongest there have kind of passed to the east of 32 and just dealing with some real heavy rainfall in that area. So Cumberland and Coles County, you are under severe thunderstorm warnings with this. Not seeing much in the way of rotation on any of the, I mean, there's a little bit in there, something to watch, but if there is, it's completely embedded. Okay, so Jacob just said no power in the Strasburg area. No, it's not would you say the whole town or just like parts of it there? He says the no power in Strasburg as he just kind of went through there right now. So you're going, oh yeah, there. So you're going through it right now. There you go. So yeah, all we're seeing are the reflections off of the signs there. So I don't know if you can pop his shot up there because he's actually going through Strasburg right now, and it's looking pretty dark. Again, the only thing that we're seeing are the reflections there off of the street signs. You can see the gas station there on the left that is without power. So Strasburg is going through right now. Jacob, are you seeing any limbs or anything down? I see like some leaves and whatnot. You see anything else?
From the highway, well, there's one right there, actually. Some big branches that just kind of popped up in the road in front of me. Not seeing a whole lot. Looks like lights are off pretty much in town. I think I see a few lights, but on the south side here, my guess is some folks might have some generators. But most of the lights off by the gas station and on the north side, we're out here. We're passing through now. The storm is off to our east now. So we're kind of behind it again, and we're going to probably stay behind it all the way into Effingham. But, I'm not surprised by that with the way that wind was howling north of town there. And there's probably going to be more of those power outages. Would guess easily. We hit that 60-mile-per-hour mark with some of the wind. Yeah, that was a real windy ride there for a little bit. But now looking down to the south, looks like we're having pretty much just some light rain now, a lot of lightning off our east, so we're going to keep you updated and be down here. Hey, my weather call just went off, Kevin. Also, the emergency alert's going off here, so let's update with what you've got.
Okay, as a matter of fact, if you can come to me on screen here, guys, I want to talk about something right now. I'm getting a phone call right now, so check this out.
A storm producing winds of at least 70 miles per hour and or at least golf ball
so that's my voice
is happening in your location now. This is WCIA3 Chief Meteorologist Kevin Lighty. Seek shelter.
This is weather call
in a sturdy building and stay away from windows.
This is what you could get if you sign up for weather call. Champaign County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So right there, we call you in the event that there are tornado warnings, if there are severe thunderstorm warnings. So you're listening to that right now. This just came to my phone here as we speak. And so that is one way that you can get updates about this, guys. So I want you guys, I just want to kind of show you how that works, because that's a real-time thing. That's a real life, real world situation where that just happened. Phone rang, boom. You can get a text message as well. And so if you're watching on the stream there, you can sign up there, scan the QR code, or go to WCIA.com on our weather page and sign up to get that. Maybe you're not, if you don't get it set up for this storm, it'll be ready for the next one. But that just coming in. So Jacob is going, oh, my weather call is going off. And there's the phone call. We literally call you as soon as that warning was issued. We've got several things happening right now. There's a lot of stuff we got to catch up on here because they've continued the tornado warning now into Cumberland County and into Coles County. It's coming into Mattoon, the edge of it right there into Mattoon. But let's just call Mattoon to Lerna, down to Neoga. Tornado warning continues there. Rotation along that storm. And I want to just talk to everybody else that's up into Champaign County, into Douglas County right now. All of you, and it's getting kind of messy with everything. So what I want to do is I'm going to pull up just the warnings here to kind of show you the counties that are under warnings. So you've got Ford, you've got Iroquois, you've got Champaign, you've got Douglas, you've got Coles, you got Piatt, you got Moultrie, that are under severe thunderstorm warnings there. But then you've got the concern on the southern edge here, where tornado warnings are in effect in Cumberland County, Shelby County, Effingham County, where we have radar indicated tornadoes in the areas in red. So if you are in these locations, Coles, Cumberland, Effingham, Shelby, you're under tornado warnings. The rest of us seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. So that is kind of what we're watching here now. A lot of people tuning in here with us this evening and tracking things with us tonight. Jacob is out in the storm tracker. Seth is here with us in studio. Meteorologist Seth Bonoff, meteorologist Adam Sherwinski. All four of us here as we approach the midnight hour. We are a minute away here from midnight. So we're going to do kind of a little bit of a recap here and kind of talk about, what we've got going on here tonight. Reports are just coming in. Things are starting to ramp up a little bit. And so now a lot of us have severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of us have the tornado warnings. And so we've got some areas of concern here coming through Effingham, coming into Cumberland County now. Neoga, you probably have a little bit of hail. I mean, that's some hail that might be embedded in there tonight where that little purple color is showing up. So those are the locations that we're watching carefully. Anybody out there tonight can see 60-mile-an-hour winds. We've already had that. Jacob just went through the Strasburg area. They don't have power. And they don't have power most likely from those straight line winds that came through. We saw his shot where the winds were blowing pretty good there. And so no surprise, there's no power there. That's what you've got coming to you into maybe Coles and Cumberland County as that storm kind of moves off there to the east. It is now midnight. It is now Saturday morning. Thanks for joining us here. My name is Kevin Lighting. I'm the chief meteorologist here at WCIA. Again, with the entire team in-house with us tonight, bringing you coverage, giving you the very latest on everything that is going down here tonight. So, guys, let's talk about what we've got here. We've got several warnings out there. And Adam and Seth, feel free to yell at me here if you got something here to kind of throw in with our coverage. We're watching Jacob's feed is out there as he's kind of trying to get back ahead of this thing. These storms are moving really fast. And so because of the fast movement of these, it kind of, makes it tough to keep up with them, but he's doing a great job trying to stay with them. You can see the eastern movement of this now coming across I-57 in a lot of areas. Now where those winds become a big threat in there for us tonight. And they're just anywhere along that line, you can have some of that rotation. Effingham's getting it pretty good now, Adam. It looks like you're monitoring the camera over there.
Yes, and I'm also looking at some of the storms just north of where that tornado warning is too as well. Just out of curiosity, closer to Champaign County out there towards Dalton City and Lovington too as well. But let's take a look at Effingham. We've been talking about how this has been also a rain producer. That's probably the one silver lining with these storms rolling through. We've got the wind, we've got the tornado potential, we've got the strong wind potential too, but the one good thing that I've mentioned all morning too is that at least we're getting some rain, and Effingham is one of those spots. Hard to see anything right now here. Kind of reminds me a little bit of what Jacob had earlier. We're starting to see more of the sheets of rain that we were talking about in Decatur earlier, and now looks like we're going to get a little bit of a change over there from Seth. He's switching over from a different graphic. Wow, there's a lot of warnings just to the south of our viewing area there, south of the interstate there, well south of I-70, what is that, 57 and 64? Yeah, down there, they're seeing most of the activity, and we're seeing a little bit of that here into Effingham County as well. Wide swath of areas of severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly for the possibility of seeing those strong wind gusts here. Here's some of the spots we're kind of looking at for velocity here. And velocity is a great tool for not only looking at strong wind gusts, but also maybe seeing where some rotation is. And some of the spots that kind of catch my eye, obviously with the tornado warning there between Neoga and Effingham along I-57 there, right there just north of Sigel, right between Sigel and Neoga. That's the spot we're still watching here. We still have that tornado warning for. We move northward here. We're kind of watching that place by place and south of Beement there, a little bit more broad rotation than what we saw earlier. That's kind of something just to keep an eye on for as it gets closer towards Tolono, actually just towards Champaign County too. And move northward there, a little bit more there if you could. Seth, you can see that there's a strong area of wind. See, we were talking about rotation. Now we're talking about wind out there towards D-Land, Farmers City, probably getting some good wind gusts out there, maybe not severe. And then also Mohabit's up next for getting some strong wind gusts there towards 150 and 74. So again, keep that all in the back of your mind that not only watching out for tornadoes, yes, but also strong wind gusts too as well. We've been preaching that all day and through the last couple of days that this is going to be a big wind producer too if we get that severe warnings. And that's why we have a lot of warnings stretching all the way from Kankakee down towards parts of Iroquois County. That's one warning right there, broad warning there in Champaign County, and then down to the south too, embedded that is a tornado warning. But this is quite the potent system. Out towards St. Louis, they had quite the storms earlier on. And right now we're getting what's left of that along I-70 going from St. Louis now into the Effingham area, just north of town here. So it's quite the system to keep an eye out for. I know that Jacob has really been in some of the thick of some of those wind gusts out there now. It looks a little bit calmer for him, but I will say that it has been quite the kind of the mess there this evening. But these storms have been rolling through places out towards Springfield, seeing less and less of that precipitation likely here. I think we're pretty much done for the night for Springfield, Peoria, out towards Cass, Morgan, Menard County here. But Kevin, I think it's going to be still a long night for places like Champaign County. We're not even close to Vermilion County. No warnings for them just yet, or Edgar County. So a busy evening, right?
It is. is. It is. I will say this, near Neoga, I'm starting to see a little feature there. It's looking a little interesting, where there might be some rotation there on that, and that's exactly where the tornado warning is, okay? So there's rotation right there. Coming into Neoga, now just kind of maybe just barely east of Neoga. That's right here. This is the rotation. This is where the tornadic part of the storm would be, and we're seeing that there. It would be, a tornado possibly embedded there with the rain, within the rain there. But I'm definitely seeing some rotation on this. This is Neoga, and this is going to be coming potentially into southern Coles County and the Lerna area. I'd be on the lookout there in Lerna. Jacob is on this storm. He is telling me in my ear that he actually might be seeing a little bit of a lowering there. At least we can only kind of see it when some of the lightning kind of illuminates the sky, and I'm monitoring his feed there because it's kind of cutting in and out a little bit. But I'm going to wait for that car to pass you there, because those headlights coming from that car make it a little difficult. And then we can take his shot fold and take him as Jacob comes up to a stop sign. Looks like there's kind of a line of cars there. But Jacob, you are continuing there on 23. Let's see. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, Kevin, it's kind of hard to make it out, but you kind of can see in the lightning flashes. It almost looks like a blocky lowering there.
Yeah, I see it.
And looking at the radar presentation, I think it's going to be, that's right, I think it's going to be on the backside, which puts me in a good position to watch this as I get into Neoga, and kind of watching the road, too, to make sure I'm not running in. There's a lot of standing water out here, too, seen on the sides, so we're kind of dodging that. But it's about 11 o'clock in front of me, some sort of blocky lowering.
Yep. There's
these low, scuddy-looking clouds, but visibility is so...
Yeah, kind of losing his signal there. Okay, so he's in kind of a rural area. We'll keep checking back with him here. He's in a good position to be able to kind of see things, and we saw that just a little bit of a lowering there. We saw it on the left side of your screen, like you said, maybe there on to his 11 o'clock there, and so we're seeing it here. That's Neoga right there. The storm's kind of coming now, kind of east of town, but that's going to be coming into portions of Coles County next. So as I mentioned, there's Lerna. Okay, Mattoon and Charleston are up here, but right now the rotating part of this storm is just to the north, maybe right there north and east of Neoga, and lifting to the northeast. Jacob, your camera's a little bit more stable now. We'll try to go back to you now and tell us what you're seeing there once again.
Yeah, so we're just rolling into Neoga now, and I think what I'm going to do is keep cutting east on. Maybe I should take 45 north and get up towards Trilla and Johnstown and Lerna and things of that. And but we've been watching kind of that blocky lowering there. There's rain in the way between here and there. It's hard to make out what exactly that is, or if that is anything. I think the safe thing to do is to assume this is wrapped up in rain. But it's a little ominous here. We've got that moisture coming up, and things are just kind of trying to do some little work here. So of course we're on the backside. Still plenty of lightning here. The rain has let up, but we're going to just follow this in the backside all the way through. So we'll keep you updated. I think, Kevin, I might zoom up to 45 from Neoga here, and then get to Trilla and Lerna and places like that. And that's probably how we'll play this in towards the Charleston area. So in the Neoga area now, you can see the lights on in front of me. I'm Jacob Dicky. Back to you, Kevin.
Yep, that's a good idea there, because I think this is heading towards Lerna. And what do we got right there? Okay, we've got a tornado warning. Okay, this is just coming in. So phones would be going off. We've got a brand new tornado warning here that just got issued for Champaign, Tuscola, Arthur area. Okay, that's just coming in here. So there you go. That we all jumped there as our phones went off, and that's probably kind of what happened there. Okay, guys, we've got a new tornado warning. This includes areas between Arthur and the Bourbon area, north and west of Chesterville. That's where the rotation is. You can see it right there. Okay, this is the rotation. So here's Atwood. Here's Garrett, southern portions of Douglas County. There's the updated radar scan there. Here's the rotation kind of coming through. And this is going to be lifting to the north. Okay, and check it out here, guys. Here we go once again. telling you about weather call. So I just got a phone call, just came to my phone here. And so what's happening is we get notified. We call you when there is a tornado warning. And so I just got a phone call here. Again, our weather call system is kind of proof of performance that it works there. So make sure you guys can get that as well. But let's talk about this because now sirens may start to be going off in Champaign. I don't know if you guys, if anything's going on outside here yet. They have not sounded them. At least we're not hearing them here because the storm itself, the rotational part of the storm, is still really far away. I mean, it's down here. It's down here into kind of southwestern portions of Douglas County here. So yes, Champaign, Savoy, Philo, Tolono, all of you under tornado warnings here right now. And we are seeing, again, the potential for a tornado right here. Rotation is showing up. You need to be taking shelter if you're down there in Douglas County, Tuscola, definitely Bourbon and the Garrett areas, and then kind of, south and west of Posodum. Okay, so we've got several things going on. This Neoga storm that Jacob has been on, still kind of showing some signs of rotation. Now going to be kind of coming into the Lerna area. This is your rotation right here. Okay, guys. And so this lifting there to the north into the east, being your tornado safe spot if you are in Lerna. So we've got now, looks like two tornado warnings, but also, boy, there's some strong winds possibly coming into the Bement area right now, seeing some strong straight line winds there. So we're kind of monitoring a lot that's happening here at this time. Okay, so Jacob says he might have some tornado damage down there near Neoga. Let's bring up his camera. It looks like you just went underneath an underpass there. What do you got there, Jacob? We'll go ahead and take his shot full and let him kind of talk there.
Yeah, we've got some signs that are blown down and some damage here in the trees, and that circulation is really strong. There are power lines down on the interstate. Look at that power line there. We've had a tornado on the ground here move through northeast of Neoga. The interstate, there's a wreck up there where power lines came down on those drivers, Kevin. This is just north of Neoga here now. I-57 is going to be shut down at Neoga very shortly here. I think that tornado is down now, looking at radar now, moving towards Lerna, and I think it's moving towards Mattoon, Charleston. Looking at the damage here, this is an extremely dangerous situation, Kevin, with the interstate traffic and whatnot. So let's keep updated on that. If we can, send this report to the National Weather Service as well. Damage here at I-57 and Neoga, Kevin. Back to you.
Yep, that's right. I'm actually seeing it on radar there, even seeing a little bit of what we call a CC drop, basically a debris signature. And this is going to be south and west of Lerna now. So I think we definitely have had a tornado that has occurred, and we can confirm that by looking at what's called a drop in correlation coefficient. This is this color. You see how everything else around is kind of a pink color here. Right there is where we've had tornado debris lofted. So it probably came from down here through Neoga, but now debris is still being lofted into the air south and west of Lerna. Damage being reported there, as Jacob just said. Can you guys pass that along to the Weather Service?
Yes.
In the chat room there, damage some power lines down there. And I think he said some power lines down there along I-57. There were some semis there, but this is it right there. Okay. And it's co-located where some of that rotation is as well. So we look at a few different things, and I'm going to bring up kind of the four panels of all of this that we look at. And so right there where some of that rotation is, and it's embedded in rain, you've got again kind of on the back side, and Jacob kind of mentioned this, it kind of felt like it was like on the back side of things, and it really is. It's not on that leading edge. And so you've got rotation. You've got a little bit of a drop in the correlation coefficient or debris signature there. And so that is confirmation of a tornado. Sounds like the sirens might be going off now.
Yep. They are. They've been going off for a couple minutes.
Okay, there we go. So sirens are going off now. That is for Champaign County. It's a whole different thing. We've got multiple things going on right now. So we've got several things that we're checking out here. I want to go back up to our storm that's up here in Douglas County now. Seeing some broad rotation up there. Just west of Tuscola. Some of this rotation between Atwood, Tuscola, that's where we potentially could have a tornado. This is lifting to the north. Pasodum, you need to be on the lookout from Sodorus down to Pasodum. All of those areas there under the gun, Tolono, and in Champaign, yep, that's why the sirens are going off. Savoy and Philo, a big area of concern as that is. But we have confirmation now, and there it is. The Weather Service putting out the confirmed. So you see the purple color that's there now? That's confirmed tornado. That means, and again, that corresponds to this drop right there. It is. This drop in our correlation coefficient, our debris signature that informs us that debris has been lofted up into the air. So the radar beam's going out, and normally it's hit raindrops, or hailstones. This time, the radar is saying, yeah, this is not the shape of a hailstone. This is not the shape of a raindrop. It's something else. It's abnormal. And so sometimes that can be 2x4s. That can be, tree limbs. It can be sheet metal, roofing. And so that has occurred back down towards Neoga, we think. And if we can, I might be able to even kind of back this up a little bit to kind of see where maybe that first little area kind of shows up, and it's kind of tough to see. Let me just kind of bring this back. Sorry about that. We're going to bring this back over here and kind of show you and just follow this. I'm bringing it back kind of one frame at a time. So see it there. Bring it back here. It's still kind of right there. So I think it might have been just there, maybe on the northeast side of Neoga is where we kind of got that first little blip of that showing up. So when it crossed 57, where we've got some power lines reported there and where Jacob was, and then there it is now on the west side of Lerna where there is that drop. So again, a lot of things happening here, guys. You've got a tornado, confirmed tornado, and it's going to be near Lerna, and it looks like they issue another one here, guys. Okay, another one for Pyatt and Champaign. So here's the thing, 12:15 a.m. A lot of people up with this here tonight. We want to tell you what's going on. We've got new tornado warnings that are coming out as we speak. Several of them, now including Pyatt and Champaign County. This includes Monticello. This includes Bement, Bonneville, Whiteheath, Mahomet. Okay, your phones are going off, sirens are going off, and we're seeing rotation with several of these storms. So there's a little area there north of Bement where we've got some rotation. Okay, if you're in Monticello, you want to take shelter. Okay, between Monticello and Bement. And again, your phones are going off. We're the same thing. Our phones go off in the same way everyone else's does. Okay, we've got rotation on a storm here north and west of Tuscola. Again, both of these, while present, it's a little bit more broad, but there's potentially something there. So we're going to keep a close eye on it. Let's take you back down to the confirmed tornado again in portions of now Coles County now near Lerna. Rotation there. If you're in Mattoon, definitely be taking shelter there. We'll see what the Weather Service does with the rest of this this warning, but we've got some rotation there.
Looks like they're planning to continue it here shortly. Okay. Nothing official yet, but they sure plan on it.
Okay, yeah, so they're going to continue that because this has been confirmed. Again, Jacob showed us just briefly there's some of the damage that's occurring. So let's kind of regroup here. Let's kind of talk about everything that is going on because there are a lot of areas that are being impacted right now. So I want to break all of them down for you because there's a ton of people who are watching a lot of high population areas now under tornado warnings, and that includes Monticello. Okay, that includes Bement. Okay, that includes Champaign. Okay, everywhere down to Sodorus and Tolono, this huge area. I'm actually just going to throw on the warnings now. If you are within the red box here, there is concern for a tornado. Okay, tornado warning in effect here until 12:45. There are parts of southern Champaign County and then Douglas County, and the new one that just came out until 1 a.m. for parts of Champaign and Pyatt County. If you are in those red boxes, and I'm not going to zoom in. So if you see your town, okay, you need to be taking shelter, okay, between Monticello and Ivesdale. Champaign, obviously, Mahomet. This stretches all the way to the north to Rantoul and Thomasboro, okay? Fisher, sirens are going off right now. If you're even east of, you're in Urbana, down to Philo, Sydney, Villa Grove, Tuscola, all the way down here towards Bourbon, you guys are under a tornado warning. Then we come down here. Now the new tornado warning that they've extended through the rest of Coles County. Confirmed tornado. Charleston, Ashmore there, you're under the confirmed tornado warning. The stretches down south. Lerna, all of you, take your tornado precautions. Go to your safe place right now if you're in any of the areas that I just noticed. So look at all the spots that are either under severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings at this time. Now we know who. Okay, Jacob's here. He's got some damage. Jacob, can you first tell us your location before we take his shot? What's your location? And because I want to show people on radar where you are.
Yeah, so Kevin, I'm north on US 45 now, just north of the Coles County line. There's some sort of outbuilding that's here. You can see the debris that's been scattered from this. There's a house about a quarter mile to my south. They had a little bit of damage, but it just passed north of there as it continued off to the north and east. It got real hairy real fast there for a second by Neoga. I know Neoga Fire has been paged out to I-57. I would consider I-57 closed. Avoid traveling there at Neoga because there were power lines down on the interstate. And I saw semi-traffic tangled up in that, crashes in both the northbound and the southbound lanes. It's kind of hard to see, but there's more back behind where I'm at here. This little, I guess you'd say, farm post here. We'll try and zoom in and see if the lightning gives us a view, but there's more damaged structures and debris that's been thrown into this field here as we're just about a mile north of the county line on 45. And that's where this CC drop, the debris signature showed up as it first popped up north of Neoga and moved in that direction. So Kevin, I think I might head back to Neoga at this point to show the damage down there again, because that damage was pretty impressive, but I'm still really concerned for Charleston right now. If you're listening in Charleston, Ashmore, Oakland, the time is running out for you here. This is likely near the Coles County Airport, moving into the west side of Charleston very shortly, Kevin. So if you want to give me a little advice, if you think I should head to Charleston or stay down here, just let me know your thoughts, but very active and developing situation here in Coles County. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay, thanks, Jacob. Yeah, you know, I tell you what, you know, stay on some of the damage down there. You're not going to make it up, obviously, up this way. So let's wait and kind of see what happens here with Charleston, because the storm's coming through right now.
Probably going to get a decent view of it on the camera.
Okay.
The way it's coming in, we got to aim to the west right now.
Okay, so if we can, what we're going to do here is we're going to pull up the camera in Charleston. And here's the thing. We've got a lot that's going on here, guys. And I know we got folks all over that are concerned right now. We want to try to, you know, talk about everyone that's under warnings, but that's the Charleston camera. That thing is coming in right now, and there's some heavy rainfall. The rotation is literally on the southwest side of town, and that is directly where we have our camera pointed. If you're in Charleston, you need to be in your safe spot. Lowest level of your home, center part of your house. That is the view with the heavy rainfall. And this storm, the tornado has actually been kind of showing up on the back side. Some of the rotation is kind of on the back side and not the typical kind of, you know, front end of this. So a little bit of a different kind of structure to it. So I don't want you to think that you know, oh, it's rain, you know, the storm, it's past us. No, because we're kind of getting some of that there on the back side there. So rotation there south and west of Charleston. I mean, just barely on the south and west side of town. You can maybe even see, is that a little bit of a CC drop there maybe still?
I think it's been that same one that we've been picking up the whole time.
Yeah, so that same one there kind of coming into Charleston now. Why don't we go back to the camera there? It may be kind of tough to see a whole lot right now, but we'll watch for power flashes. We'll see kind of what happens there. But again, we've got several areas of concern, and that is the view that we're getting from our Charleston camera that we may lose here for too long. That is the Effingham camera here behind me. Okay, let me kick back over here to the radar. Let's talk about Champaign County. Let's talk about Douglas County here now and try to find where some of this rotation is. And we've got a couple different areas here of rotation. So here's one. And so now that's going to be kind of north of Ivesdale. Then here's another that's maybe down here close to the Pasodum area, right through here. It's broad. Okay. It's not super strong, but there's something right there. We might have something right over here as well. So a couple areas there. You're getting heavy rainfall right now. The radar itself probably looks kind of messy, and you're like, I can't really tell exactly where it is. Here's the thing. You're not going to see a tornado here tonight. It is going to be embedded with the rain. It's going to be really difficult to kind of see anything. So I encourage you guys to take shelter. If you are anywhere out there tonight, okay, take shelter as you're going to be watching these storms come in, hopefully from your safe spot. Don't try to go out and see it. You're not going to see anything. If you're in Champaign, you're not going to see anything, okay? So we're watching out for that. Let's see here. I'm going to pull back up our camera that is in Charleston here, and bear with me for a second. Jacob was kind of mentioning he might be seeing some power flashes over in the Charleston area, or maybe some lightning. A lot of lightning there, obviously, but he's down there. So we've got our camera here. We've got Jacob that's just kind of south there of town. And so he's going to be kind of looking at things. But the heavy rainfall is coming through Charleston. We've had the confirmed tornado damage confirmed down in the Neoga area there. And we still have rotation coming through Charleston as we speak. It's happening right now. And now, listen, if you're in Ashmore, I would still kind of be on the lookout. If you're in the Ashmore area, eastern portions of Coles County, we'll be watching for you next, as this will track right there along 16. You come out of Charleston there all the way to Ashmore. So anyone along 16 on either side of that, a few miles, you want to be taking your tornado precautions right now as the rotating part of the storm starts to move in. Again, Charleston, you're getting hit by right now. I don't want you to let your guard down because there is still rotation kind of on the back side of this. You see the reflectivity? It's a lot stronger out here, but the rotation is actually kind of back on this, on the back edge. Okay. It's actually back here. So you have the heavy rain here. It's back here. So we're going to watch our camera there in Charleston, keep an eye on things, and update you here. If you see anything, let me know over there. But I know it's starting to rain pretty heavy in Champaign right now. We have the tornado sirens that are going off. I know that Seth and Adam are in here with us and kind of keeping an eye on things.
Yeah, I've just been watching a lot, Kevin. We're now looking out from the Memorial Stadium, looking out to the south and west. They're trying to see if we can see any structure with that storm there just south of town. They're south, closer towards Tolono here. Again, I've been looking the whole time because, again, you and I both live in Champaign County, and we have our warnings in kind of places where we live. So I've been making a few connections there saying, hey, we've got a tornado warning here in Mahomet and here in Champaign. So letting people know, but also keep an eye on those rotations. Again, kind of seems like Champaign's in the middle of those two spots. That one spot there just south of Champaign, closer towards Tolono, that looking broad, yes, but I'm still keeping an eye on it because, again, we've had those kind of quick circulations before here. But, again, they're still messy, but I guess this is just one of those things we got to keep an eye out for, Kevin. So I'm keeping an eye towards the south and west right now here. Haven't seen anything structure-wise. Lightning has kind of helped a little bit here, and it's just been kind of a mess. Let's take a look now at those tornado warnings there at Champaign County there. There's that one just to the west of town there between basically Whiteheath, 72, going across 72 right now, south closer towards Seymour there, and Bonneville. There you go. You can see kind of a broader area too as well. And then there's that one just south of Champaign, south of Willard, and that one is pretty broad as well too, but still worth looking at, still worth taking seriously too. And again, nothing confirmed, but we're still watching these just to kind of see how these are kind of developing. Again, this is the point now where we see some of these storms getting those little quick turn-ups, those quick spin-ups we see with linear storms in a good environment here. So we're kind of keeping an eye on that as well. And I know we've been talking about Neoga and down to the south, but man, now we got the rain really coming here, and we could use it. But again, we just don't want the severe weather with it, right, Kevin?
That's exactly right. Boy, you can see the heavy rainfall now coming into Champaign. Tornado sirens are going off across the area. We hear them just outside. We're seeing some of that broad rotation in two different areas right now. And I just got a new kind of updated radar scan here with this. We are getting heavy rain and strong winds with this. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. We're watching our camera there in Charleston. I'm going to click it back over here to the radar to kind of give you guys an idea of where some of the rotation is with this, where we've got two areas here. There's some really strong winds in here as well, north of Ivesdale and Sonoras. Okay. And when we look at the reflectivity, there's not the classic little, notch or hook or anything there. But it is visible when we look inside of the storm and try to find some of the rotation. So there's kind of two areas here, maybe a little bit here between Savoy and Tolono. It is still fairly broad. It is not a tight circulation there. So yes, that's stay in your safe spot here for right now, but I'm not seeing anything huge. I would say that probably a little better chance over here towards the Bondville area. If this starts to tighten up a little bit more, so basically if we start getting some of these pinks here and these greens here, and they start getting a little bit closer, it start to get a little concerned in there. There might be an embedded tornado. I mean, this thing is in rain. I mean, if there is anything, it is wrapped in rain here. So you're not going to be able to see much of anything at all. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you're in Mahomet right now, go to your tornado safe spot. Be in your tornado safe spot right now. Down the line in Thomasboro as well. But there is rotation here showing up near Bondville in that area right there. That's I-72. And this is kind of lifting here to the north and to the east. And so we're going to be carefully monitoring things and see some of that rotation. If you're in Bondville, it is imperative for you to be taking shelter right now as this storm it's trying to ramp up a little bit there, guys. So we're watching out for that. That rain is starting to come down pretty good here at the studio. I want to go back here. Looks like we've got a 55-mile-an-hour wind gust just reported down in Tolono there. And I believe Jacob might have some additional reports coming into us here. Jacob, what are you hearing? And I'll tell you what, we'll keep the radar up here, guys. Just take his audio there because it's kind of dark where he's at right now. But Jacob, what are you hearing right now?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we're moving north on I-57. I'm going to head towards Charleston. I just had a report come in of some damage to some roofs in the Charleston area, and I figured it's best to just head in that direction. I also just got word the school in Neoga may have taken a hit from that tornado. I had a photo that I saw pop up, some damage there when I was stopped south of Mattoon. Somebody sent me a photo saying, hey, the school got hit, and they sent me a picture of damage. I'll forward that to you guys here in a second. We're going to head towards Charleston, check out over there, and then I think we'll make our way back to Neoga. That tornado probably touched down. If you're familiar with the school in Neoga, that's right on the east side there. It raced northeast to the Neoga exit on 45, northeast of town there. That's where Neoga Fire is responding to accidents on the interstates and power lines down, and then continued where we saw damage across US 45 about a half-mile north of Cumberland County. The storm has a history of producing wind damage and tornadoes with this here, so that's something to keep in mind. And if you don't have a tornado yet with some of these storms, maybe further north, Kevin, we're kind of in that zone where we're right in the edge. I think it's best to err on the side of caution and seek shelter. I'll have a report from Charleston here in about 5-10 minutes, Kevin. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jacob. Appreciate the report down there. Let's come back to Champaign County now, where we have the tornado warning continuing, where we might have some of that rotation that's kind of showing up here near the Bondville area. You need to be taking shelter right now. This is where we could have some of this. This is going to be coming, close to the west side of Champaign. Here's Mahomet up here, but where some of this rotation is located is generally right about there. Okay, guys? We're seeing some of that rotation show up, the broad rotation there. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you are anywhere in, basically almost anywhere in Champaign County, but we're going to say specifically Mahomet, down to Champaign, Urbana, and then up towards Thomasboro and Rantoul as rotation. It sounds like we might be getting a little bit of hail that is maybe kind of pelting us here at the studio here as the rain is starting to pick up. But that is the rotation that we're seeing right now with our storm coming in to the west side of Champaign and Bonneville, right along I-72 is where that rotation currently is. We're getting some really strong winds out here right now. I'm just going to pull up our Neal Street camera and show you that. So sheets of rain coming through. Hopefully not a lot of people out and about here. It's 12:32 a.m. on this Saturday morning. And you can see the heavy rain that's coming through Champaign. Again, what you're getting, we're kind of getting a few different things. You're getting heavy rain. There might be a little bit of hail in there. Good news, we've not heard about any really large hail reports tonight. But what we are getting are still some signs of rotation showing up there within a few of our storms. Two areas of concern right now, as we just kind of keep on this camera. I'm just going to talk about some of the towns here right now. So basically Ashmore down in Coles County and just to the north and west of Ashmore, and then up towards Oakland. I would be on the lookout, and then just be paying attention if you're over into Edgar County, because I think you guys are next with where some of that rotation is. But if you're in Oakland and Coles County, you want to be taking shelter as that warning is in effect for you. As far as Champaign County goes, I got to tell you, the storm that's down there near Pasota, or was down there, Pasota, Tolono, Philo, Sydney area, I'm not seeing as much of the signs of rotation with that storm. Okay, I'm seeing a little bit more maybe up towards that Bondville area. Okay, so you can see that is the view that we're getting here from our camera just outside of the studio. I'm going to take things kind of back over here. Again, here's what I'm talking about with some of the rotation that we're seeing. Some of that right through here. There's Bondville. We have these colors, these brighter colors, very broad, not a real tight circulation. And then, as I mentioned earlier, this other warning is down here. I'm just not seeing. I'm just not kind of seeing the same indications that I was looking at just a little bit ago. New tornado warning here. Looks like
Coles, Vermilion, Edgar.
Okay, so that's going to be to continue basically our cell that's down here. So this one still looks to be the most impressive one between Oakland and Ashmore. So your rotation's right smack dab in the middle there, I'm going to guess. So right there is where that rotation still is, okay? And so you're going to see the new tornado warning kind of populate probably right in this area here. Okay, going to the north and east. And so we're going to continue to see this. So there it is. It is not a confirmed one anymore. So you're saying, okay, what's the difference here? It's radar indicated now. This is the one that definitely produced some damage back towards Neoga. This is where we had some damage, or Jacob was on that earlier. That storm is now, it's passed well past Charleston, and now it's up here between Oakland and Ashmore. So now the tornado warning here, Brockton, Redmond, Hume, Chrisman. This does impact southern portions of Vermilion County, Georgetown to Chrisman, all of those areas there. The potential exists for a tornado because this area still has some decent rotation on it, and you'll want to be in your tornado safe spot here right now. Lowest level of your home, center part of your house. Get in there and stay there until the all clear is given. So we've got two spots we're looking at. Let's come back up here into Champaign County again. Still some broad rotation there with us here tonight. Heavy rainfall moving through. Again, as I mentioned, see that southern tornado warning that was in effect down here for Philo and Tolono? They dropped it. No longer in effect. We kept the one up here. That does include Mahomet, Thomasboro, and Rantoul. So I would still be staying in your tornado safe spot. I can tell you, wind's picking up outside pretty good.
Door just to see, and the sirens are still going off here for Champaign. We're here again on Neal Street in Champaign, but I will tell you, I opened up that door. It's kind of hard to open it. I wanted to make sure I didn't open it too wide so the wind didn't take it. It's pretty breezy. It's pretty wet out there. Seth was about to go outside and check to see if something fell on the roof. We heard a little bit of a boom out there. Don't know if that was just lightning or what, but you can see that we still have the rain coming through here. I'm a little wet right now because I just opened up the door a crack a little bit and I got a little bit more soaked here. So again, yeah, we're seeing those sheets of rain just kind of move through right now. I hope nobody's out and about right now for this evening. It is kind of messy out there regardless of the severe weather. And again, those winds are no joke. I could even see that on velocity. We had some of those pinks just south of town moving northward here. Clear indication that we've got those strong winds kicking in behind it. Whether those are strong or severe, we'll have to wait and see. But I will say it's a bit more than just breezy out there for this evening. So again, here at the studio, just seeing the rain right now and some strong wind gusts. Still hearing the sirens here and there. I think they've taken a break from that though. And again, our focus is a little bit more off towards the east or the western storm there, closer towards Bonneville, that spot. Looking at Jacob, I just saw his shot there a second ago. He had some really good anvil crawlers there for lightning there. He had some really good lightning there, Jacob.
Yeah, so we're here now coming into Charleston, Adam. I think I'm talking now. And as we're moving in, I will say there were a lot of power outages between Mattoon and Charleston. The radar may have indicated that there was some tornado debris in this area, but I've not seen any evidence of that. It's dark, though. There's probably some lines down somewhere. I've got some folks that are telling me that the fire departments are busy here in Coles and Cumberland County from Neoga on up here. So we will kind of check things out in Charleston, make our way back to Neoga. We're on the backside. Things are clear here from the severe weather threat. Sarah Bush Medical Center, okay. Lights are on, no issues there. But a lot of the houses and whatnot, but kind of to the south and east of there, kind of by the airport, are out of power. Looks like the lights are back on here, or at least have been on in Charleston, but we're going to just kind of check through town and see what's going on. I'll send it back to you guys and kind of check things out, get some new information, whatnot. If you also want to check on my Facebook page, I've got a photo up there of the damage to the Neoga school where the roof was damaged from that. So you might be able to take a peek at that. Just give me a heads up on there. Live in Charleston now, rolling on in after the storm. I'm Jacob Dicky. Back to you.
Okay. Well, we've had some damage here at our studio, just outside. See our weather garden? The fence is gone.
Oh no!
On the right side there. See the weather? We don't have the lights on. So our fence out there.
That would explain the boom we heard earlier.
We heard it. We heard a loud boom here, and we were like, "What was that?" So Neal Street's right behind there, and that's our weather garden on the right side. We should not be able to see that yellow pole. Yeah, I'll just tell you that. There's usually a fence there, so that's our camera view that is out there. And I think Brandon just went out to kind of take a look of that. So we've sustained our own damage here at the studio. It looks like just outside.
Looks like part of that east wall kind of.
Yeah, something's kind of moving there too. It looks like, or maybe that's part of the wall there. So there you go. We were talking about how there's going to be a pretty good little gust of wind that was just about to come through here, and that's look at the pink color here.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're getting it. Now we're getting these strong winds here in Champaign right now. So it just took out. It looks like the south side of our fence out there in the weather garden. So yeah, maybe Brandon can. I don't know, Brandon, grab a camera because I know you can plug in out there. I know Brandon Morano's out there. Maybe he can plug in and show us some of that damage or whatnot. But you're seeing the strong winds here. That was probably just some straight line winds that just came through. So we've had some of that, and that's the colors that you're seeing here. I will say this: not seeing much rotation. There's a little bit in there. It's pretty broad, but you've got strong, possibly straight line winds all across Champaign to Bonneville, and this is going to be lifting to the north, and so you're talking up there towards the Thomasboro area there before too long. So that's what this color, the brighter pinks are your stronger winds, and that's what's happening here right now. Brandon, did you got the weather garden?
I did. I'm about to get a mic.
Okay, so Brandon's gonna hop out there and tell us what he's seen. Do you know how to flip on the lights out there? I don't know if you can do that.
I can help him.
I'll talk you through it there. And so Brandon's gonna head out there and show us some of that here. I do want to just kind of talk about what's going on here with the rest of the area, and we'll kind of zoom out and kind of show you what we've got, where we still have the concern here into Edgar County now for some rotation on our storm that is basically kind of coming there between, well, there's kind of a few different areas there. I mean, there's kind of rotation on there. It looks very broad, though. We're not getting a tight circulation there. Yeah, it's so tough in this environment here to see some of it, but I would still be in your tornado safe spot in Redmond there in Brockton and Crispin, just to be on the kind of safe side. This does not have kind of the same characteristics I was seeing just a little bit earlier, but it's still enough for a cause for concern here tonight as severe thunderstorm warnings continue. We have got several counties still under the gun here for severe weather tonight. It is 12:42 a.m. now, and several counties under warning. So let's kind of recap what we've got right now, and we'll pull up the radar reflectivity. We'll pull up just the warnings, and let's show you the warnings by themselves. And so severe thunderstorm warnings all the way from Iroquois, Ford County down through Vermilion. We've still got the tornado warning here that stretches between Champaign and Rantoul. Actually, this one on the south has dropped off, and our radar just hasn't updated on that just yet. But then this one here that we're continuing to watch into Edgar and southern portions of Vermilion County. You also want to be in your tornado safe spot as these storms move to the north and east. And these are still looking really strong. I got to tell you, this has got more of a kind of a wind signature to it down here into Clark County and whatnot, little Boeing segment that's going on. So that's kind of telling me that there's probably some pretty strong winds coming there, probably just past through KZ Martinsville, coming towards the Clark Center area, and then into the Grandview area between Kansas and Grandview. Some strong winds out there as well as the storm kind of passed through with kind of a wind damage. I'm just seeing more wind damage on the southern edge of this. And then up here we go, maybe even some hail that's up there as well. So tornado safe spots, these are the places to go. Worst place, Cards Mobile Homes under a highway overpass. You want a bad place, large rooms near an outside wall. You want to get into an interior room, center part of your house, bathroom with no windows, and a tornado shelter or safe room. Basement is best. Okay, let's pop outside. Brandon and Adam are out there in the weather garden. Okay, we don't have his mic out there. I'm being told right now, so we can take the shot, I believe, but we don't have his mic. Go ahead and just kind of show off if we can. We'll take the shot. So there's a piece of our fence that was blown down there. You can see Adam and Brandon are picking up some of the pieces from our weather garden. There's a large piece right there. So all of there you can see. Oh, look at that. Yeah. So that was where some of the flower pots and things were. So there's some of the damage here that we had. Obviously very minor, and something we can obviously repair. But you can see we had our own little bit here at the studio. All right, guys. Jacob is on some damage now. Jacob, talk to us about your location. We see flashing lights, possibly some debris. Where are you, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we're down by Lake Charleston here on the southeast side of town, and police stopped. They're kind of picking up some tree debris from the road here on 130. We're just past Nursery Avenue there, where we kept going around. I saw those flashing lights, thought I'd pop up, and so this area has been hit by some wind, and doesn't look like, you can probably make out the tree right there, in fact, that was on the road that came down. They've kind of cleared it and done what they could, but there's probably some more damage in this area here. Hard to make out what happened, what caused it, but that certainly is something that we'll be keeping an eye on here. It looks like, I can't tell if that's going to be Charleston police or if that's going to be officials from the sheriff's department. So we'll see if they give us any info, anything like that. Look, I got an officer coming up, and maybe I can ask him a question. Can't tell if he's me or anything like that. Hey, do you guys have any damage around here? Anything?
Not that I know. Not that we know of. Just me and the guardrail right there.
Okay, that's good. Hey, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'm going to head back that way then.
Be careful. There's a lot of debris like this in the road still.
Okay.
But nothing major like this that we know of right now.
Okay, perfect. And what's your name?
I'm Officer Evans.
Officer Evans, and you're with Charleston Police? Hey, thanks so much. Thanks for talking to me.
Yeah,
so,
no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Just talked to Officer Evans from the Charleston Police, and he said that there's a lot of tree damage and debris on 130 here. So they're out here by the lake cleaning things up just southeast of town. And I said he didn't have anything that was noteworthy damage-wise. That's good news. But he's kind of out here checking things out with other officers further down the road. So first we're checking things out here. So that's some good news. Kevin, I'm going to cut back kind of the south side of Charleston towards the Lerna, Trilla area and make my way back to Neoga. We get some more reports about some of the damage over there and whatnot. We had those semis, interstates, that accident.
Okay, we're kind of losing his shot there, so we'll just bring it back here for now. Again, we're getting a ton of power outage reports that are coming into us here, a lot of those. And here in just a moment, I'm going to send it over to Seth here in a moment to talk about some of the outages because they are starting to pile up, okay? And there's a lot of people that are watching now online because they don't have power. The TV's not working, so we've got a lot of people online. We're still going to be here with you guys streaming. So if you've got friends or family that are curious about this, tell them we're streaming on the WCIA3 News and Weather app. We're on Facebook here. Okay. We're on X. We're all over the place, but you can, if there's a place to stream, we're trying to do it for you right now. The only tornado warning that is left is the one that is in effect for Edgar County, southern portions of Vermilion County, essentially, okay? And with that, I'm not seeing incredible signs of rotation. I am seeing some really strong winds there. But we have several counties with severe thunderstorm warnings, and they stretch all the way from Iroquois County down to Vermilion County, Champaign County. And briefly, I want to come back to the velocity because I'm seeing a signature, some really, really strong winds up here north of town, coming towards Thomasboro, Flatville, Sellers area. That color right there that you're seeing, that is indicative of at least 60 miles an hour, maybe higher, maybe potentially winds there upwards of 65. So we've got some really strong winds just north of Champaign, and that's going to be heading there up towards between Thomasboro, Flatville area. And again, there's Sellers, the updated scan there. So you got Leverett Road. So right along Leverett Road, there are some gusty winds that are happening in that area here right now. So I just kind of wanted to make mention of that because we are still dealing. When you look at the radar, you've got almost a little Boeing segment that's kind of trying to happen here from Royal and stretches back down here east of Sydney over towards Homer and the Ogden area. So you guys are getting hit pretty hard. Again, we'll come back down here to Seidel, Chrisman, Edgar. Boy, that's going to be a storm coming into Paris there. That's going to be a strong storm there into Paris. A lot of heavy rainfall, lightning, and yet still, some rotation there showing up. But more than anything, I'm seeing more of a straight lined wind threat. So strong winds there coming into Paris. So I would still just kind of be hanging out, taking shelter. You may start to hear some hail coming down on top of your roof here tonight. Fortunately, the hail reports have been fairly small at this point. We haven't heard about any gigantic hail, which is some good news. So that's kind of what we've got here right now. A messy situation with the radar, but still some areas of concern that we're watching with some gusty winds here tonight. Power outages are piling up. I'm seeing purple colors on the outage map. And Seth, that purple means there's a lot of people who are in the dark tonight.
Yeah, that absolutely does. And we've noticed a lot of those counties start to become a little more colored as that tornado-warned storm that was kind of on the northeast side of Effingham there for a little bit and then eventually crossed over into Shelby, Coles, and parts of Douglas County too. Yeah, we've got 3 of those purple bulbs out there right now, and that indicates anywhere above 1,000 and still less than 5,000. I think most of them mentioned about 1,500 or so. So you've got that going on in Christian, Shelby, Douglas counties, kind of some of those hardest hit counties. And of course, as this line of storms continues to move on to the east, you're starting to notice some more of those yellow or orange bulbs, including like here in Champaign County. Of course, haven't completely moved all the way east of I-57 yet, but just as a statewide total, there have been a lot of outages. We're all the way up to 74,000 outages here at the moment. So we'll continue kind of track some of those. Sometimes this chart just kind of lags behind just a little bit. So there's still probably a few that have yet to come in. One thing I want to mention, let's just take a look at some confirmed wind gust reports that we've had just at some of the recording stations here across the area. Had a gust of 64 right here through Champaign. And of course, that's going to knock down some fencing there in the Weather Garden. Absolutely. But some other places, just that general 45 up to about 60 miles an hour or so. So plenty of that wind damage tonight. And one thing I do want to mention just here with this line of storms is the fact that a lot of times we have these systems rolling through, kind of have to watch for some redevelopment west of the main line. Good thing is, looks like things are nice and quiet. You've got one little storm down there in parts of Macoupin and Montgomery County. For the most part, we kind of anticipated that once this initial line moved through, you were kind of in the clear effectively here for a good chunk of the night. So watching as plenty of warnings are here still in the area. In fact, going north and south where that line of storms is, there's not a single county that is not included in a warning of sorts there from I-57 off to the east. So still another about hour or two to go here in this event. Looking like things are becoming generally more windy in nature, but yes, still watching that tornado warning down there in parts of Edgar and Vermilion County. But right now, Kevin, for some, the event might be over, but yeah, those outages going to linger around here for a little bit, and we've been seeing those damage images with Jacob there. At least there's not a whole lot coming for those that saw that initial line.
Okay, we're getting a new tornado warning here for parts of Champaign County, I believe, up near the Gifford area. Okay, there's just a little area of rotation up near Gifford that we are picking up on, and so the Weather Service just issued this. So now Gifford's right there, little guy right there, Middle Fork Forest Preserve that's there up in the northeastern portions of Champaign County. So here we go. Here's some of that rotation that we're seeing right there near Gifford, Middle Fork Forest Preserve, kind of just to the north and west of Penfield. Again, all of this is moving to the north and east. And if you are up here in northeastern corner of Champaign County, so here's the thing, you may be saying, well, why is that such a small tornado warning there? Well, they hand off to the Chicago Weather Service office for anything into Ford and Iroquois County. So they only go up to northern Champaign County, so that's why it is kind of a really small one. We'll see if the Chicago office extends this a little bit more. But there is some slight rotation right there north of Gifford, and that is lifting to the north and east. It's basically, it might even come in. I mean, it's got to hug right along the Vermilion and kind of Ford County line there, and maybe eventually just kind of clip far eastern Ford County and southern portions of Iroquois County there as well. But this is a brand new tornado warning. It's a small one. And there is some rotation, and again, embedded with the rain could be a tornado. You're not going to see it, so don't even try. Very strong winds in there, and you might have a little spin-up tornado all along that. So we're looking at two areas. Boy, Paris right now. If you're out in Paris, you guys are definitely getting hit pretty hard. It looks like here tonight, guys. So if you are out there tonight in Paris, be on the lookout for these storms as they're coming through, as they are kind of transitioning a little bit more of a Boeing segment there. You can kind of see how this, and what I'm going to do is kind of draw this out here for you, but there is more of a kind of a Boeing segment that's happening on this Paris. See how this kind of arcs back around a little bit. And so what we've got here essentially is really strong winds, kind of pushing the line out a little bit more, and that is causing the strong straight line winds that you're going to have. So I think that's what we're looking at more than anything there into parts of Edgar County here right now, and not so much maybe some of that rotation in there, but boy, heavy rainfall, and we're going to be seeing that as well. So here we go. We've got some video there, and Adam, so shout out to our engineer who's at home watching us, Mr. David Norbot, who is on our engineering team here. Adam, you were out in the weather.
I was just out there, so if I look all gross, it's because I was just out in the rain and the wind and the dirt. So I apologize if I come off a little bit more of gross this evening. But I will say, wow, look at that. You can see, and we knew something had to happen to kind of pull that. I was kind of investigating a little bit as I was walking out there the last time to turn the lights on. And yeah, you can see right there, just it got kind of caught up on the wind and then just blown right into a weak spot right there. You can see one of the flower pots flipped over there, and there you go, boom, right there on the hinges, kind of just popped right off there. So yeah, that's the door we normally use to get into the weather garden. But right there, that's the spot right there. It just kind of popped right open here and kind of just broke all over the place here. It's kind of a mess in the weather garden. It's not too bad. I mean, it's still usable, but you're gonna have to clean it later on. I don't think we're gonna be using it on Monday. That's my first thought for the 9 o'clock.
Listen, obviously, very minor damage.
Yes, very minor.
Considered, you know, the first thing that comes to mind, the meme, we will rebuild, and we will.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, no.
It's just funny that it happened to us, right?
Yeah, I mean, there you go. We get it right here as well. But on that video too, you could really see the behind when the wind. Look at the winds. Once you kind of see that go, look out there along Neal Street. So that Neal Street's right behind that, and you're going to see right there. Yeah, just look at the strong winds, the sheets of rain. They're kind of blowing behind it, so you can really kind of pick that out. There's just that little gust that occurred. So again, that happening here at the studio here in the past half. We heard a loud boom, and we were wondering what that was. All right, guys, let's come back. Regroup a little bit here. It looks like we still have that little sliver of a tornado warning in northeastern Champaign County. But I got to tell you, it does look like the rotating part of the storm is probably now up north of Middle, or right near Middle Fork Forest Preserve, and probably now heading into southeastern corner of Ford County. So you got Rankin over here, Vermilion County, you got Ford County here, but then you got Iroquois County. It's kind of where all three of those counties. Clarence, familiar with that. That's kind of where some of that rotation is with that storm. It doesn't look like the Weather Service in Chicago has continued the tornado warning at all in that area, but instead still a severe thunderstorm warning that is showing up there. Okay, let's kind of back things out here. The Weather Service has they've got a report of tornado down near Neoga, north and east there of Neoga. Semi was blown over on I-57 earlier. That's kind of some of the damage reports that have come into us here. Power poles down over in the Mattoon area, power lines down in the Mattoon area. Some of the things that we're hearing here tonight. Right now, biggest concern going to be kind of east there of Paris. Really strong winds kind of coming in there. Those are going to be continuing to push off then into Indiana. Okay, so we're hopefully getting kind of to the backside of some of this activity here. What I want to do is, I haven't showed this in a while because I know there's a lot of people watching and want to know, am I good? Can I go to bed? This is the new tornado, or what's left of the tornado watch box here tonight. And so, I guess I'll say this here right now. It looks like things are, calming down for most areas tonight, but we're still just kind of, if you're still under that tornado watch, or you're still in a county here shaded in yellow, just give it a little bit. The biggest areas of concern right now: northeastern Champaign County, southern Fort Iroquois County. We'll just say all of Vermilion County and Edgar County right now. The severe threat there for now is past Cumberland and Coles County right now, but Clark County is still kind of watching there. But maybe kind of on the last hour or so of dealing with some of this. That tornado watch expires at 3 a.m., so we're not quite done here just yet, but we are still keeping a close eye on this as those reports continue to come into us here tonight. We're about a minute away from the top of the hour. I'm here in a little bit. We're going to send things over to Adam. He's going to talk a little bit about some of the damage reports that are coming into us here tonight. Seth's going to get us some more information on what he's hearing out there tonight with some damage and kind of what he's hearing about power outages and things. And we're going to talk about the latest on what's going on with these storms here on this very early Saturday morning. We have several thousand people that are watching on the live streams here with us tonight. We thank you guys for tuning in here with us and trusting us. And we know a lot of people are without power and maybe watching here because they're not watching on TV, because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people that do not have power at home here tonight. So here we are coming up here straight up on the dot. It is now officially 1 a.m. on Saturday morning. And I am Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy. We have meteorologist Adam Sherwinski, Seth Bonoff in studio. We have meteorologist Jacob Dicky, who's been out in the storm tracker and giving us live reports. We're also going to be checking in with him to let us know what he is seeing. Before we go over to Adam to talk about some of these confirmed damage reports, I'm going to just do a little bit of a quick radar tour and kind of show you guys what is left and what we're still dealing with. First off, the warnings that are still in effect. If you're in the orange color, you're still under severe thunderstorm warnings. We still got this red one here. For all intents and purposes, Northeast Champaign County, we're not seeing the rotation there, so we can probably drop that one off. Still looking at southern Vermilion and far northern Edgar County with the tornado warning there, but severe thunderstorm warning stretch all the way down here into Clark County. Back on the radar, what it's actually looking like. Strong line of storms there. Boeing segment there, now pushing into Indiana. It's going to be over there into parts of Vermilion County, south of Cayuga, and heading towards the Clinton and Rockville area, Park County, Indiana. We still have a pretty good little storm there, Danville to Westville, and some heavier rain up here, Potomac, and then now stretching up into parts of Fort and Iroquois County as well. But as far as looking at, any rotation, not seeing much of that here. There's that little area there, some stronger winds, still some pretty strong winds that probably pass through Paris. But we're kind of getting on the back edge of this, which is good in a lot of areas. We're not all clear yet, but we're getting close. But let's talk about what some people have had to experience and go through tonight with some of these wind damage reports. And it all started several hours ago. We'll send it over to Adam to talk about that now.
Yeah, we got Seth helping me over there at the computer, but we're going to start there with Vandalia. Thunderstorm wind damage there in Vandalia about 11:51, so not too incredibly long ago. Fayette County EMA reporting multiple lines down in town here. Let's take it out towards Effingham County. You can see we have a funnel cloud report there, not too far from Effingham, close to Watson there. And if we take a look, click on it real quick, funnel cloud there at Watson at 11:55. Let's go north to Neoga there, a spot that we were kind of concerned with. Let's go right closer to town here first with that wind damage report here. It looks like we've got thunderstorm wind damage there. Semis blown over on 57. And just north of that looks to be a tornado report there. Let's see if we can click on that real quick here. Trilla, outbuilding destroyed. Time estimated from radar with a radar confirmed tornado, 12:08 a.m. That would be earlier this morning. Then we got some more wind spots there. Again, Mattoon, Charleston were two spots we were kind of watching out for too. Let's take a look north towards there in Mattoon first. Thunderstorm wind damage there. Power poles broken and power lines down there. And let's go a little bit more to the east, closer to Charleston there between Mattoon and Charleston. And that looks like a wind gust report. Let's see, not thunderstorm, but about 52-mile-an-hour winds there from the ASAW station at the Coles County Airport here. We zoom out a little bit more, you'll see kind of where all the damage has really been. And we've seen some here reports already. It's dark, so we're not going to get all the reports here. But notice that we've got a wide swath there out just west of the edges of our viewing area and down towards St. Louis too. So this has been an active day here, both in the really the St. Louis area, all up into Iowa, Western Illinois, and here within our viewing area too. Let's go back to Champaign County real quick there, Seth. Can you see that we have that hail report? I just want to see how big that is there. Just outside of St. Joseph there. Can you click on that right by Sydney? Report from him. Okay, about dime-sized hail. Let's get closer to town here towards Tolona. We had that kind of a tornado warning earlier. We had some strong winds behind that. Did cause some damage here at the station. We had a part of our weather garden, the fencing came down here. So there's our damage report here. Thunderstorm wind gust in Tolona about 55 miles per hour, very close to the severe threshold there. Let's go closer to Myra there, Seth. Closer into town here. Let's see what we've got there for a wind gust report here. I'm sure it's going to be pretty high, 45 miles per hour from the Mesonet station. So again, we've had some strong wind gusts even behind this too. Again, blew down part of our fencing there at the weather garden, but we've had just really the wind, the primary concern. If we go out to McLean County real quick, Seth, if that's all right, and closer to Springfield too as well, out to the western portions of our viewing area. What's that right there? I think just west of Bloomington near Allen. Can we take a look at that real quick, Seth? Click on it for me if you would. There we go. Thunderstorm wind gust, about power lines down. So non-thunderstorm wind gust, excuse me. Again, winds have been kind of a concern all throughout the day too as well. If we go down to the south, closer towards Lincoln, let's see what they got there at the National Weather Service office there for reports there for wind gusts. Just out of curiosity here. 44 miles per hour there at the airport. And then closer to Springfield there if you could, Seth. And closer to Athens as well. All right, we got some damage right there. Let's take a look at that first in Green Acres. It looks like Green Acres. You could real quick. Okay. Roof damage from 706 before storms really got to deep into town here. And then also up towards Athens, hail damage reports there too. Let's take a look at that real quick. Reporting from dime size. So again, we've had a little bit of the hail reports, but that's not really been the big concern. It's the wind we've been concerned with and even some of those tornadoes as well. It's been a busy evening, especially in Effingham County and out towards Mattoon and Charleston. You can kind of see a wider view. Let's go all the way out here if we can, a little bit more, Seth, and show a little bit of St. Louis where they had a lot of that storm activity move this way too. Again, you can see that this is kind of the same storm system that brought that funnel cloud and tornado report out there in our viewing area. It's part of the same chain of storms out there towards the St. Louis metro area. So this has been quite a mess of a night there. This afternoon, they're out towards Missouri, now translating here into central Illinois, now moving into Indiana very slowly but surely here. We're going to keep more tabs on that. Kevin, anything new within the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, starting to get in some more reports here. Down in the Neoga area. Just give me a second here to, I'm going to turn some of that around here in just a second, but let's kind of talk about what's going on here right now. But we are, okay. So I just got permission here to share this. So bear with me for a second about confirmation of damage. And just, I'm doing this on the fly here. So just give me one quick second here. But Jacob is going to be coming into Neoga soon, and he's going to come across some damage there. And I just got this picture sent into us. And before I pull it up, I want to mention who sent it into us here. Zachary Letizia. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the name there. Letizia. Zachary Letizia down in Neoga, sharing this picture with us of the Neoga Elementary School that has sustained damage. And now I can pull that up for you here, and you can see. So there it is. And so it looks like so part of the I guess that's part of the maybe the gymnasium or something over there. You can see some of the damage there that is showing up. There's another picture that I'm going to get permission to show here, but it looks like the Neoga Elementary School did sustain some damage here tonight. That picture sent in to us. Jacob is on his way back to Neoga, where there's most likely been a tornado that occurred down that way. He's actually only a couple minutes away, so we'll be checking back in with him here in just a little bit. But definitely some damage there at the Neoga Elementary School. So thank you to Zachary, who sent that photo in to us here tonight. If you have any photos, our Facebook page, you can go on there or email us weather@wcia.com. Any of those ways to get it to us, and we can share it with our viewers that are out there here tonight, where some places are picking up the damage and some are still dealing with these storms here. I just want to kind of talk about it because things are calming down finally in Champaign. You're still up here towards Paxton and Hoopston, still got some decent storms up there and right along the Indiana-Illinois state line, but kind of getting close to be on the back edge of this. I know there's still some people over towards Danville and Westville are saying, hey, it's still storming pretty good over here. So hang in there. We're almost through it here, guys, but we're still finding some pockets of some pretty strong winds that are showing up in a few spots here tonight. But we're definitely kind of seeing, we're kind of in the fourth quarter now, a few minutes left in the fourth quarter. And to use a basketball kind of pun there with this, we're getting close to the end as these storms race off into Indiana. Jacob is about a minute or so away coming into Neoga, where there's been damage. We've talked about what happened there at the elementary school here tonight. And I'm sure there are other, we talked about also the semi trucks that were flipped. I don't know if they were flipped over or pushed over on the side, or at least, not how they were supposed to be on I-57 from earlier tonight. But let's pull up a Jacob shot here. He's coming in there to Neoga. We're seeing some of the flashing lights coming in. And Jacob, talk about where you're at and maybe kind of what you're seeing. I know you're just coming in town, so give us some of the preliminary stuff that you're seeing.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we're actually still a little bit northeast of town on 45. It looks like the fire department's got the highway closed here, and this is going to be just about a mile south of Etna Road. It looked like Etna Road east of US 45 had power lines down on it, and this here is going to be Trilla Road, where we're at. There's a grain facility here of some sort. I thought this might have been the anhydrous plant, but I can't tell quite at this point what's going on. But first responders have the road blocked here on 45 South heading towards the Neoga area. And they've got this lit up. I don't see any damage to this particular plant, but they've got the road closed here at Trilla Road and 45 South. So we may have to, I'm going to turn my windshield wipers off. We may have to sneak in a different way before all is said and done. And so that's something that we'll kind of play by ear and see what happens. So I'm going to check in here with firefighters, see what's going on. I know there's been power lines down in the area. We're going to try and make our way back to the interstate over there and into Neoga, but a number of roads are closed in this area because of power lines down. There were a lot of power outages, Kevin. I tell you what, driving from Charleston through Lerna and all the way down here, really dark. And there's a lot of houses out there. A lot of folks live in those areas on Lincoln Highway and whatnot. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here with this situation in northern Cumberland and southern Coles counties. So with that, Kevin, I'm going to send it back to you. I'm just going to check in and see what's going on here. And we'll try and get down to Neoga because I know there's been some damage. We drove upon that maybe a minute or two after it happened. And we were talking, Kevin, hey, there's something weird there. There's something kind of unusual in the sky there, and moments later came across that damage. I think we may have had either the updraft and the wall cloud rotating there in front of us. Again, it's dark, you can't really tell what it is, but maybe we'll go back and look at our footage from here and be able to pick something out. But we were right on that storm, and we're here now bringing you reports of damage from the Coles and Cumberland County areas. And of course, we know there's more people out of power with those power outages statewide, Kevin. Live here just north of Neoga, I'm Jacob Dicky. We'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Jacob. Continue to see what you can find out about that area. So I've zoomed in our map into the area here. So just to kind of give you an idea. So you've got Neoga, it's here, got 45 and 57, and then Trilla just to the northeast. So we had the semis reported down right here, okay, damage to the Neoga Elementary School, and something up here close to Trilla. And so That kind of looks pretty suspicious. Maybe there was a little bit, tornado that we had here that's done some damage in that area. Then eventually head towards the Lerna area. So a little bit of a track there, almost kind of long 45 there that kind of runs. It kind of does a little bit of a jog there, a little bit to the north and to the east that connects to 121. So that's the kind of area, that's the area that Jacob is located in right now, and where we're getting some of the reports of some of that damage that is in here. I got one more photo, and I can show you guys. This is Lori Hall. Lori Hall sent this photo in to us, and she also at the Neoga Elementary School. This one's showing a little bit more of the damage there. It looks like some roofing damage there on the side of that brick wall that is over there. So again, this the Neoga Elementary School, we're being told, as some of the damage as what is most likely a tornado that came through, possibly there between Neoga to Trilla there. We had the reports of that semi there in 57, as we mentioned, and there's probably other things that when Jacob is able to kind of get around there, he might be able to tell us a little bit more of what he is seeing there. But that definitely has been an area that has been hit down into the Cumberland County area here tonight. Okay, guys, it is 1:13 a.m. Still just keeping an eye on these storms on radar, just to kind of give you hopefully an all clear coming here pretty soon. I gotta tell you, I'm not seeing much in Champaign County anymore. We've got some rain here into Douglas County, even back here into Coles County. Just not seeing much. I think the worst of it, listen, it's still coming down pretty good over near Paris, between Paris and Georgetown. You guys are still dealing with some really heavy rainfall, possibly some strong winds that are still located in there. So still just kind of that's kind of like the last area. And then Danville, maybe Danville up to Rossville, Hoopeston, maybe Wellington, Milford. You guys are probably still finding some strong winds and some heavy rainfall anywhere here between Richford. But again, generally, we're not seeing a whole lot there. You're typically looking for more of the brighter reds and run. There's a few there between Danville, south of Bismarck, but Hoopeston, just some general rain. Still some gusty winds embedded in these. Don't get me wrong. You still might get some, 55, 60 mile an hour winds. But hopefully starting to see the back edge of this kind of clear out. We still have some warnings. Those are going to start to kind of drop off even more. Actually, I believe the one up in Iroquois County has dropped off. So we still just have a little sliver. Actually, our ones there in Douglas and Coles, it just sometimes takes a while for the computer to keep. I got to say, the computer has been working hard here for us here tonight, so it's just lagging behind just a tad on some of those warnings. But I can tell you that pretty much, if you are, it's pretty close. I'm going to say west of I-57, you're good. You're absolutely good. So that area there, west of I-57, and before too long, we're going to clear most of the area. The tornado watch. Let's see if they've trimmed back any of those counties here even more. And not quite yet, but for all intents and purposes, you're good there in Monticello and Shelbyville and Effingham and Sullivan and whatnot to go to sleep. So thanks for hanging in there with us here tonight. We'll just pull up a camera view here in just outside the studio. Things are looking calmer now. They're along Neal Street here. Again, some pockets of reports of damage in a few spots. Let's go back to Jacob, who has got a little bit more of a report on what he has seen here tonight. Jacob, what do you got over there towards Trilla?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, I think you can see me standing in front of the storm tracker here, and behind me is Route 45 at Trilla Road. Route 45 is closed here. No traffic can go through. There's power lines down, and we're next to the plant here, which I think is either natural gas or anhydrous. I wish I could remember what this was, but Trilla Road and 45 closed. Interstate 57, the Wabash Fire folks told me down there in Neoga, that's closed down. I do see some traffic moving the interstates, but they said it's going to be hard for me to get to Neoga because Etna Road also has power lines down. And then there's power lines down further to the south and west here. So that's something that we're dealing with. So we're going to try and get to Neoga. It might take us a little bit of time, but they're out here checking on damage, checking on things like that. And that's how the night's going to go here in parts of southern Coles and down into the Cumberland County areas from Neoga off to the north and east. Live here on Route 45 at Trilla Road, I'm Jacob Dicky. Back to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jacob. Do what you can. Obviously got to be careful out there. he'll navigate those back roads. He's been out on them many times. Hey, remember I was just talking about, boy, it's starting to trim the tornado watch back. Hey, maybe Weather Service Lincoln watching our coverage here tonight, because boom, there they go. The counties fall off. Champaign, Douglas, Coles, Cumberland, all off now. So you're looking good. Fort and Iroquois is still just kind of watching things up there, but we're not seeing a ton. Still Vermilion, Edgar, Clark still under that watch here over the next hour or so, probably, before things are fully kind of lifted through the area. Still dealing with some heavy rainfall here tonight. Warnings are starting to expire, which is some good news. Still in effect for just a sliver of parts of Vermilion County. No longer in effect for Fort and Iroquois, a sliver, and I'll switch it back over so you can see it now, as we've got the computer to kind of catch up. Just those little bit, the last 1/16 of our viewing area on the far east side, and then heading into Indiana. Now, if you're over there into Park County, Indiana, you guys do have a tornado warning there. That includes the Rockville area. So if you got friends or family that live over in Indiana and Rockville, they've got a tornado warning there. A little bit of rotation showing up on a storm, and then also over into the Covington, Petersburg area, you guys may start to see some gusty winds as well. But that's what is left of our warnings here tonight. Again, we are still watching things. We're getting in some of these reports that will slowly trickle in. The thing is it's 1:18 in the morning on a Saturday, and so a lot of people potentially were asleep. A lot of people were haven't gone out and seen some of the damage. They're inside still. They may wake up to it tomorrow morning. So sometimes those damage reports can kind of lag behind a little bit. We may not hear about some of this until tomorrow, but it does look like, and I would say that it's a pretty safe guess. According to what I was seeing on radar, the confirmation from what is called a drop in the correlation coefficient, or a little bit of a debris signature, that is definitely indicative that there was a tornado, because the only way you can get that signature is by having something lofted into the air. And that's what was showing up on radar. So probably did have something down towards Neoga. The Weather Service probably is going to go out tomorrow. They'll probably do a little survey of that, and maybe have a few spots that they have to kind of check out and see what has occurred. But all of that will come in due time here tonight. But here's the issue that we've got. Boy, there are a lot of people that are we good on that graphic there, Seth? So, Adam, I keep seeing the colors change on this map.
Yeah, it's a kaleidoscope.
Yeah, it is. 4 or 5 hours ago, a lot of green on there, and now colors of the rainbow. And tell us about, again, correlate the colors there. Kind of tell us what's going on.
All right, so the spots where we see the purple colors here, it's not because we're seeing a lot of fun stuff going on. It's not a birthday party. All these colors mean different things. A 1K to 5K out of power in Champaign. Now, this is about 94,301 people in the state, in the entire state of Illinois, because remember, there are storms from the outside of our viewing area that did see some of that severe weather move on through too, on the western portions of our state and closer to the St. Louis area too as well. You'll notice, though, that 3,252 out of power in Douglas County. That's a lot of folks. That's above 1,000 folks there without power there in Douglas County. They got hit pretty hard here too. Shelby, another spot between 1,000 and 5,000. Christian County as well. And then even in Vermilion, we're starting to see some improvements compared to earlier on. But again, you're starting to see still some spots out there of just the purples and the reds here. So there's a lot of folks without power here. And again, it's one of those that you might not even realize they don't have power until tomorrow morning here when you wake up looking for damage too as well. Otherwise, though, in Indiana, we haven't seen too much of a change just yet. It's more so out where we're seeing more of the western portions of our viewing area, kind of slight improvements. Livingston County, Ford County, Macon, and Montgomery County, even Jasper County, some of the better spots for our power outages, less than 10. But again, Champaign, Douglas, Christian, and Shelby County, some of the spots where we've seen some more of the intense storms kind of roll on through. Power outages across a good chunk of those counties there, about 1,000 to 5,000 people. And again, 3,252 out in Douglas County, 94,301 throughout the entire state of Illinois. Because remember, we have storms down to the south too. South of our viewing area in southern Illinois, they're watching out for severe weather too. They had a PDS tornado watch too, and they have severe weather down closer towards Carbondale, Mount Vernon area, and just outside of our viewing area towards the St. Louis area. That's where our thunderstorms came from. That caused a lot of commotion there towards I-70 up through into Neoga too as well. So it has been a busy night, not just for us, but across much of the state and into Missouri too as well. We're going to keep an eye on our totals. I know Seth is updating as much as he can, but we are getting those numbers to kind of rack up throughout the state and here in central Illinois. Kevin, back over to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Adam. So you can see we've got a lot of us here tonight still on the job here. It is 1:21 a.m. here this morning. With Adam that is here in the studio with us, Seth as well, and Jacob that is out in the storm tracker. Still, he's making his way on the back roads there, trying to get into the Neoga area to see what has occurred here tonight. So there you go, our team coverage. And there's the weather garden that's got its one side of its panels they're missing there on the fence here tonight, guys. So very minor damage for us. Other areas have seen much higher damage. Obviously, a lot of people, as Adam was just mentioning, are without power. Shout out to the linemen and women that are going to be out there tonight that are going to be fixing all of the power lines through tomorrow. They've possibly got a lot of work ahead of them because there are a lot of counties they don't have power, as Adam was kind of showing us there. So they're going to be out there tonight. First responders too out there. I appreciate them doing their thing. Going into the weekend, a lot of us on a Friday, hey, we're all kind of the same. Yeah, I can't wait for the weekend. But now a lot of people putting in the OT and doing what they got to do to keep people safe, get the power back on, and clean up some of the damage out there for us tonight. We've been talking for a while here now. We are seeing this kind of back edge of the line of the storms moving through. Things starting to wrap up here in a little bit. We're going to give Jacob just a little bit of time to see if he can navigate his way into the Neoga area here. And because we want to try, he's on some country roads and he's out there in the rural areas doing his best to navigate around where all these power lines went down. So we're going to give him some time. Hey, look at him. He's having to dodge. We got his shot up now. He's having to dodge, a few limbs here. And so kind of a rural area and some potholes there. We had some rain, and Jacob mentioned this a couple times here tonight, but he's right. This turned out to be a fairly good rainmaker for some areas. Much needed rain for the area to help, stop some of these vegetation and brush fires that have been going here for much of the night. Here's the thing, guys. Still going to be very windy tomorrow, and we're going to watch temperatures still warm up a little bit. I was looking at models, and you guys glance at this for me. I looked at one of the models earlier, was trying to fire up some more storms. Did you see that?
Yeah, this morning. Yeah.
Still over there. I'm see what the maybe the 6Z. I don't know if the 6Z model's out yet. Close, probably not just yet. But if you might see, basically across our far eastern, right about through here, where there might be some additional showers or a storm tomorrow. The severe weather threat tomorrow is well to our south, and for areas that could really be impacted by another major tornado outbreak that could occur to our south here tomorrow. I'm doing this on the fly here, so bear with me here for a second. Yeah, so there we go. So that is the severe storm prediction center threat, and look at that down in Mississippi and Alabama. High risk. It's the highest of the high. Doesn't get any higher than that. Storm prediction center has that out down there, and that is a classic corridor for tornadoes, especially this kind of time of the year. And so a lot of areas down to the south are going to be impacted. And I'll just kind of zoom in a little bit and we'll throw on some of their cities. So that it's obviously the Birmingham area, Tuscaloosa, back to Jackson, Montgomery, Columbus, Mississippi. It could be a dangerous, deadly day down there with the potential for tornadoes. So we've had a little bit up here tonight. St. Louis area got hit, but they're going to be in for it here tomorrow. For us, again, this is what I was talking about. See, kind of the margin just kind of barely clips some of our counties there. So maybe the potential for a shower or a thunderstorm tomorrow night, or I say tomorrow kind of afternoon. So I'll leave you with that right now. Jacob is coming across. His shot's kind of dark, and I think it's dark because there's no power in that area. And looks like it's a power pole, little power pole there. He's trying to adjust his shot there. You kind of see it. Be careful of some lines that are there, Jacob. I see a little flashing light. Is that like a little light? Oh, here we go. Night vision. He's got okay, there you go. Now you can see it. He's got his night vision on. So now you can clearly see that, Jacob. Can you tell by your eyes how many poles potentially? And where's your location?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we're just east of I-57, and we've been kind of snaking our way. So when that signature popped up, this is about where it popped up here between 45 and 57, because it hit the interchange there at the exit for Neoga and carried off to the north and east. So we are on 1300 north now, looking west. I-57, you can kind of see the traffic at the distance. It looks like 3 or 4, but I'll be honest, they kind of extend further to the back there. You can see 2 for sure here on the shot, but there's a couple more that are back there, and I think that's probably a no-brainer, going to be where that tornado damage occurred. I can see emergency lights to my left. That's down towards the Neoga area. We're close. We're going to try and get to the Neoga area, but we're planning we're dealing with a little maze here, trying to hit these country roads where there's power lines down. No one's here on scene. So this is 1350 and 1300 North Road, 1350 East, 1300 North Road. There's no one out here. If you're driving and not paying attention and come across that, it can not work well for you. So that's why we're just encouraging folks to stay home for the night. And so that's what we're dealing with here. Trying to tell if there's any structures off to my right here as I'm now facing back south. And hard to tell. There may be a grove of trees that look like they've got thinned out a little bit.
Tell me again your streets there. I'm going to try to pull it up here on the maps. What are the streets that or the roads that you're on?
Yeah, so 1350 East and 1300 North. It's going to be about 2 miles. Let's see, halfway between 57 and 45. If you're at the point where 45 goes from northeast to north, just go straight west from there and you'll find that intersection right by I-57. We're facing south now and going to kind of sneak our way in here. Should be on 45 in about 60 seconds or so. But of course, these roads, they got gravel and water on them. So we got to take things slow here and make sure we don't hit anything else in this area, Kevin.
Yeah, you can kind of see the ruts there in the road where the water, where some of the rain and whatnot is pooled up a little bit there. Those dirt roads, gravel roads, not the best there. So definitely be careful. But so you said, are you on like 30? You say 3,500? Was that right? Or?
1350, and that'd be 1350 north, or sorry, 1350 east. Well, hang on a minute here. Let me figure this out. So it's going to be 350. I am so sorry. 350. I'm off by 10 miles there. 350 east and 1300 north. Did I say that right? No,
okay.
1300 north, 350 east. What it is. You'll probably find that a little easier. My bad. It's late, Kevin.
Hey, listen, man. Yeah, no problem there. No problem. We got you in the general location there. So yeah, you're.
Yeah. Before
go ahead.
Before I snake down into Neoga, I see some flashing lights up here and some houses in this area. So I'm just going to come up here and kind of check it out, make sure lights are on here too. So, sometimes with these tornadoes, they're so small, you see them not affect power lines in spots, and then you see them affect power lines in other spots. So not sure, but we're just kind of snaking our way back here, and we'll see if we have to backtrack from this here. But looks like my camera is trying to mess with me a little bit there. We'll tighten that up, and you'll be able to see that a little bit better there. So, and I can still see flashing lights on 57. It does look like traffic is moving on 57 now. I'll say that. Earlier, when I drove through there, seeing those semis tangled up, there was no doubt in my mind that was going to be a problem. And they're still looking like they're cleaning up down there. But now as we move west here on, this is 1200 North Road, just to the east of 57. Again, due northeast from where that signature showed up first on radar. Maybe a little bit of damage to this farm here. I see maybe that shed in the back that's a little impacted, so bear with me here. I can't tell if that's... We're just kind of investigating things here at this point, Kevin.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, we're all just kind of doing this all together. It's live TV. This is what you get when we have the ability to bring you live coverage, not just kind of talking about what's happening on a radar. We can talk about and bring you live pictures and bring reports from the field, and we find that real useful, obviously, to the public out there to be able to kind of understand and see what's going on. Looks like you got some.
So here we go, Kevin.
Yep.
There's some more power lines down in front of me here, it looks like that officer is blocking the road. And then I'm just going to briefly turn in here, and you'll be able to see a little bit of that damage here and to that shed in the back as well. You can kind of make out where this farm took a hit from that tornado there. Things are a little crooked.
No, I see. Oh, we can see it. We
But,
can see some of the.
There we go.
Some of the guys there.
Some of the damage that came from that.
Little out. Is that a little outbuilding
And I'm a mile
there?
north of the interstate exit. Yeah. I'm a mile north of the interstate exit as well. So right in the path of where this likely tornado. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was tornado Kevin at this point. But National Weather Service is going to survey. And then there's tree damage here as well. The house looks fine for the most part. A little siding missing from it, but the shed in the back has some issues, and there may be another shed as well with some damage here at this location. So definitely got hit with some problems here. There's doing some cleanup in this area, and probably the daylight will reveal what's going on. And as I look, I can't show you on the camera, but I kind of glanced off. There's a grove of trees. It looks like some of those trees have been snapped off a little bit. You kind of tell in the darkness whether it's, the tree is okay, or if, it looks a little, some of those finer limbs are gone. And it's just more, I don't want to say sticky in nature, but you know what I'm trying to say, more just kind of the main stump is there. So there may be some tree damage that's a little bit further to the north here. So give me about 5 minutes. I think I'm going to make it to Neoga. We'll see here. But I want to get to the elementary school and show you some of that damage. And we've had a number of those photos come on in. And this probably, I don't know if you'd agree, Kevin, might have been some of the harder hit parts in town, perhaps.
Yeah, I would say so. And yeah, continue to navigate there. It's like, you go one way, then you come across more power lines. So Jacob's trying to just kind of snake his way around on some of those country roads there to eventually get to Neoga. So that's what you're doing. So if you're out there and you're thinking, I want to go in and check it out, look what he is dealing with, trying to get around. So hold off. Let the first responders, look at some of these roads, he's turning on and whatnot. Let the first responders that get out there, block the roads, see where the power lines are. So, because here's the thing, you don't want to drive into one of these. And he was mentioning how when it's dark, you can't see, so you could drive right into that. So just be careful out there tonight. Seth, what do you got?
They are about to tornado warn the storm in Jasper County. Believe it or not, there's one cell that you can see right there south of Newton. It sounds like they are about to tornado warn that here in a few moments.
Yeah, so just a little guy there south there of Newton. And so in Jasper County, and there it is, just popping up on your screen. So you're seeing that right there. And that's going to be crossing over Highway 130. Oh, boy, another tornado warning down there. Again, this is kind of on the super fringe southeastern part of our kind of viewing area that we cover, but we still kind of watch this area down here. I know that the Terre Haute market kind of covers them, but if you may remember here a couple of years ago, we talked about the Robinson tornado that came through. And so we're kind of down here again, just keeping an eye on this new tornado warning cell is down there. So if you know anybody that lives down there near the Newton area, there's definitely some rotation on that, and that is going to be lifting to the northeast Willow Hill. That location down there, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. It's going to pass south of Rose Hill and the Hidalgo area, but just a tight little circulation that is showing up that eventually could go into Crawford County, the Oblong area, as that lifts off to the north and to the east. And so this is the Jasper County, extreme southeastern portions of Illinois here, but the Weather Service going ahead and issuing a tornado warning for that cell that is located down there here tonight. So let's kind of show you the wider view of things, and we'll just kind of go along and show you, from Casey to Marshall and Paris still have a little bit of rain, but things should be calming down there in Chrisman. Yeah, you still got some heavy rain ongoing there up in Georgetown. I know Georgetown, Danville, Bismarck area, you guys still had some pretty gusty winds coming through. But you're seeing the worst of it probably push off there into Indiana. Same up here now into Iroquois County, but definitely seeing things kind of trickle off back out here to the west. Again, the tornado watch no longer in effect for a good chunk of our area, the last kind of row of counties, and then kind of Jasper County there where they still maintained that new tornado warning that has just been issued here for tonight. So watching that little spot down there. Also watching Jacob. There's Jacob. What do you got there?
Yeah, 1 second, Kevin. Is it clear under the bridge?
WCIA.
Hey, how we doing? Is it clear under the bridge by chance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I want to thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Because I was there watching it when you give this thing out, and I jumped in my truck and went up and got the fire trucks going.
Oh, hey, I'm glad to hear that there.
Yeah.
Do you know much about the exit or the crash here in the interstate?
Not yet. 2 of the trucks have already cleared, and one of them's in the side, and can't remember the other, but they're got one lane's going south and one lane going north. There's a big telephone pole over there that got blown down, and all these power lines are down all the way through. The high school suffered major damage.
Yeah, I'm heading that way next.
Okay.
So, what's your name by chance?
Bob Thomas.
And you're with Neoga Fire?
Yeah, well, back last day of December, I retired after 51 years. And what am I doing out here?
What are you doing out here? Helping out. Hey, we appreciate what you're doing and keeping folks safe as well. So,
We're really glad that you guys have staying on the television.
yeah.
That really means a lot.
Appreciate that. Hey, thanks so much for talking with us here real quick. Is there any other damage in Neoga, or is it pretty much just the school?
The city's going around cutting trees up, getting them out of the road. The city clerk told me that somebody lost the front porch off their house. And I don't know, the truck stop back there has got damage back there.
Yeah.
And so,
And again, say your name one more time.
Bob Thomas.
Bob Thomas. Hey, Bob. We're here, Kevin. I think you can see Bob on our camera.
Yeah.
Kevin Lighty, I'm talking to him right now.
Kevin, you guys are doing a great job.
Hey, we appreciate that. So we were talking about, we were, I don't know if you were watching, we saw something kind of looks a little weird in the Neoga areas.
Yeah, we watched you. My wife and I sat up and we weren't going to go to bed until you were home.
Well, I don't know how late I'll be home. Kevin's going to keep me looking for things around here. I think he should let me go back. What do you think, Kevin?
Hey, man, listen, you've done a great job tonight. If you need to call it a night, but here's the thing: I know secretly you want to be out there doing this here.
They did transport 2 people to Sarah Bush.
Say it again.
They transported 2 people to Sarah
2 people transported to Sarah Bush. Is that from here in the interstate?
Yes.
Okay, Kev, we just learned 2 people were transported from this area to Sarah Bush. We don't know much more about that. We're just finding that out.
They went to St. Anthony.
Say that one more time.
They went to St.
Oh, St. Anthony, not Sarah Bush.
Right.
Okay, going to clarify. St. Anthony, 2 people transported with injuries from this storm damage in Neoga. And so that's something coming from the interstate. When I drove through, Kevin, I could see there was a mess up there now, but they've cleared a few of those wrecks. We've got state police on scene here. We've got Neoga Fire, and we're going to head to the school now to check more on that damage. Hey, Bob, come here. Appreciate what you're doing.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah, Kevin.
Hey, Bob. Tell them we appreciate everything that they're doing out there and coming out of retirement to help out.
Hey, Bob, Kevin wanted to tell you that he appreciates you coming out of retirement. And I think Kevin might have to send him a card or something. What do you think? Anything you want from Kevin Lighty?
Oh, ribeye steak.
Ribeye steak, Kevin. That's on you.
I got you,
He
Bob.
wants a ribeye steak.
We appreciate
Bob, thanks so much for what you do. Kevin says he's got you. We'll be in touch. Kevin, we're gonna head into the school district now here.
Jacob,
of course, we're seeing some power lines down.
We have had people asking your exact location. What are your exact spot right now?
Yeah, so this right here is the interstate exit, 45 and 57 in Neoga. You can see here that fire and state police are here, and so we're going to kind of move across to get to the other side and see what's going on. The interstate exit, all right, let me rephrase that. The on-ramp is closed to get northbound on 57. There's power lines down to the north side of 45 here. And crews are still moving through. We hear more sirens and ambulances coming through from this area now. I think you might be able to hear that in the background. Yeah. But still an active scene down here. So we do know there were 2 injuries from this here. And you can kind of see the power lines there.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
There.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah. That's a big pole.
So it's going to be a mess to clean up out here, but Bob Thomas from Neoga Fire, he was telling us more about what was going on in this area. And we appreciate all of our firefighters, Kevin. I mean, between the fire risk and cleaning up the damage out here, our first responders, linemen, police officers, first aid, medical, all of them have done tremendous work tonight. It's been a great team effort, and we're going to keep the cleanup. And, Kevin, it's early in spring, isn't it?
It is early. And yeah, shout out there, old Robert, Robert Thomas out there, old Bob out there doing his thing, and yeah, appreciate him, like you said, everybody out there tonight. It's all a hands on deck thing. It's the reason why our entire weather team is here. All 4 of our awesome team here with us. All of our people back in production that have been here with us all night, pulling overtime on a Friday night going into a weekend. So we appreciate everybody out here doing their thing. First responders, and they're going to be cleaning up the power as well. So there we go. We'll try to get Bob his ribeye there. So there you go. Adam is still here with us. Seth is here with us. Any other last things? Brandon Morano has been in here with us as well, joining us. So we're going to see if Jacob can get into the yoga here. He's getting close. Seth, anything you want to add here right now?
Yeah, just went back and looked at the history of all the warnings issued. Ended up with that one in Jasper County. That made the 15th separate tornado warning on the night. So very busy night. That doesn't necessarily suggest, of course, that there was 15 tornadoes, but 15 different tornado warnings issued here in our viewing area. So very busy night, to say the least. And, of course, if there was 15 tornado warnings, you can only imagine how many severe thunderstorm warnings there were. So just very busy nights. Hopefully winding down here with just that last one.
I think every county had a warning, right?
I don't think anybody avoided it. I think nobody split the gap. I'd have to go back and look, but it was pretty all around.
Yeah. Now, not every city got damage, but there are several that did, and some that probably don't even know that they've had damage until they get up in the morning and go look outside and go, the trees down over here. And, a lot of people still asleep here tonight. Adam, you've been, kind of watching things here tonight. There's still that storm that's over there, and kind of your takeaways here and just watching that storm now that's down there west of Robinson.
I will say my first takeaway there, Kevin, is my day started this time yesterday at about 1:42. That's when I got up and get ready for work.
24 hours.
About 24 hours. I took a nap in between, but it was a very short-lived nap here. You'll see that we have there by St. Marie there. I think that's St. Marie. That's in Willow Hill. That's where we're seeing that rotation still. A little bit more broad, but enough to still warn a tornado warning. Again, not too far from Booz and Newton, getting closer to Oblong. So again, you're not in the tornado warning there in Oblong, but it's Willow Hill and St. Marie. That's the area we're kind of watching out for. You can see Granville, south of you, Hudsonville, you're kind of close to it, but still outside of the warning area. Again, very broad in nature, but we're still kind of watching. It's starting to tighten up a little bit more here as we look at it. Newton, you're out of that zone here. It's just one cell. Again, radar indicated rotation there until 2 a.m. Jasper County, and hail's not a big concern, but man, that rotation looks pretty good. Might even see some strong wind gusts with it too as well. Again, Granville not in it. Oblong, you're next up. If they continue to issue this tornado warning, it's going to stay away from the Newton area, the Falmouth area, and Smallwood, you're outside of that area. It's very tight, small little cell here. Oh, they just extended that tornado warning. Radar indicated rotation there for Clark and Crawford County. That is until 2:30 a.m. 1-inch hail, a possibility too as well. So again, Oblong, Dogwood, out towards Robinson and Hudsonville too, all the way to the Wabash River there to the edge of the state line. That's where we're seeing that tornado warning continue on here, just south of Moonshine and Granville. So Willow Hill, you're under that first warning. Booz, I think you're out of it here. It's more like St. Marie, Willow Hill, Oblong, Dogwood, just on the edges of Hunt City there. Robinson, Hudson, those are the spots we're watching right now for this cell to come through here. And that's not the most messy storm. I think that's one of the more clear spots we've seen of just a kind of a cellular structure move through here. And again, we're just kind of watching this because we haven't had any confirmation or anything, but we're still kind of watching this. Let's look more of those towns too. Porterville, Hudsonville, getting closer to the Wabash River before it moves all the way into Indiana. Here's some spots to kind of watch out for. Oblong at 150. And then about the time we get to 153, it's Stoy. This is also in Central Time too. I know this eventually is going to go to Indiana and flip over to Eastern Time here. Robinson at 158, 201, Lincoln Trail College, and then about 205 we're at Hudsonville High School, Hudsonville area, and then Marone at about 308. So again, this storm's going to keep tracking on through. We're going to keep an eye on it too as well. Some rotation with that storm. That's why they've had that severe thunderstorm warning now turned into a tornado warning there for places like really Crawford County and Clark County too. Hudsonville, Robinson, Lamont. Those are spots we got to kind of watch out for. Pierceburg, Oblong, Willow Hill. Again, watching that storm, you can kind of see a little bit of a hail core on there too as well. Some heavy precipitation with this storm as it moves off to the north and east. Again, Dogwood, Oblong, spots up next. Porterville, Licking, you're going to be in the storm, but I don't know if you're going to be in the spot of rotation. Still, take it seriously. If you're in this area of tornado warning ahead of the storm, take it seriously. I think Booz is out on the edge of it here. So you're in a good spot there if you're out towards Booz here. So there you go. Those are our two spots we're going to watch now. Two tornado warnings here. as you get closer towards this is like the far southern corner of our viewing area too. So not many folks out there, but we still want to keep an eye on that. And this is going to start moving into more of Terre Haute area, into Stockton area there, into Indiana. Again, starting to get closer and closer to the edge of the state line. A lot of our storms have started to move closer to the state line too, starting to move more into Indiana and becoming more of an issue there for the Terre Haute area. Kevin, back over to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Adam. Appreciate the update over there. Again, we're watching that storm down there near Robinson. And again, this kind of, this reminds me from a few years ago when we had a tornado warning. They had that strong storm that came through, EF3 tornado, did a lot of damage, went over into Indiana there as well. But I remember getting a message from someone saying, hey, we were watching, or I was watching your coverage. She said her mom and dad live over in Robinson, and they didn't know a storm was coming, and so she called them up, said, "Hey, take shelter." And the tornado would have hit them there potentially, and she's like, "You guys really helped us here, and possibly saved my parents' life." So that sticks with me when we talk about kind of Robinson. Anytime we get another storm down that way, even though it's kind of really on the fringe of our viewing area, there's still some people that are watching us here tonight. I know there's people watching us. Here's the thing. We've been streaming for several hours now and talking about these storms, and this stream has gotten shared by multiple people across the. So there's people watching us from all over, and they're getting, hey, what's going on down here in Missouri? Why aren't you talking about us down in? So we're a TV station located in central Illinois and cover an area here. I will say this. Yeah, there are bad storms down there in the Boot Heel, Missouri, down now near Paducah, Kentucky, far southern Illinois. You guys are definitely seeing a lot of bad weather down there. So we're not going to, obviously focus on that. I encourage you to go to your local stations that are there, that are surely doing coverage as well, whether it's on TV or hopefully online or whatnot. But I'd say, yes, look at all those tornado warnings that are well to our south into parts of Missouri, New Madrid, right there at the confluence of the Ohio and the Mississippi. Over in Cairo, finding tornado warnings down that way. So, and then South Harrisburg there, McLeansboro, where we were for the eclipse down there. So they're still dealing with that. And again, so this is kind of the furthest south that we go in our areas. But if you're down there near the Oblong area, strong rotation stirring up on radar, it looks like this would probably pass to the north of Robinson there, but heading towards the Porterville area. So something to keep an eye on here tonight. All right, Jacob is back on here with us, and I believe he's made his way into Neoga, and he's found his way, I'm going to guess, that's the school. Is that right, Jacob? Where are you at? What are you seeing?
Yeah, hey, Kevin. We are looking at the school right now, and I'm kind of getting set still here, but we're not able to get any closer at this point. We're going to try and go a little bit different way moving on, but to give you an idea of where we are, so the school building is right here, and it's really dark over there, but a lot of the roof has been damaged. The parking lot has a lot of debris in it. Right next to me is where the buses parked. They've not been touched. Fire department is over here. I talked to one of the firefighters. They've got the area blocked off. They said mainly the damage in town is from the school, and that's something where here at the school, they saw a lot of it, but just a block west, not much damage and whatnot. Superintendent and staff is here in sight, the fire department told me, and they are dealing with a possible gas leak at the school and a lot of damage to the buildings itself. So there will be some cleanup with things that go on here. So Kevin, I'm going to send it back to you. One thing to mention is that with the damage here, it seems like, the school kind of sticks out in the east side of town. It seems like this may have just glancing blow happened to hit the school building, continued off to the north and east, crossed the interstate where those semi-trucks were tangled up, happened to cross, then continue going to the north and east towards Trillo Road, Etna Road on 45, and maybe somewhere up that way lifted. But we don't know yet. The National Weather Service, they're probably going to be down here tomorrow assessing things. It doesn't look like one of the tornadoes that they're having in southern Illinois. There's been some big signatures down that way, but still we do have damage here. We do have a report of 2 injuries from this scene here in the Neoga area. No further word on that. Those 2 people were involved in the interstate, and they have been transported to St. Anthony Hospital, according to firefighters here in the Neoga area. Live here at Neoga, Kevin, I'm going to try and readjust. Maybe you stick with me a little bit longer. It's late, and you're still watching that storm as we've been talking about by Robinson. Keep an eye on that. So you keep talking about that. I'll reposition, try and get some more information. Sure. I don't want to promise I can get the superintendent. I know he's busy with a bunch of things, but maybe we'll try and get some more information from them as well, because at least it's a Friday. There's a Saturday and Sunday to figure out a plan here, but clearly school if this week is spring break, and that might be something you can do, Kevin, look up on the calendar if Neoga's on spring break.
Spring break, yeah.
You know, yeah, and that might be something that we can do. That may give them more time to figure out what they're going to do next, but things are going to look a little different here for students in the Neoga School District based on the damage to this building. Live in Neoga, I'm Jacob Dicky. Back to you, Kevin.
I'm also going to guess that somebody in our chat that's watching, we have several thousand people watching, it might be able to tell us pretty quick if Neoga's in spring break or not. Okay, we're still watching our storm that is here, not on spring break. I just say there we go. No, they just had it. So there we go. There's the chat. And Seth just found it as well. So it was last week. So they just had it. So no, they're going to have to try to do some cleaning up here over the weekend. We'll see, how extensive the damage is. Obviously, he's showing us the pictures there. Large part of the building obviously still intact there. So it's not like, the tornado came and took the whole thing out, but obviously there is some significant damage there. 2 parts of the school system over there. So thank you to all the people that were just that are on the chat telling us that. So again, while we're here with you guys, it's a good time to answer any questions that we may have in the chat room. And I know you guys have been waiting patiently, or maybe you fired up some questions. We were in the thick of it, couldn't answer some of that. So we're going to take a little time here to do that now as we watch our storm that's down here West Robinson. And so if you have a question about something here tonight, we'll do our best to answer it for you between myself, Jacob, Adam, and Seth here. And I'm going to give a shout out to our intern, Jason, that's been here with us tonight as well. The Jason intern with us, and he's like, hey man, can I come in and check things out tonight? And he's been here with us tonight as well, even helping out behind the scenes. So appreciate him coming in on a college kid on a Friday night, spending his time with a bunch of weather nerds. He's one of us, I guess. Okay, so here's some questions starting to come in. Well, here's something for you, Jacob. Somebody said, tell him to go to south on 5th Street to the house that lost the porch. So Jacob, if you're hearing, there's a house on go south on 5th Street to the house that lost the porch. Somebody's mentioning that there in Neoga. Where was this at? Mike, that was in Neoga, Illinois is where that is. Do we know when the power is going to come back? Ooh, no, unfortunately, we do not know that. I know that the crews are out and they're doing what they can to restore, but there are thousands of people without power tonight, and it's going to take. It's a lot harder to do, at nighttime in the dark and whatnot. Is Danville in the clear now? Let me just double check here. I'm pretty sure that you are. Oh yeah, Danville is in the clear. Things are looking good there. You've already made your way to the porch there, it looks like. So it looks like the porch, part of the porch. Boy, he got there quick. What do you see there, bud?
Yeah, so we're about 2 blocks south of school. This might be it. I would think that porch has got some fencing there that's down on the ground. And then you can kind of see up on the roof. Maybe I'm going to put my night shot on again, night vision. And that might help the roof pop out a little bit more. You can kind of see on the roof, too. It looks like the corner of the roof has some damage to it here. This might have been about where it started. And I think if I double check my map here, so this is going to be Wilson Avenue and 5th Street. And it's basically the last house on the east side of town here. So, maybe the tornado just barely touched down and caught the corner of this house. And then, we look over here and that's the interstate and the bridge there. So that's probably the spot if I had to make my bet here. So Kevin, I'm going to try and get a better vantage point here too. And I think I might, but I tell you what, it's so dark, it's hard to see things. Let's see here if I can get you a vantage point. Oh, I think you might be able to see it here in a second. So in front of me here, it'll take me a second to adjust the camera. You'll kind of see some of the damage that they're dealing with. And I'll turn the night vision off. Maybe I need to turn it back on. That's the big red sign there, the Neoga Elementary School. And I see some flashlights over there. The building still has power. You can see I'm kind of checking things and looking over things there. And I heard that the elementary school, it looks like on the right side. Let's try the night vision back on, see if that helps. If you've ever driven by on the interstate, you'd know what the building looks like. It's got that big glass atrium up there on the right side. You can kind of see it maybe a little bit better now here. It's hard to tell from this point, and they won't let me get any closer. But they're checking out that area with that building, and then it looks like to me, whatever this building is, maybe you can see it a little bit better, Kevin, but I feel like inside there.
Yeah. Is that like
something's going on?
Maintenance stuff in there? Or, yeah.
I was thinking that, or that might be the high school, to be totally honest.
That looks like a John Deere mower. So that green, yellow.
Yeah, maybe that is. I didn't know. I know the buildings are all, that's all right here. This is a small school district. But, is that maybe a gymnasium or a shed or something like that?
I think it's probably a shed.
You know where you can find that? Where you can find that information out? Just check the chat. Somebody's probably watching and saying, no, that's what this is here.
Let's see here.
And the greenhouse, there's a greenhouse probably from the
Yep, maintenance, yes. Brittany says
there's the greenhouse right there.
The ag shop. It's the ag shop at the high school.
Oh, yeah, the FFA program. There's a greenhouse right there. It looks like it's maybe got torn up. And then the building is there on the right. You can make out the letters clear as day in the dark here, but I don't think they're going to let me much closer. And there's really no other way to get to it. It just sits there on the east side of town. So
yeah,
we will
confirmation of the ag
ag
shop there. Several people ag shop there. Ag class is what that is there. So there you go. Yeah, looks like that got hit a little hard. Looks like the kids might have a little extra homework to do soon.
Yeah, something like that. I know the FFA program down here is pretty active with Neoga. Cody Carmen is the ag teacher here. In fact, I knew Cody back in the day when I was in FFA. He was a state officer down here, and so I'm sure he's involved in this process. And they're keeping folks away from the school at this point because of potential gas leak. They said they had gas alarms going off, and there's, of course, roof damage and things of that. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here. But, we'll zoom in as much as we can, and you can kind of see some folks are walking through there and investigating things and whatnot. So, the ag shop, the greenhouse, the school building, we took a hit. And as unfortunate as that is, Kevin, here, that sits on the east side of town. If this tornado was a quarter mile to the west, you would put it through the middle of town, and we don't really know the strength of it yet, but there'd be a lot of homes damaged from it here in this particular situation. I'm not trying to make this a good thing, because obviously this is a big hit for the school district and whatnot, and for the town. But, if that tornado was a little stronger and a little further in town, maybe we'd be dealing with something a little different around here. But so far, just hearing only 2 injuries from the interstate in town here. Most of the town is okay. Power's on, just the school building here. Late Friday night, no one's at the school building. So that's maybe the good thing to take away from this, Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the thing. Yeah, it could have been worse, but it's worse for somebody out there tonight, having to deal with some of that as well. Okay, still watching the storm here. And Jacob, you just kind of let me know kind of your thoughts and your plans out there, and I'll be listening. But we're still watching our storm here that is now well northwest of Robinson. That is going to be heading. It may actually start to kind of, come in there and clip southeastern Clark County towards the West York area, West Union, Hudsonville, right there along where the Wabash River is. Okay, something to watch with that. That is down there. Still, a tornado warning continues down in that area. Watching again some of the rotation that is occurring. So you've got, Marshall that's up here. So that's going to be kind of going right here south of the Terre Haute area. Well, south of Terre Haute, but still some of that rotation that we've got. Getting in some reports of potentially some damage across the street from Gordyville. So up near the Gifford area there in Gordyville. Our entire garage is gone. We have debris on our house. There are trailers tipped over. They're having a horse show. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. So up there towards Gordyville, potentially some damage up there tonight. So that just coming into us here as well. So a lot of places still dealing with it. That is kind of the back edge. There's really nothing else that's down there here tonight. There's Jacob again. Looks like he's got some more kind of tree damage and whatnot there across Neoga tonight. Again, thanks to everybody who joining us here this evening and watching some of our coverage. It's now 2 a.m. Saturday morning. Here we are. Thanks for sticking here with us. A lot of you staying up with us early this morning. Might need to get a little coffee here. Keep her going, but we're doing our best to share all the information that we can here with you tonight. This back edge of the storms continues to move through, and we'll give Jacob just a little bit longer here to kind of look at things down there in Neoga to give us some of his final reports coming up. Adam, look at that line over there. Look at all those tornado warnings down to the south there. Southern Illinois, Kentucky.
Yeah, there's a lot there, and you can even see that we have some confirmed there with the pink right there in Southern Illinois. Let's see if we can get closer to just kind of say that. It's the east side of Harrisburg, near Gold Hill, getting closer and closer to the Wabash River, kind of where the Wabash and Ohio split right there. Harold's Prairie and north of Cadids. Again, this is one of those spots where, not in our viewing area, but they've been pretty active. They've had a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, issued earlier today. Further down the line there, closer to Port Paducah, if we could zoom in a little bit more there, you can see that there towards Hillerman and Brownfield, north of Paducah. That's where they're seeing another tornado warning as well. And again, Mounds has been another spot that's been kind of impacted. Cairo down towards Hickman. So the Paducah office at the National Weather Service there, kind of a really busy night there. Out towards Madrid too in Missouri, they've had a busy night too, I'm guessing as well. It has just been just a really busy time across the area. The good news is that we're starting to see kind of towards the tail end of our weather, even just our regular garden variety precipitation. We're still watching that one spot there down to the south there, but look at how long of a system it kind of came through here. In some spots, it sped up pretty quickly. You can kind of see kind of the rotations within the system itself too, or the line of storms. And I did mention this morning during the forecast, and we get some spots that are a little bit more segmented and kind of more isolated in nature. We could see some supercellular structure, and that's what we saw, especially as it started to move into our viewing area here. Started to congeal a little bit more once it got to the western edges of our viewing area, but now we're kind of focusing down to the south there in the southeast corner of our viewing area, way down there, closer towards the Terre Haute area, getting close to the Terre Haute area. We're watching out for that tornado warning. That's going to go on until about 2:30 or so. Looks like they put an extension there for the office there in Indianapolis there, or the Terre Haute, just south of the Terre Haute area. So again, that's within our viewing area. On the other side of the Wabash River, on the western side of it, that's for Clark and Crawford County here. That is until 2:30 here in central Illinois, and 3:30, didn't skip a whole hour. It just is going to a different time zone, Eastern time there in Sullivan and Vigo County. That's not in our viewing area, but we're still going to talk about it because probably people know some folks there in Vigo County and Sullivan County there on the other side. North of Hudsonville is where we're starting to see some of that rotation here. It's getting closer and closer to the Wabash River. Darwin, one of those spots you need to watch out for, and Riverview. Hudsonville, just slightly north or south of where that rotation is, where that storm is, and it's moving off to the north and east. Again, radar indicated rotation. Still want to take this seriously, and we kind of talked about this all night. There it is, just north and west of Hudsonville. That's where that rotation is, where the pinks meet the reds. That's a spot to watch out for too. But again, this is one of those kind of nights where, you know, it's pretty late. A lot of folks are in bed. I normally would be in bed right now on a Saturday morning here. So we want to make sure you have those weather alerts available. And it's hard to see what's going on. It's not one of those where you can just go outside and see what's happening here. It's going to be probably rain wrap most likely, for one. And for two, it's dark. Hard to see out there. There's not a lot of lights out there compared to a little bit more of the further towards Champaign or towards Effingham. There's a little bit more infrastructure out that way. So keep that in mind. This is south of I-70 here. Again, Riverview, Hudsonville, north of Hudsonville, northeast of town, or northwest of town, excuse me, right there. That's where we're seeing that rotation with this storm here. Again, that is a tornado warning till 2:30 for Clark and Crawford County on the edges of our viewing area. And then another tornado warning for Vigo and Sullivan County there until 3:30 a.m. Eastern time. So central to Eastern time right there as it moves into the Hoosier state. But look at our viewing area. A lot of us starting to clear things out, even in terms of just regular precipitation too, as well. So that's kind of the good news. We're starting to see that last couple of kind of wind down towards the end of our event here. And we kind of said about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, that's when this would all start to wind down a bit more here. Still watching that one spot again down towards Clark County here. Kevin, back over to you.
So we're getting some people that are asking, hey, I'm in Martinsville, east of Casey there. Why are my sirens going off? Well, there's a sliver of Clark County. Every county does something different. Sometimes if part of the county gets the warning, the sirens will go off for the whole county or for places there. Martinsville, I'll tell you right now, you're obviously not in the threat area there. It is your extreme southeastern portion of Clark County. It is down here, as you can see, near Walnut Prairie, along Route 1. That is the location. It is not Casey. It is not Martinsville. Okay. It's not even Marshall. But sounds like some sirens might be going off. The Terre Haute area, you would be impacted by this possibly down towards Sullivan. But as far as our area that we cover, we're kind of looking at the extreme southeastern sliver of Clark County there, again, east of Martinsville. So that's why potentially those signs, that's just kind of a technical thing that sometimes happens. And every jurisdiction does something different in a different way. So there we go. I see moonshine on there. It's making me think of the moonshine burgers that you can go and get. Looks like hopefully they fared okay down that way as well. Okay, so again, a lot of people are watching us here from other locations and hey, what's going on in other spots here? We predominantly we cover Central Illinois. Okay, that's our kind of viewing area. I know we've got a lot of people just kind of stumbled upon maybe our live stream because we've been going on here all night and kind of covering a lot. So I'll just kind of briefly talk about it because maybe you've not been able to find streaming coverage where you are, but boy, some strong storms down in Kentucky, down here, Paducah and whatnot, several tornado warnings. I encourage you to check out your local channels there, TV, radio, or weather service there, wherever you can get information, as they're going to be doing their own bit of coverage with those warnings. For our area, we've got a sliver of Clark County that's left with this, and that's going to be it. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that a lot of the tornado watch has kind of been trimmed back, and still the county's on there, but for the most part, we're done here tonight. We're giving Jacob just a little bit more time here, before we kind of sign things off here for tonight as we're kind of wrapping up our coverage. Again, I know some of you are watching in other spots, but looks like we are getting some more reports in here about some damage there north of Gifford that left some pretty hefty damage, I'm being told, up that way. So that's something that we're going to watch. And that was kind of where they kind of repopped that tornado warning up that way earlier tonight. So up here towards Gifford and whatnot is where we've had some reports of some of the damage. So we'll have to kind of see what happened up there because that's exactly where they reissued that tornado warning. So we may have had something up there tonight as well. So we'll have to kind of watch out for that as some of those damage reports come in. And again, I think that the light of day could reveal even more damage in a few spots that we haven't even heard about yet. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here overnight, that we're probably not hearing all what has occurred. We're hearing the big stuff, and that is, again, down in Neoga, where there's most likely a tornado that occurred. Several tornadoes occurred down in the St. Louis area here tonight. Things are obviously a lot quieter. So now Indiana about to deal with all of this through the early morning hours of tomorrow morning, or I should say today. Tomorrow. We haven't gone to bed yet, so as far as we're concerned, it is still today, right? Friday night. It's Friday night. There you go. A lot of people without power here tonight, and it may take a while for you to get your power to come back on. So you're kind of going to have to kind of be patient with everybody. And then just while we're on here with you guys, just want to make a mention of the service that we've talked about a few times, but as things are kind of winding down tonight, before the next system arrives, you could get our service weather call where you get a phone call. And again, this isn't for everybody, but for some people, you may want to get a phone call from us. And this would have worked tonight. You should have gotten a phone call if you did sign up and you've got warnings. You can scan the QR code or go to our website, WCIA.com, and under the weather page, under the tab, you'll see a weather call. Sign up and you can go and get that little service that we've got that for some people, it'll come in handy because 1 o'clock in the morning, a phone call maybe wakes you up. Maybe you don't hear the outdoor warning sirens because, hey, they're meant for outdoors. Maybe you don't hear the little ding on your phone, but to that. So I just wanted to throw that out there again before we kind of wrap up our coverage, because I know some people have signed up for that here in the last few days or so. Tornado watch continues to pretty much be let go across some of our counties. And there it is. You can see that. So just Clark kind of left. But for the most part, we're done here. Jacob is getting into a position there. I see him out. I think he went out on foot there. Are you ready to, Jacob, are you ready for us to come to you there? I don't know if he's ready or not. No, he's been making his way around Neoga, seeing some of the damage there. Okay, we don't have his audio. Well, I don't know if he can hear us or not. Okay, now he just set the camera down. So we'll wait on him to see if we want to go to him before we kind of wrap up our coverage here tonight. Because now it's a little past 2 o'clock in the morning. There are areas of damage that have been reported across the state tonight. Some areas hit harder than others. It really kind of depends upon where you were. We're seeing the last little bit of that cell move out of Clark County and into Indiana now, but they all clear pretty much for what is considered the WCIA 3 viewing area is essentially happening here right now. That storm is now on the Wabash River and heading into Indiana. So for all of our things here, things are calming down. Brandon Morano, you've been around tonight. Anything to add or anything that you've learned, seen?
I'll say you guys did a great job.
Well, hey,
great job.
Appreciate the help.
I couldn't do it.
Appreciate the help. Have you heard anything, seen anything, anything else, anything major, anything?
Nothing major that we've heard.
Okay. Heard, some reports. It's kind of sporadic and isolated and whatnot. Probably more coming in, with the light of day tomorrow and whatnot.
Right.
So we'll be efforting some of those reports as we head into tomorrow on the newscast and whatnot. I guess that's got to be back on the air here in like 4 hours or something, 4 or 5 hours. I'm on the morning show as well. So again, if we have anything, he's down there in the yoga here, and we're working on getting his audio up here before we kind of sign things back off. But just kind of wanted to show you what we've got out there tonight and what is left of things. We've still got several thousand people that are watching us here on the live stream. So we'll give this one last little go and talk to Jacob. He's gone mobile. He's gone mobile with the camera, it looks like. Jacob, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me, Kevin?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me, Kevin?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, good. Just kind of looking at things here. I'm trying to make sure I got everything set. One-man band in this. Hopefully the camera didn't die on me because I'm a meteorologist, but not a videographer. But hey, we're out here checking things out. First off, we're on the 6th Street right now. There's been some tree damage in this neighborhood. They've got this area blocked off. There's a big tree actually just beyond my storm tracker right there. That's down off the side of the road. Fire department is blocking things off here. You can kind of see in the trees how this area, there's been some minor damage to that, then cleaning up some limbs and whatnot. But for the most part here, structural wise, not seeing a whole lot. We did see that one house on 5th Street down there where that was the case. And so that's kind of been what we're dealing with here. So we're going to walk up to the intersection and then we probably won't get any closer, but I think it'll give us a view of what happened here in Neoga from this tornado that came on through. And the hardest hit is the school here. And of course, we know the ag shop that got hit here in Neoga and the building itself. Fire department is here and they're on scene. And we'll see if we can't get a hold of either the chief, the superintendent, or someone with the district to kind of tell us what's going on. I see Neoga Fire here. We've got police here and whatnot. So we're looking at this more up close as you are as well here. So that's kind of something that we're dealing with here. Again, we're going to be on just outside the school is what we're looking at here and whatnot. Power on in most of the town. But the Neoga Junior Senior High is in front of us here, and you can kind of see, I hope you can. Let me readjust my camera here. Kind of check that out a little bit. You can kind of see some of the damage that has happened here at the school. Kevin, you got any questions for me? Anything I'm seeing or whatnot?
Yeah, so again, for people that are kind of wondering, this is Neoga, the high school and elementary school that sustained some damage here tonight as what most likely will be ruled a tornado. So there you go. You can zoom in. The Neoga Junior Senior High School just had spring break last week. Okay, they got the big spring fling coming up. So there you go. Hopefully that doesn't get canceled or anything due to the damage. But so you're down there. A lot of personnel there on scene. It looks like from Neoga. I guess kind of describe. You seeing any other responders there, any other offices, any other departments, or just kind of mainly Neoga, it looks like?
Yeah, for the most part, it seems like it's Neoga here. I see Ameren is on scene. We know that they were investigating a potential gas leak, and this is the junior senior high. On the other side of this building is where the elementary school is here, and so firefighters, they're kind of checking things out and investigating the damage and whatnot. So I know it's going to take them some time to assess things and clean up. You can see kind of part of the roof on the ground here, some metal pieces from that. And for placement, this is Wilson and 7th to give you an idea of where we're at in Neoga. But fire department is staging here. There were other fire departments helping out further away. Other departments helping out with some of the scenes there towards 45 and whatnot. But that's kind of what we're dealing with here. So you can kind of see where, it's still an active scene, but certainly not an urgent scene at this point. A lot of just investigating, checking things out, things like that here with the potential for that gas leak possibly, and the electric work as well. So that's what we're dealing with here. You can see the firefighters have been kind of walking through, and we heard from Bob. We heard him saying that the crews were going door to door, checking things in the neighborhood immediately south here. There's been some tree damage. It's not anything that's significant. Probably saw one big tree just down the road here, but then other spots have been dealing with issues and whatnot. So that's kind of what we're looking at here, Kevin. Perhaps this might be one of the harder hit areas is the Neoga School District. But we'll learn more about the Gifford area as well to see what happened up there with the horse show at Gordyville. See if we have any more information there, of course, coming. It'll take some time too, Kevin. I know we're here tonight. It's dark. The lights, from the fire trucks are helping. They've got their tower lights kind of shining on things. But I'd say probably the big thing is we're going to have to wait till daylight to see exactly what kind of damage is in this area, Kevin. I'll say this. It seems like they're kind of heading back down. Maybe they're checking things out. Maybe they saw me with the camera and I scared them off. Either way, though, they're busy down here, Kevin, kind of cleaning things up. And you can see that the road's still blocked here. And you're able to see traffic just on the other side as well. The interstate just east of here. If you've driven I-57 before between Mattoon and Effingham, you know unmistakably what the Neoga School Building looks like here on the east side of town. And it looks like the damage may have started in this neighborhood. There's another street over there that kind of goes down in front of the school for the elementary school, but kind of this side of town here took a glancing blow, and then here along, there's Ameren natural gas operations. This side of town took a glancing blow, and then over yonder on the other direction here of the building is where perhaps more of that damage is.
All right.
Let's see here. I probably can show you a little bit more of this roof damage. And real fast here, Kevin, you kind of see more of the damage in the parking lot here. They were asking me to just kind of stay back because they're still figuring things out. But we'll get some more footage and get some more reports in this area here through the nights and into the morning. But perhaps one of the hardest hit parts of our viewing area will be Neoga, Kevin. Back to you.
Okay, Jacob, I'll tell you this. We're probably getting ready to wrap up coverage. So any final words from you from tonight?
I think that the system, we kind of had a few tornadoes, as we thought, but that moisture was key, and we just kind of saw it creep up a little bit here. But us, compared to, I think, our friends down in southern Illinois, man, down that way where those tornadoes are ongoing, we did not get the worst of that, and I think that's good news for us here. But as daylight comes around, we'll learn more about the damage across the area, and there are a lot of people with the lights off, with the power out, Kevin, so that is going to be something that will take time. If you're heading out in the morning and you're in an area that's experienced some damage, I think you need to just be a little cautious and watch out for first responders, linemen, crews that are cleaning up, Kevin. I have dropped the audio, so I'll send it back to you for the final time here, I think, tonight, Kevin.
All right, thanks a lot. Appreciate the help tonight out there. In the Storm Tracker, we're proud to be able to bring you those live pictures to give you guys a firsthand account of what's going on, give the first look of damage and follow along with the storms. So appreciate meteorologist Jacob Dicky doing that for us out there tonight. I will say this, we're continuing to get in some pictures from Gordyville of some multiple horse trailers that were flipped over down in Gordyville. So hoping things are okay with the potentially those horses down there and whatnot. But I heard that those were flipped over as the winds came through down there. We'll have more about that coming up. Adam, you've got some good news here.
Good news is that we got some rain out of this there, Kevin. That's probably the one good thing I can think about with the severe threat. That was like the one good kind of shining thing I can think of is at least we get a little bit of rain. And so far, here are some of our rainfall totals. So far here, we'll have to get those numbers a little bit more for tomorrow here, but at least we get something. Something is better than nothing, and maybe that'll help suppress the dust threat for tomorrow and the fire weather threat for tomorrow.
Sounds good. Seth, any final thoughts there, bud?
I think we've pretty much wrapped it up here for the evening, other than, just a couple of things here or there, but I think we're good.
Well, you better get to bed here soon because I got something to show everybody here real quick. The model's been showing this. Okay, you ready? What's that? Is that snow? That's some snow on Sunday. A few snow flurries out there. Nothing major. I don't want to get you, all been out of shape, but it looks like a couple snow flurries to me. Those little snow bands coming through Saturday night into Sunday because the temperatures on Sunday are going to come crashing down. So that may be the case. So just something else there, guys. All right. I believe we're going to wrap things up here tonight. In our coverage of the storms are now into Indiana. I encourage you guys to check back tomorrow on the newscast. Seth's about to be back on the air with our morning show that kicks off. Seth, what time?
8 a.m.
8 a.m. 8 a.m. He'll be on there and giving you some weather updates if any information comes in. Jacob's still there. You can see his camera. Our weather garden took a little bit of a hit tonight. We talked about that. The little fence kind of blown over, so it was minor damage for us. WCIA.com through the night. There's the old trusty storm tracker. Rock and rolling there, looking a little dirty out there after some of those roads he's been on. But WCIA.com, get on there and get more information throughout tomorrow as the reporters will be heading out there and checking things out and getting all what's going on. Again, Gordyville again, looks like they sustained a little bit of damage up there with the horse show that's going on. Hope for the best there. More on Neoga, the elementary and high school, what all happened down there. And just a complete wrap up. And again, potentially more damage that we don't even fully know about. Thousands of you watched on the live stream. Remember this for the next time. We always try to do this whenever there is severe weather in the central Illinois area. All the social media pages or even on our news and weather apps that we've been streaming here all night for you since those first warnings kind of came out. It's almost 6 hours ago now that we've been doing this. So I appreciate everybody behind the scenes as well. Good luck to all the first responders and everybody out there doing their thing to help restore power and whatnot, because it's still going to be kind of a long night for many. So for meteorologist Adam Sherwinski, meteorologist Seth Bonehoff, meteorologist Jacob Dicky, I'm WCIA3 Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy. I hope you guys all stay safe out there tonight. And you know what? We'll be here for you on the next storm. We've made a commitment to doing that, and we'll continue to deliver that for you each and every single time. We appreciate you trusting in us to deliver this information to help keep you, your family, your friends safe. For now, we wrap things up here on this early Saturday morning, and we'll catch you next time. Stay safe, and thanks for joining us. Have a good rest of your weekend.